We're live now.
Hello.
Oh, that's very nice, Bill.
We are live.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome to
La Quinta.
the La Quinta live stream after party. I am Sarah.
Not Matt.
And William will be
Bill's
back
over
soon. And we have some friends with us.
So if you guys don't know, obviously, this is Roy, Bill, Eric, and we'll have some other people. I don't know. Ed went away, and Jason will be here, and several other channels are joining throughout the night. So this is going to probably last a really long time, but like La Quinta does. We got a few people over here right now. So we've got a shitload of whiskey we're going to be drinking and just kind of hanging out and bullshitting. So if you want to ask us any questions you guys want, and we're just going to hang out. So just like La Quinta is. And Bill already is rocking the power glove, so that's always a plus.
I got
He's been rocking it all night.
I had it on for the trivia. I had to tap into the power.
We sucked the power from you.
Right,
you did so good. Yeah, I'm go ahead.
It was all the power got sucked out so that Will and Sarah could be this. We drank all the whiskey while you guys were doing it. It was fine. So
yeah, I think you lost on purpose so you could just start drinking, Matt.
Pretty well. We already started drinking like at 1:45, so it's fine.
So some of the people who haven't been to the Bashers Ball, we should probably explain to them. La Quinta is a very low budget hotel.
Yes, very.
Yeah. So
the cockroaches are free. You don't get charged extra for them. And typically we sort of take over the lobby, and it becomes a big. And it's almost become an entity, an event in itself. There's the Bashers Ball, which is fairly close by on the campus, and then there's the La Quinta event, and it becomes sort of its own thing. And so I think Matt and others said, hey, rather than forget the La Quinta event, let's try to come up with a La Quinta event. And it tends to be before everything gets started at the Bashers Ball, after the Bashers Ball, and then after everybody makes bail, and the La Quinta event sort of continues on.
Yeah, that's the thing is. The first year this started out as it's going to be, hey, 10 people hanging out at the La Quinta. So, well, hey, maybe we could bring some bottles and share them in the lobby. We're like, okay. Well, what started with 10 people ended up being like 60-something people the first year. And the second year, we're probably well over 100 and 250 to 300 bottles on the bar down there at the lobby of La Quinta. At least, maybe more. My whole trunk, I filled my entire trunk full of whiskey. Yeah. But my luggage actually went in the back seat of my car because I want to make sure as much whiskey as possible came with me. I mean, from budget stuff to really expensive stuff, just whiskey to share with everyone and have a great time. So the whole point of tonight is that we've all been able to get together for the last 2 years prior to this and then have a great time just drinking together and hanging out and sharing. So hopefully anybody's around, they're doing the same exact thing. And we're all kind of doing. I've got a few people over here this evening that I've met through the tribe, and we've all got some amazing whiskeys out here. We've got some Nika 17, Elijah Craig Toasted Barrel. We've got some Old St. Nick's, Elijah Craig 18, Weller Full Proof, Ganella Keys Cash Strength. Just all sorts of really good shit, and that's what it is at La Quinta. It's just bring a bunch of really great whiskey and share with everybody.
And it's actually fairly well behaved. We like to exaggerate and make up myths.
It really is. All things considered, we leave it really clean when we're done. We actually clean up everything. Like there's no messes. Everybody brings food. And so hopefully in a few minutes, the guy who actually brings us was going to come with us this year for barbecue, which is Pit Face Barbecue, should be here in a few minutes. And he's going to bring us a barbecue, and we'll introduce that here in a few minutes. So if you guys introduce yourselves. We did a super chat. Swami.
Hey, Matt.
Grab that. What's up?
Matt, William's out front.
Oh, hey, can you guys go let William in? He's out front.
And only Bobby and Sam got arrested last year.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, we also got Shield wherever it went. Yeah.
Bobby and Sam also ordered what was it, like $60 worth of Taco Bell to get delivered to their own house.
Yes.
Something like that. Yeah, they ordered it to their house.
Yeah. So we want to say thanks to Swami for his $10 for Crusaders. Thanks, Swami. We appreciate it. Yeah. So Swami's up in Canada. So it's
we also got one from John Dinwiddie.
See this one?
Yeah.
So we got that. So we got a lot of really great people here. I know Clifton will be on with us later this evening, which is Bourbon Bites. So I know that Jason's enjoying a little bit. Ed was here a second ago. I don't know where Ed went.
I don't know where he went either.
I think that maybe Erica's beating Ed at the moment. I'm not sure.
Almost definitely. Yeah.
There he is.
There's a good chance that he's.
There he is.
There he is.
So we had to go finish washing the Sharpie off.
Oh shit, La Quinta. I should go get the coins. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got one of those too.
So actually, our buddy Robert Scott's in the chat. He made these last year.
bunch of bruises
So
on
I
his
think
face.
they're really cool.
There you go.
Yeah.
Super good job too.
Who came up with these? I remember getting one, but I don't remember where we got them from.
Yeah, Robot Scott had
Scott.
made.
Okay.
It was awesome of him to make. So we appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot of awesome people obviously in the chat this evening. So we appreciate everybody for getting to hang out with us. It's probably going to be several hours.
You know what I got last
in the
year, which is
mail.
pretty cool.
Robot
was,
Scott.
Oh, bacon.
Do you have a bag that has all the
Did you guys?
Pantry.
Did some of you guys get this guy? It was a 3D printed Glencairn holder that looks like a barrel.
Yes.
And
Bacon.
yeah, this is really cool.
We need to pass around the bacon.
It's fine.
yes.
Put your Glencairn in there, and
Got one too.
it's like it was 3D printed. It was like perfect fit kind of thing. It's pretty
It
sweet.
is a perfect fit. The top screws off.
Oh yeah, you guys all have them like easily accessible. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Whatever. We're doing the dark cam.
I forgot to mention all the channels that were invited that never made it for various schedule clashes and things.
Go ahead and mention
some
them,
of the channels that actually made it to Austin last year. Even those guys couldn't make it to this virtual event. But think of all the other amazing channels that are out there. Malted Man Cave up in Ohio, Sipper Social Club Jeremy in Canada, Rob Whiskey in the Six. Lots of UK channels as well, Whiskey Novice Jim and Vin known as Whiskey. There's just so many channels that just because that we didn't all get together on that stream doesn't mean that we don't all support each other and enjoy hanging out with each other and things. It's I think it's become such a big thing, WhiskeyTube, honestly, that it's difficult to find a platform that could accommodate everything it has to offer, right?
Yeah, I think sort of one of my new favorites that has sort of developed over the year is Whiskey Friend over in Manchester. He's from Glasgow.
Alan, yes.
Really neat guy. It's just see how his channel's done really well.
Yeah, we invited Alan. He might be here later tonight. He's going somewhere this evening. He's traveling, but he says when he gets there, he might be able to join us, so that'll be fun.
Who's that?
Alan.
Oh, Alan?
Yeah.
Oh,
From,
wow. Okay.
The Whiskey Friend.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
So depending, he might be able to be here.
So one thing that
Whiskey Mariachi is in the chat. I haven't seen him in
Nice.
forever. Ray, how are you?
Right?
Dude.
I haven't seen him since last year.
Yeah, I haven't seen you since last year. We flew out together. Me, him, and the old man all flew out.
Oh, nice.
Flew home together, kind of.
Nice.
Yeah.
So for those of you in the chat, one thing that we were kind of talking about as like the whiskey-tubers is that when you go to La Quinta, as some of you have seen, there's a million whiskeys available. So you're almost inevitably going to try something you've never had before. So if you have the ability, make that your theme for the night. Try things that you've been waiting to try. Assuming that your palate's not totally fried from the last 4.5 hours of the Bastard's Ball, but even if it is, doesn't matter. Have something new or something unique or something you've just been waiting to have. Make that your theme for the night.
Exactly. Drew, I sent you and Lee the links too if you guys want to come in here.
I personally decided to finish off the Glen Grant 30 that I've been sitting on. So
Nice.
Wow.
That's a hell of a. Is that the one from the advent calendar or
it
different?
is. I've had just a little bit left for a minute now, and I was like, all right, this is the opportunity to do it.
That's awesome.
Beautiful Quinta.
Spirit of the La Quinta.
Exactly.
Nice.
As Jason says, the best bar in the world. Free
Yes.
bar at that. That's true. The only requirement is to have a good time. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, that's my best memories really are of looking. I mean, obviously the basketball is amazing and all that stuff, but you don't get to really hang out with everybody until you get to that La Quinta party and just go out to the bar and go, what do you want to try?
Yeah.
I mean, everything is available.
There's so many people at the actual Bastards Ball, and everybody's coming and going all the time. But at the La Quinta, you get to sit down and just chill and just get to know each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that was one of my favorite parts of the whole 2 years actually that we've gone.
Oh, for sure.
And if you go a little too far, your room's not too far away.
Yay!
I'm
We need to get you down to Austin next year. That's the goal.
Always next year.
Fingers crossed.
Yes,
I know.
2021.
The screen is so small. Is that Drew?
It's just me.
Oh,
Hey,
wow.
Drew.
Well, the
Oh,
screen's
good. I'm glad that you got an invite.
I tell you,
Yeah.
I can say, there you go.
Just
Welcome,
Drew.
buddy. Welcome. I'm glad to see you. And how are
It's
the
good
other
to see you
boys?
guys. Good to see you guys. Things are well. Sean's coming over. My wife and his wife are outside having some cocktails. He's still working. He's coming home, so he may jump on as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, here, you take her bacon.
Take her bacon. Shut the kid up. Take her bacon.
Of all the whiskey group channels out there, representation, it's you guys. One of you guys need to get one. At least one of you guys should show up. At least.
Man, it's just been last year we wanted to go so bad. It's just bad timing. And this year we thought about going as well, but obviously, COVID hit.
Yeah.
So we're definitely going to make it. We missed out last year. We heard it was a lot of fun, so we're bummed.
Yeah, you were missed. You were missed. I mean, I know that it's tough when it's 4 guys, right? Trying to get the 4 of you free at the same time. It's going to be even harder for you.
Yeah, it's really hard.
But
Just getting together for reviews is hard enough.
absolutely, I can imagine. Yeah.
Imagine that's tough.
Yeah.
But I think if you'd have made it there last year, I think you would realize that it's the kind of event. It's such a community event that it's the kind of thing that you would really try hard to get to every year. I mean, it's for me, it's 4 flights, right?
The barbecue's here. We're very excited. The barbecue showed up.
It's
Yeah.
Drew, worse all those
What are you
flights.
drinking, Drew?
What was that?
What are you drinking?
I just drank some warm up. I had some Johnny Walker 18. I'm going to pour some of this in honor of Roy because he turned me on to these things years ago, and God love him for that.
There you
Yeah.
go. So this is our buddy Brian from Pit Face Barbecue. Makes this awesome barbecue. It's supposed to come down to La Quinta,
Brian!
but unfortunately, I was in with COVID. He's here, so we'll eat the barbecue for you and tell you how fucking awesome it is.
Hey,
But,
Matt, can you package some of that up and send it over to me? That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
sure Brian can probably,
we'll pull some strings, man. We'll make it
freeze dry some of it or some shit and send it to you. Probably overnight it. It's only probably good after that.
Oh my God.
I don't know where to cut it. There's like 700 whiskeys out here on the counter.
Oh, that's a wonderful
Just start
problem.
We're gonna pour them straight in our mouth anyway. It's all right.
Spoon.
Close your eyes, spin in a circle, and just point.
Here. We're here. We'll move some whiskey.
You know what I'm saying? The size of a cutting board.
We gotta move some whiskey so he can cut some meat and show you guys.
Just the size of a cutting board.
Show us the meat.
I know, right? Let's just drool over meat for a while.
So, Roy, you were talking about just the involvement and excitement of all you guys there, on site there. I definitely know what you're feeling because when Mark and I went and saw the test dummies and their 5-year reunion, that was exactly. I'm sure we got a taste of what it was like there. Eric, you were there as well. It was such. Honestly, we talk about it in our show all the time. It's just the community is amazing, but it's the hotel. It's getting everyone together and talking about God sharing and just talking about stories. That's what it's all about. Your phrase is whiskey is sharing, and that's so true about what we do and what we do with everybody else. It's amazing.
Everybody drinks something to share too.
Yeah.
I mean, all the channels that didn't. I mean, obviously tonight's was about the channels that were there last year, and that's how it was put together. But everyone got an invite, all because we were all asked who what other channels would you like to have there? What other channels would you bring along? And pretty much everybody was suggesting, well, these guys are really good, and bring them along. But it's difficult to find a weekend that can fit everybody, I guess. So the guys down in Austin have just got to go ahead with their plans, and the other channels that can make it.
Yeah.
But what happened, you're right, you're spot on, Drew. It is about the people getting together. And what's amazing is that you're coming up there at the event and you're drinking when you arrive, you're drinking when you leave, you go to the hotel afterwards. People are putting whiskies in your hands right, left, and centre. They want you to try things. You're drinking throughout the day, and there's no craziness, there's no silly behaviour. People are respectful and positive, and it's a very nice thing to re-energize your belief in the human condition, honestly.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, absolutely. Sure is.
And there's Leanne as well.
Hi, Leanne.
Hey, y'all. I've already committed a cardinal sin. I just dropped my glass and spilled liquor. That's awful.
Oh my
I'd
gosh.
like a moment of silence, please.
That is a huge bottle, though. What are you pouring?
This is Anak 18.
Oh, you mean
Which,
Anak 18?
Yeah, Anak 18.
that's so good.
I actually bought this bottle in Austin last year.
Oh,
And then
that's
promptly told Roy it was a 16 on his show in October. I messed up, but yeah, it was really good. It's not the 16, it's the 18. That's really good.
I'm
Yeah,
a
so
big fan
you've got some sherry cask in there as well. First person to tell me the distillery that makes Anok.
Whatever you want, man. We just need plates. Roush bringing plates.
Oh
so.
my god.
Not
I
good.
haven't done my review of them yet, so I have no idea.
I would have expected Nat Zitrick to know that straight away. First person in the chat to tell me which distillery makes Anok.
I feel like I know that. I know I had a guy on my screen for a while that was talking
Oh, there's
about
the plates. Thank you.
Hey, Matt,
Yes.
what distillery makes Anak?
Anak is made by. Damn it. Anok's made by Anak.
No, Anak is the name for Noctu. They had to change it.
Oh, well, that's
Right.
true.
There you go.
Ding, 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 ding.
Because they want to spell like the Knockmen do. I understand that.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
But the real trivia question is, what does it mean in
Zach
Gaelic?
Andrews got it.
It's like the hill.
It means we don't know how to capitalize.
No, do. If do is in Scots Gaelic, it usually means black. So
Black Hill?
I think it would be Black Hill. Yeah.
Okay, Black Hill.
Like a scheme do, the wee knife you carry in just in case you got to stab somebody.
Well, that's similar, but it's not a black knife. Black
Oh.
is also shadow and hidden, so it's hidden
some,
knife. Yeah.
Some beautiful armadillo eggs.
Oh,
With
man.
children with armadillo eggs.
Originally Klingon.
Hey, Matt, you should just make yourself
Owl
full
or
screen.
meeting?
Nobody wants to see us. We want to see meat.
You want to see me? Okay.
Or do the one with like all the small boxes next to it.
Okay.
There you go.
Show the meat.
All right.
All right, show them the meat.
So we're going to appetize some armadillo eggs. So this is a cheese stuffed jalapeno wrapped in ground beef, wrapped in bacon because everything's better wrapped in bacon.
Oh my God! Why is that?
Glazed at the end.
I can smell
no.
it from here. I want it.
Jalapeno.
I see a
stuffed
flaw.
cheese.
I see a flaw with the virtual format.
We have a
Yeah, we don't get any of the
on
goodies.
my laptop now. It's cool. Oh, barbecue.
I have to not get so close next time.
Barbecue flavored
Where's
meat
the plates?
laptop.
Matt will be enjoying that for a while. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. And here's this book's now covered and it's fine.
The real question, though, Matt, what are you going to drink with that?
That's a good question. I haven't decided that yet. I was just going to eat it first.
Hey, but Matt, that does not beat this.
So Ben says we should do this 25-year bin rate. I think that'll work just fine.
Canned haggis, Eric. Canned haggis.
That's so
That's just
vile.
wrong.
Jesus falling out of my
That's like one of those cocktail wieners.
There you go.
If you're in a spot, I guess.
Yeah, meat porn, exactly. Hey, we told you if the COVID wasn't happening, Brian would be down there serving all you guys with stuff right now.
I know.
You think about that. That's
I would have
the
spent so much money at your truck next year. It would have been a problem. Like,
Oh,
I have to say, I've
You'd
never
enjoy it.
tried.
I love that one, Eric. I love that one.
Never had one.
I tried that at a store one time, and I had them pour me three separate times. It was supposed to be a sample. I was just like, "Can I try it one more time? Can I try it one more time?"
I don't think I quite got that. Can I have one more?
Yeah.
Sarah, missing you over here.
Yeah, like, sorry. I got a child asleep.
Lost a little cheese.
The whole Rona. You got the shiny man, freaking big man.
I understand.
So, Eric, what are you drinking?
We're gonna go with some more bacon wrap goodness here too.
Is it another Eric or is it just me?
Eric.
Me?
Yeah, what are you drinking?
Oh, so this is that Taracano single malt 16-year-old Oloroso and Moscatel cask finish. Currently doing a series on Irish whiskeys at the end of March.
Yeah.
So I'm doing an intensive study of Irish whiskey And I think I have a newfound love. I really had never spent much time with Ireland before. And I'm really enjoying it. And become friends with a guy named Barry Chandler, who's from Ireland, from Cork, but he lives here in California now. He has a group of American Irish whiskey fans, or Irish whiskey fans of America, and a channel called Sip and Stories. He's more focused on storytelling with Irish whiskey. And so I'm talking to Daniel Whittington. Hopefully next year we can go to Bachelor's Ball again. We need someone because we have bourbon people, we have Scotch people, and then there's a sprinkling here and there. People do some Irish whiskeys, but we don't have like a real Irish person. So I think
Donald.
we have someone who would be a great Irish representative.
Do you know Donald?
I'm sorry. Do you know Donald? Do you know?
I know Donald.
Irish whiskey Yoda.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. No, you're talking about somebody different. I was talking about Donald from Glendalough.
Oh, Glendalough?
Yeah. No, Glendalough.
Glendalough. Oh, okay.
No, Glendalough.
Okay.
Well, no, I only corrected you because it sounded like you were correcting me. And I was like, no, damn it, I'm right.
Glendalough is how you say it.
It's Glendalough.
It's Glendalough. It means Valley of Two Lakes. Glendalough.
So, I mean, I don't pretend to be Irish, but like the guy that is the marketing guy from Glendalough pronounces it Glendalough.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Barry Chandler says it's Glendalough, but he's from Cork.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ed's also been wrong before, though. So
That other Glen whiskey.
Never.
So
we got to get Brian the full proof here for the first time. Weller full proof.
Never had the full proof.
It's all good. We have all sorts of good shit here tonight.
now you have your
familiar Weller profile, obviously. But.
Yeah. Hopefully everyone in the chat is sharing whiskey with someone this evening. Even if you just has left samples at each other's doors. Something new for the evening, I'm hoping.
Yeah.
So we have lots of new shit tonight. So it's good.
So Roy, are you drinking anything at the moment?
I'm probably drinking 2 drams. I still have a tiny bit left of the Cowdered Barrel Texas Whiskey Blend. This was batch 1 from last year.
That's such a good one, Roy. That's a fantastic whiskey.
It's powerful. You would think it was more than 58 because it's just so full on, right? It's and in the other glass, I've got one that I only just opened recently because there was a lot of feedback about this being actually quite a good Lagavulin. It's the Offerman 11-year-old.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good one.
And for me, obviously there's a much sweeter thing going on in here, probably sherry cask, of course. But I like my Lagavulins pure and dry and pale, right? Like more akin to the 12-year-old, but it is a good whiskey. Yes, it's Lagavulin. Come on. I think Lagavulin right now is getting better.
Totally agree with you, Roy. Yep.
I don't want to speak too soon. You know, they went off the boil for a few years. I think they're coming back. The 12-year-old seems to be super reliable every year. It's getting more expensive, of course.
It is a great whiskey, though.
But the Lagavulins that's coming out, and I have to say, the Fashil release this year, okay, it wasn't a cheap whiskey. It was £190, but it was 20-year-old Lagavulin. So in context, cast strength Lagavulin, 20 years old for £190. Actually, that's along the same price as the Ardbeg Trevan, right? So good value too.
Yeah.
Good value too.
Drew, what are you drinking? I missed that.
Well, what do you think I'm drinking?
Deanston.
Duh. It's a Deanston. I don't have glasses on. I can't see that far.
Yeah. Deanston 20. I thought I'd break it out tonight and have a glass.
Drew's on brand. Listen, when Eric held up that can of haggis, Drew, it evoked a wee memory. I hope you don't mind me sharing.
Okay.
It was Mark and Drew. I had the pleasure of their company in Edinburgh, and I took them to the vaults, the SMWS vaults in Edinburgh, and we had some food there. And I really bullied them into ordering haggis on the condition that if they didn't like it, I would take the haggis, and they could eat what I had ordered. I don't remember. I just ordered like a chicken pie or whatever. And anyway, this food came out and it was kind of served up. And I guess because this thing where natural or traditional haggis, because of the lights of a sheep is part of the ingredients in there. That's sheep lungs, sheep stomach, things like that. Once upon a time, it was banned, because of that reason. So there's this idea that perhaps in the American psyche that haggis is poisonous or bad to eat or something. Whereas anybody that's ever looked at the ingredients in a hot dog will know. Anyway, this food was served at the vaults, and it was with some nice mashed potato and neeps, we would say, mashed turnips and things. You both looked at it suspiciously, and you both stuck a fork in and just kind of ever so gingerly took a little taste of it and went, that's not bad, but can I have the chicken pie, please?
Well, Roy, meanwhile, Roy's like, that's pretty damn good to me. I don't know what you guys are talking about, Roy.
Roy, the first time I had it, you ordered breakfast. And there's little things, and there was some tomato, and they had coffee. It was sort of like breakfast. And I think we were sort of busy in the conversation that I was eating things without knowing what it was, really. And then I was like, what's this? If I recall correctly, and you're like, that's haggis. I was like, it's all right to me.
Right.
What's the big whoop?
Yeah. And it's just savory. I mean, any sausage is just kind of the offals, the OFFAL offal is just the stuff that you wouldn't have as a prime cut or a slice of meat or something. It's just made from the offals. So sausage, chorizo, salami, wherever you're from. And I guess that in Scotland, that's what we did. And the meat happened to be mutton, sheep, and we would mix it with kind of grains, and so that you can have grain in it and things like that as well. It's fine. Anybody that comes to Scotland and wants to eat haggis, I'd be more than happy.
Haggis has oats in it, right?
Yes.
Oats.
Yeah.
So we have boudin. We just put rice in ours. So I mean, we eat stuff down here on the bayou nobody knows about. Whoa. So that's okay.
I would say if you open canned haggis, it smells like Alpo dog food.
We've actually got a company here in Milwaukee called Maxke's Highland Foods who does haggis. They just can't put lung in theirs. They're not allowed to put lung in it. It's still banned by the U.S. government. So they can do everything else, just no lung.
Lung. So it's still pretty good. Though.
It's still pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why is lung banned? I mean, I don't know anything about it. Why is it banned?
I'm not sure if it was the fact that it was lung or if it was to do with stomach or intestine or whatever it might have been, but it was just seen as being potentially dangerous at the time. There's lots of that stuff goes on, right? But I mean, it's super safe to eat now. It's as safe as any other meat of a similar style. And what was once peasant food, I think that's the same the world over. There was a time where we all had this kind of peasant food thing that's had a resurgence, newer ways to prepare it, the understanding of how good it actually is nutritionally. It brings a lot more than just straight protein and meat. So that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, lobster used to be kind of like that. Lobster is now a delicacy. But it used to be just kind of the junk food. Yeah.
And that's true.
Yeah.
So this is from Grand Food in Ayrshire. That is.
Yeah, we want to say happy birthday to Lilith and to Chris out there in Australia. Good friends of ours. We appreciate it. Happy birthday to you guys. Hope you had an awesome birthday.
Happy birthday.
Well, I think Brian will cut you some up. Okay.
All right, Brian. We got a fatty for you.
We've got a Jeremy in. A Jeremy has appeared.
Yeah, I snuck in on the talking sausage, Roy.
I didn't recognize you as you came in upside down there.
There was a temptation. There was a very big temptation.
It's coming.
I don't even mean this like facetious. The joke about Australian people being upside down will never not be old. It's so good.
Wrapped in bacon.
Nice.
Yum.
Obviously, you wrap it in bacon.
Yeah.
Brian showed his
These
meat
called
off.
fatty. You roll and smoke a fatty.
Has William left there? Like, where is he?
Would you leave, Sarah? Would you?
He
I
better
would.
be headed back over here.
I don't know. He's currently drinking.
I kind of feel that I'm going down a highway in a bus and there is no driver.
Yeah, this is a little different.
Is that? Or the drivers are swapping right now.
I think that's what it's going to be like most of the night, right?
Well,
everybody Uber here, so we're all good.
Houses, Matt.
I was going to say, Roy, the concern is we're used to driving on the correct side of the road. So the worry is they're all on the wrong side.
No. We understand that here. We're sorry.
Yeah.
Yet.
Aren't there only like 3 countries that do it your way? India, Britain, Australia. Oh, and New Zealand. Okay. 4.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, Ed. You point out that there are only 4 civilized countries. Yes.
I knew that's where that was going.
Got him.
It used to be a lot more countries driving on the correct side as well. So was it Sweden changed over in the late 70s, and everyone's progressively sort of flicked over, and there's a island,
because things can change as people realize the error of their ways. Like changing your mind is a sign of maturity.
It was to confuse the moose. So the moose goes to that one side, commit suicide, swap sides, just confuse moose.
The moose are like the man-hunting tigers. You got to trick them every couple generations. You switch it up. Otherwise, they can start coming after you.
Nice flock of moosin. Yes.
The alligators don't care which side of the road you're on. They're just gonna be in your way.
And they're not going to move, are they?
They'll actually just bite your tire or your bumper.
That's right. They come. Their skin is basically a big speed bump, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I gotta say, alligator's pretty tasty though. I've had or at least alligator jerky is the only thing I haven't had it fresh. I've just had alligator jerky. That was
like an alligator sauce pecan. You get the tail meat and you cut it all up and you put it in stewed tomato and onions and just cooks and cooks. You put it over rice. Oh, so good.
Every time we talk to Lee, she makes us hungry every single time.
Can't help it. Bring that next year, Lee. That's going to be a requirement.
Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Some pralines. I'll get my husband to make some pralines.
Cheers to Phil out there in California Whiskey Mystery. He's on. Just say hi to you and hope you guys are doing safe out there. All the fires.
Yeah, Eric, are you safe? Are you in the middle of that?
I don't go outside my house. It's I can see the sun right there, and looks like a pumpkin.
Wow.
Just bright orange. Looks like a pumpkin.
Just Eric, can you keep the fires this year? We had enough last year.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, we have another hurricane coming.
We have just locally in California.
Oh, really? No kidding.
So Eric, if I could just take the next hurricane and just push it across Texas straight up to you, if possible. I would do it instead of it coming here Tuesday. We had enough with Laura.
Well, so here's my plan. If we see, you have the problem with the alligators eating people. We have problem with floods, and have problem with people trying to sneak into the country. If we dug a trench, took the water from the floods, and then put in the alligators,
I better give them some
problem.
Or they won't be.
Wouldn't you just encourage earthquakes already?
There you go.
No, I grab it. I brought my glove.
Okay.
On the topic of dangerous animals, did you guys see Nicolas Cage is going to do a movie where he plays the Tiger King?
I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So excited about it.
Nick Cage can be the new Tiger King.
Oh, I can't
Joey
wait.
Sonic.
Yes, I saw it.
Bless his heart.
Oh, I'm so
Oh
excited.
no.
I missed that part of COVID. I missed the everybody watching Tiger King and
Comes together.
flying up, eating all the food that you have in your freezer and stuff. That was the fun part of COVID.
Plus, it's pretty obvious that lady murdered her husband. And now that guy's like, yeah, my husband totally put him through the grinder. I'm like, that's nice. So,
Yeah.
Gotta love American TV.
there you go.
So, as Roy said, 4 civilized countries.
Yeah. Where the kings just chop the wives' heads off when he doesn't want her anymore. But,
Are you really trying to say Australia is a civilized country? I'm pretty sure your prime minister is a giant ridden by a tiny man in a leather cape.
That does track, but a lot of the animals keep the population down as it is. So
everything could kill you down there.
Plus, you got them drop bears hanging out. You don't want to
drop bears. Magpies are starting to swoop soon. They're fierce.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, cassowaries, or AKA the murder bird. Yeah, all the fun stuff. All the good animals.
Yes.
So is there a bottle you guys had this year that just blown you away?
All right, here's some burnt ends for them.
Ooh.
So what was that, Drew?
Oh, man.
All right, Brian's bringing is brought the gas. Shoot in the floor, but there's little sheets of it, man.
So the question that was, has anyone had a bottle that has blown them away this year so far?
Thank you.
So good.
I'm looking through my backlog at the moment.
Yeah, okay, just put it on here and I'll pass it around.
I've had many.
Does anyone have a bottle of what?
So a bottle that blew them away this year. While Eric looks. Oh, there we go.
I mean, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Eric.
More in here.
Oh yeah.
What is that? I can't see it.
This is the Joseph Magnus cigar blend. Probably about $185 to $200.
Oh, I was gonna say.
It's at 60. This is batch 21, 62.15%. Absolutely a delicate and layered bourbon. You would think of this ABV, it would be a smack upside the head, or kind of like more like Balcones, and it's not. Very gentle, very layered, a lot of finesse and elegance, and absolutely superb whiskey. Probably my whiskey of the year, but I don't know yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you a little bit, Eric. Just because I can't think of a better example, but there's the regular Joseph Magnus, the triple cask. I bought that just because I actually went to the store to buy something completely different, and I randomly picked that one up, and I just was like, oh my god, this is amazing. People have been telling me to buy it for years.
Like twice big, like you got to cook it twice.
Super good.
So actually, I found a half bottle of this down in Texas and drank it over a weekend when I was down there.
I don't know bourbon hardly at all. Is that something that's available in store?
Yeah, so this is a finished bourbon with cognac or Armagnac, Oloroso, or was it Oloroso and it's sherry cognac.
Sherry and cognac.
It does not taste like your standard bourbon. This would be like something awesome for someone who likes sherified, the term I coined, copyright 2020 whiskey studies. If you really like sherified scotches, you're gonna love this as well. Really,
all right,
really nice.
I'll keep my eye out.
$100. Bill got it for 100.
Chill.
For about $100. It's an absolutely killer.
Exactly. Yeah. This was almost exactly $100 for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we got the next meat. So Brian's gonna tell us.
Sarah, this is on its way to you, but so this is our signature, our pork belly burnt ends.
Fucking better.
And we've won some awards for these bad boys. Most recently, the People's Choice Award at the Bedford Blues and Barbecue Festival. We actually just shot a video for them to give a tutorial on these things, but uses our meat massage. That was the first rub that we introduced. A lot of sweet.
I'm drooling all over my beard.
Yeah. It's almost not worth making jokes. It's just too easy.
I throw some fists.
Yeah, so this meat is the same stuff that you make bacon out of. Like, it's the same cut of meat, but we just cube it up. I don't know, 1.5 cube sort of thing. Takes about 5 hours to cook. An absolute flavor explosion.
That is an understatement.
Yeah.
I love these things.
This is getting difficult. I should be going to bed, and what I'm actually going to do is get in a cab and go to a food shop. We've got bacon as the backdrop, and somebody telling us about burnt ends, which don't sound like they should be delicious.
Awesome.
My God.
If I'm cooking, I'm not allowed to cook something for the Crusaders and not cook these things. Sarah threatens me.
Mm-hmm.
I
know where you live, so I mean.
Yeah, it's now most people that I've cooked it for, if I go cook another thing for them, they always say, "You can do the brisket, but make sure you bring some of those burnt ends over."
Huh?
Wow.
I gotta smoke a butt tomorrow. That's for sure.
Now,
there you go.
I'm gonna interrupt here because I've been so busy with work and stuff. I haven't actually caught a Roy live stream since the set change, and I've got to say, Roy, that is a fantastic looking area now compared to the old home office. It is fantastic.
The last time that when Leanne was here, it was Leanne that called what was previously my studio. She referred to it as a lair.
Yeah. No, I remember watching Leanne.
It was just a tiny little spare room upstairs. And we used to have every year we would have a Spanish girl coming to live with us for a year, on a kind of an exchange, an English exchange program. And so she would have this bedroom, but when the last one left, I took this room, and it's given me a lot more space. So next time, Leanne, you'll get to hang out in much more
in the lounge.
If you don't see it off the top, no, I wouldn't do it.
It is. It's great.
I'll share my blow-away bottle for the year whilst all that meat is getting done, which is just salivating inducing. So many people might know I was doing the budget challenge, and Brad, for my birthday, sent me a whole heap of Master of Malt samples. And I'd had Compass Box No Name before, but for some reason that reset from drinking nothing but budget whiskies just took on a whole other level of absolute gorgeous and complexity.
Do you know what you make a great point, Jeremy? And I think that's one of these things that there's a couple of reasons that we need to stay connected with cheaper whiskies. The first one is exactly as you illustrate, that the contrast of moving to these special whiskies that our palate and brain has adjusted to and we take for granted. That having that contrast back again is refreshing. And we also have to stay connected with the gateway whiskies that brought us into this amazing landscape. And I think that when you stay connected to the gateway stuff, I think it protects you a little bit from becoming a bit privileged and spoiled and a wee bit snobbish, I think.
It also reminds you just how good some of that cheap stuff is. Like, and I say cheap in a purely subjective fashion, but
it's subjective. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I remember drinking Teachers in university because it was very accessible and within my budget, and I had dismissed it for the last 18 odd years as a beverage, and I found immense joy in it. Like, I'd forgotten how good it was. There are more.
Stay cheap whiskey.
So apparently Jason says there's more animals to kill in Australia than here.
Who loves that? All from the barrel. All from the barrel. Nothing artificial about that.
That's not a healthy color.
Zach Andrews, we should be in Austin. Fuck COVID. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Zach.
Yep.
So Zach, I got to know Zach because of that last year. So he became my friend because Mark JG, who is responsible for that beautiful Aquavite emblem up there in the new studio, had an extra ticket to the Bastards Ball. And so I got to go with Mark. And I got to meet Zach and his lovely wife, Sarah. And to me, that's what that was all about. And that's what La Quinta was all about. Because then I see that guy with the funny accent. Not that guy. Sorry, I didn't know you. The one up there. I saw him across the room. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I'm like throwing out Mardi Gras beads. And Bill says, hey, do I have to take my clothes off to have some Mardi Gras beads? I'm like, no, that's okay.
You would too. You totally would.
And then I see Sarah and all of her Technicolor, because she was completely rainbowed then. And it was like, oh my gosh, these are my people. I have never met you, but you're all my people. And it was a really good community thing. And, that was awesome. Going and eating Mexican breakfast to soak up all the alcohol from the night before was really awesome. And then I wanted to share the one thing of Roy. I had this great picture of Roy talking. We're kind of like, we are all like little evangelists around, the disciples here. And this couple from California, I think, brought a Deanston, was it a Bordeaux?
2008 Bordeaux cask. It was Joy Cave.
So they gave him that. And some people were like, oh, great, they're going to put it in their bag. He's like, let's open it up now. Pop. And then he started just pouring to anybody and everyone around. And I'm like, that's what this is all about. This is some really good stuff in the glass, but it's the people that you drink it with and that pour it that make it worth doing.
Just rub it in, Leanne. I was supposed to be there this year, and I cancelled. I knew the ball wasn't going to go ahead a little bit before the boys announced it, and I still cancelled my plans 2 weeks after I knew. just in that small teensy wincy hope things would open up. But yeah.
Well, let's take in the spirit of what Zach said, screw COVID, and the spirit of what Leanne said, the spirit of community, and what you're talking about there, Jeremy. Let's raise a glass to 2021 being a shit ton better than 2020.
100%. 100%.
Please, baby Jesus in the basket.
This is a nice alternative to have. Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to go grab myself a dram now because I just walked in.
We have two dummies now.
Is that Sean?
I got my giant bag of whiskey, so hold on. I'll cheers in a minute.
It kind of brings to mind to sort of dovetail on what Roy said. One of the things I felt that I think is sort of my, I don't know, duty or responsibility or goals is to take our mind off all the bull crap and give our viewers, everybody else, something else to think about. Remind there's still good things enjoying in this life, despite all the crap that's going on. For this time frame of moment, for this moment, put all that out and let's talk about things that are still to be thankful for, things that are enjoyable in life, and shove that out and focus on this, and to remain positive despite all the scuba I got to deal with during the day. To come home, do a video, get myself in the mental mood to be an energetic, positive video and put out some content for the viewers, whether it's live or in a video. And it's been sort of my mission or whatever to keep doing that, because I know there are a lot of people that kind of go, God, I'm sick of this crap. But they watch one of our videos and it's like mentally it puts that out for just at least
I think you're right. I think whiskey gives us that space. That we're encouraged to forget the things that divide, and we're excited to kind of connect with the things that unite us. And I think it's a privilege, and we should try to preserve that for as long as we can, because even when you are diametrically opposed to the politics or whatever it is to somebody you're hanging out with, what you're through whiskey, you're forced to see the person. You're forced to see that they're a good person.
Erica's heading out, everyone. She didn't want me to tell you because she's shy, but I wanted you to know.
Bye,
Erica.
I didn't want him to interrupt.
Love you, Erica.
Because I'm not rude, unlike him.
Bye, Erica.
Everybody. Bye.
Good night, Erica. Good night.
Bye.
I see a Sean Sublette.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm very well. Hey, Sean. I know a secret. I know a secret.
What's the secret?
But it's on what Roy was saying and Eric was saying is the community with just the whiskey tubers, but also the fans and the crossover and stuff like that. I think we've mutually kept each other far more mentally healthy because of the connections that we have, regardless of the time zones, regardless of what is happening in our personal lives and stuff like that. Where possible, we've always made time for each other, and that happened well before COVID. Because
absolutely,
this is a fantastic, absolutely fantastic group of people, and yeah, it's been a very beneficial thing. Crime and Criminal Misconduct Commission. What are you going on about? That's
you guys kind of got me thinking. It's a little bit to a slightly lesser degree, but like when I'm done with work and I go upstairs and I sit on the couch and I have a beer or I have a whiskey or whatever, like that's that relaxing point of the day. And I realize that there's a lot of people, and especially people watching here, who we get to be a part of that moment for them. And that's pretty cool. Like to a far lesser degree, like the video, Eric, that you put out earlier was Scott kind of talking about that guy who watched videos and only drank during the video. Right. So like that's something I can kind of relate to, not on the depth that guy was with his whole wife and everything, but more just like watch a thing, learn about what you love, drink along with it, and then that's your calm moment. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of a cool concept. So,
yeah.
And bizarrely, drinking with a purpose and drinking with friends, even if they are in a virtual space, is just an absolute delight and a very healthy way to enjoy our hobby.
For sure.
Yeah, it's been a journey from us from the beginning, and still a journey going forward.
Mm-hmm. I think it was.
Yeah, you guys are seasoned. You guys have got to be 5 years now, right? Scotch for Dummies.
Yeah, we're over 5 years now.
Wow. Yeah, the big thing about that is that channels can go 5 years. The commitment is huge. It's a huge testament to effort and things. But you're 4 separate, different guys.
Yeah.
So logistically, you're challenged so much more than so many other channels.
It's hell, Roy.
You guys that put out only one person on your channel have no idea the
it's hell.
Yeah.
Listen, I was just about to raise a glass on that positive note and back out, and then Scott appears. Now I have to go to a weekend and,
Scott.
How's it going, everybody?
I don't think I've met Scott before. So, hello, Scott.
How are you doing?
Mate, I'm good. Yourself?
Good, thank you.
Hi, Scott. Scott's actually Scott's like 10 minutes away from me, actually.
Are you guys really that close? Wow.
Yeah, we're not that far at all. Ed, how are you feeling?
I'm doing a lot better. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. It was a tough month, but I'm doing a lot better.
Yeah, good.
I actually had to take the COVID test last Tuesday because I had the symptoms.
Well, if it's
I hope you're negative.
No, yeah, it came back negative. It was just a weird 24-hour thing. Where I had all it lasted 24 hours, and then I felt tired for a couple of days, and then went away. But I couldn't go back to work until I took a test.
You were going to say, for someone who's so positive, Eric, I think that was the first negative thing you've done for a while.
Eric, you weren't pregnant then, hey?
Well, I took a VB test. I came back negative, and I'm in my second trimester. So I'm expecting somewhere around.
You're showing a little bit, Eric.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't envy you guys that have just the one person on the channel, because I have the ability to bugger off and do work stuff and whatnot. And there are other idiots on Cast Strength that post whatever it is that we do on that channel.
It's tough. Like, I don't have my video filmed for next Thursday. I don't even know what it's not even written yet. So that's just, it's tough when you're in that situation.
Well, you write shit?
I learned early on that if I get stuff wrong, I hear about it literally.
I'll give you the secret. I'll give you the secret, Bill. When in doubt, just take your shirt off. That always works.
Take my shirt off.
Ed's good at that.
Yeah. I'm sure about that tip. Don't listen to that guy.
That only works at Mardi Gras.
I was going to say this.
It works year round.
Yeah, Ed did send me a script the other day. That's what he did. He sent me a script and just said, "Take shirt off." I'm like, okay, there we go.
So Ben brought this 25-year Knob Creek. That's a Kentucky single barrel of it. So we're gonna open this up for Brian since he provided all this awesome barbecue, and he's a huge Booker's fan. So the best we could never beat his Booker's collection, but we can certainly try and present. He definitely doesn't own. He also brought us Big Man Small Batch. So we're looking.
So just so you know,
really,
now that he's done, now that he's cooked all that, right? now that you've cooked all that, remember this is your practice run. This is your practice run for next
Sarah
year.
and Will, you'll get a sample. This might not be this week.
Sarah's like, Will would never come back over here, and now his heavy ass is over here, and he didn't bring that.
No, I want a sample of the that, but I want some Big Man Small Batch. I didn't see that in here, Matt.
No, I'm sorry. He got here after. We were just trying to get you guys meat.
You know I like the meat, but Big Man Small Batch.
We got a gift from Mr. Travis.
Oh, all right, hold on. He's opening their gift. We have to let Will and Sarah open the gift.
Yeah, we can make ourselves big. Hang on a second.
Yes, please.
Huge.
So we got this awesome gift from Travis. So they told us not to open it until we were live on stream. I did as I was told.
Oh, I hope it's a giant dildo.
Way to ruin the surprise.
Quote of the night. Me too.
Oh God, I can see what it is through the package already.
So, Brian? Nope.
Oh God.
Nope.
Oh God. Oh God. Why?
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Is that bad or
no?
It's coming.
Ed's gonna take a chug for you right now. Just
way worse than that.
It's fine.
Do you want one of these instead?
I prefer that actually.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
God,
get,
I don't know
no.
what worse, White Walker or Malort. They're both pretty awful.
Get that son of a bitch out. Get it out. Get it out. What are you hiding it for? We're doing Malort
Just
shots.
remember, Ed survived COVID because of Malort.
Come on. Everybody who's got some Malort, we're doing Malort shots.
His body was well trained by
You're
Malort.
doing it. You're doing it. If you've got
Yeah.
the bottle, you're doing it.
Baby.
If you're
Not
the
my
smart
house.
if you're one of the smart ones, you don't have that bottle.
Right.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
That's
Chat.
the rest of the
Peer pressure.
No.
Peer pressure.
That has to be like 100. Yeah. So we got this from Sam. We got make Will take a shot. So thanks, Sam. We appreciate it.
And while you guys are doing that shot, we just want to say thanks you guys for inviting us. We're going to take off. We got our wives waiting on us, but it's good to see
All right.
you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I love you guys.
Tell your wives I
guys.
said, hey.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, chat.
I'm gonna take my cue as well. We hit 3 a.m.
Yeah.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning over here for me. I'm gonna leave it to the Americans and the token Aussie. But I'll
Roy,
raise
thanks
this
for
little
everything tonight.
Thanks, Roy.
Great job, Roy.
Setting up the
All right, this
quiz and all of
Great
that.
job. Miss you, brother.
Cheers,
Yeah,
Roy.
miss you too, and Will and Shara, well done on winning tonight. All the guys that never made it, we will get together. It will happen again. It's great to just hang out. I can sense the vibe is already starting to feel a wee bit like that wonderful chaos of La Quinta. So go ahead, go forth and recreate that for everyone that can make it and hang out. Thanks to everybody in the chat for hanging out with us again. You're all very, very dearly loved, and I look forward to hanging out with you all.
Cheers, Roy.
Cheers,
Cheers, Roy. Slime to y'all.
Sleep well.
Enjoy church, Roy, because it's church day, remember?
All right, back to the casket can. Will needs to drink some goddamn Malort. We're not letting this go.
Ed.
Well, Sarah, I love you.
It's easy to get Ed off the Malort.
No.
Hey, hold on one second, everybody. Hold on.
There you go. We also got $2 from Bill.
I thought that was a kangaroo.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah,
no,
sorry, this is slightly off topic, but it's worth mentioning. So Matthew Parks a while ago mentioned that he also had COVID, and he kind of binge watched WhiskeyTube channels as a way to kill time. So just since we were on the topic, like, congrats,
cool,
Matt. I'm glad you made it. Glad everything's good.
Yeah.
But now back to the Malort.
No. Back to the Malort. We won tonight. We shouldn't have to drink crappy, shitty stuff.
What does that have to do? That does not have anything to do with
You get to reward yourself.
All right.
That is not a reward.
Malort is its own thing.
For all of us.
Malort is its own thing.
But do you know what? Okay, Ed,
they'll drink it.
Ed, do you know what Malort means? It's Gaelic for whale enema.
Just think about how much ambergris is worth.
Yeah.
Just like San Diego means whale's vagina. Malort means whale enema.
Right. Yeah.
I almost believed Eric there for a second.
I know. I was like, oh well, Mal means bad. So I mean, somehow maybe some bad something.
He's
bad word.
All right. Well, I'll drink Malort for you. Fine. Because you're a big coward. Whatever.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You don't deserve that beard, Will.
Crusaders take a shot.
All right, Will, Sarah.
All three Crusaders.
Well, force, man. We got a funnel over here.
But we also have we need $100. It's very important. Because Willard's horrible.
Well, you got $100 right
No.
now.
Incoming.
That's one of the things we do at my liquor store. Like your rite of initiation is you have to go up to the bar and take a shot of Malort.
Oh, that's a requirement here for every new event. Every new person to here gets to drink a shot of Malort. We tell them it's a really good new whiskey you need to try.
Ed, that's fake. That's fake news. I've been in there before.
And he comes up to it, like, Karen, I got this beautiful whiskey you need to try. And they drink Malort, and and we all laugh our asses off them because it's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, I love that it says liqueur on it too. So like, if you took 2 seconds to look at it, you'd be like, "This isn't even a whiskey."
Oh yeah, no.
Oh,
I got indoctrinated with it.
We don't tell them what it is. We just have them at Glen Karen.
Check this out. Check this motherfucker out. The makers of Malort just came out with a bourbon.
I know. How is the bourbon?
Really?
We haven't tried it yet. I'm trying to convince Erica we should drink it together, and she's refusing.
Holy! What?
Because she's smart.
Why do you try and break up with that woman by torturing her?
I think so. She's clearly the brains of the organization.
So Travis brought us another gift. He brought me this gift of Kentucky Dale. He says it costs all of $1.99 in Oklahoma.
God, Kentucky Dale.
So I'm gonna it's gonna be really good.
It's no Kentucky Pete, but whatever.
Hey Matt,
it's at least 8% vodka.
Matt, I'm sorry. Is that a bourbon or what?
Do what now, Bill?
What is that? A bourbon or is it what?
It is a 20% vodka and
20% whiskey.
80% vodka. 80% vodka, 20% whiskey. It's a blended whiskey for $2. So we got that going for us.
If your whiskey's cheaper than Windex, don't do it.
Oh my God. I love how we refer to that as a blended whiskey.
I know.
A blended whiskey. That's the first time I've ever heard of 80% vodka and 20% whiskey.
So good.
Yeah. Don't listen to
Jason!
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah, hey, Roy just donated $20.
Oh, perfect.
Hey, don't listen to
Thanks,
Eric's
Roy.
daily
Sleep
gift.
well, buddy.
Great for the Hey, thanks, Roy. I really appreciate it.
So, Jason, what have you been up to in the last little while?
Thank you very much, Roy.
I went out for
Oh, this is for Big Sexy to drink. $8.88 for Malort. All right, there you go, Travis.
He twisted his arm. He was going to pay you $4 to do it.
They won't let you just do a
Sorry, Jason. After you left in disgrace, what did you?
That's exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna need more money than that, Mark.
Oh,
See?
Jason, your video and audio kind of suck. I don't know what's going on.
no, it should work. Nice, bro. 15.
It's better now. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jason.
after I mixed up. Oh, what the hell's going on?
It's because your voice is too powerful for
Your
the instant.
video quality is about as good as your trivia skills.
Ben.
Oh,
Man has spoken.
For Bill, literally the gloves are
we have
coming
to do
off.
Malort sauce.
He said it.
Get
it out, bitches.
Oh my gosh.
You know what has to happen,
Not that you guys are all pussies. Man up.
I'm taking a shot.
No one sent me any Malort. I would have had a shot otherwise.
I could make a very off-color joke, but I don't know some of y'all.
Oh, you should absolutely make it
Go
all
for
color.
it. Go for it.
All colors are accepted here. I don't see color.
Maduro finishing cast. It's just absolutely outstanding.
The best whiskey you will ever try.
Very floral on the nose.
It's important one. Hey, it's our best liqueur review. Yeah, we can all get it.
You poured like nothing. Oh.
Yeah, no.
We had a share. It's fine.
Yeah,
Jesus, man. Holy fuck, dude.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
First of all, I did the date for when MGP became.
God, that's bad.
Oh.
Not that bad. I don't like it. It's fucking
Yeah.
I did the date. I didn't go back as far as Seagram.
Not Denver, and not Paul John.
I heard you, Jason.
Like World Challenge?
Yeah.
I'd much rather drink World Challenge. I'll drink World Challenge. That's not a problem.
I mean, I've also been indoctrinated.
I think you gotta wait, Jason.
Yeah, Matt's got too many people making noise over there.
There's a party in one square.
I feel like Matt's house gonna be like a super spreader event just of Malort based diseases.
I can mute Matt. We're okay.
Hey, you want to know something fun? The bar that is above my liquor store, like we're the same company. They did Malort slushies for a Brewers game.
That's bad.
It was yeah.
Why is that a thing?
Isn't that against the law?
It should be.
Should be.
Like
Yeah.
cruelty?
There was a question earlier. Have you had a whiskey this year that absolutely blew you away? I got to say, this 25th anniversary Knob Creek.
Yeah,
that's it, man.
That's good.
I'm a big Booker's whore, and
I don't think
Yeah.
Jason's even paying attention.
I'm with you though. Honestly, like Booker's for me was such a huge deal. Until they raised the price, and then I was just pissed off at him. But I'm tempted to get that 25.
Hey Ed.
Hey, you know what? Like, honestly, I'm going. Yeah, like you have actually good palate cleanser.
It's all right, Scott. I knew what you were.
Okay. There we go.
Oh God, the
You're
flavor is
gonna
so
have to watch Bill though, because
Wow.
he can power fist you.
Yeah, he's gonna, so the real question is, Bill, have you ever had Malort, Bill?
I haven't had it yet. No, I almost got it the other
Make
day.
that happen in a blind sample pack for you. We need to
Well,
send you
so-
some. And for your Wheel of Doom, you definitely need some.
Yeah, well, so when COVID's over and I inevitably make my way over to your place, Matt, like I kind of want that to be when I have Malort.
All right, we can make that
Shake
happen.
it up a little bit.
I've not had Malort orally.
What?
Who's missing?
I mean, I feel like that would just burn any other way.
It's just bad. Either way, it's just bad.
It's disgusting.
Thank you.
Did you get a cleanser?
For that. Yeah, that was a cleanser, dude. Yeah, no, honestly, like bacon.
All I heard
I'm
was
sad that Bobby and Sam can't be here tonight.
It's got
bitter aftertaste.
Hey, Pat, how's it going? All right, so we're gonna.
What's up, Patty?
What's going on?
All right.
In this.
All
Patty
right.
Bologna. Yeah.
Why are you getting that out?
It's good. Good.
You're too late, man. They were talking about sausage like an hour ago.
Probably be talking about it again in about 2 hours, but
Nice.
so we're gonna crack this bad boy.
Shut
Yeah,
up.
if you guys don't know, that's Big Man Swatch, which is the best Booker's as far as bourbon ever made, as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing better.
Okay.
What is it?
All right, so
Big
Booker's
who
man.
wants to be honored?
Big Man Small Bag.
I'll pour it. Matt, you pour.
Holy fuck! Is this that we really love this year? Little Book Chapter.
Like I only have 12.
I never tell people how many bottles of that I have.
Alrighty then.
Did you know about it when you?
So then he's gonna put these
the
beef
first-
ribs out.
This is a story for everybody. The first bottle of Big Man I ever had was when it came out in 2015, and me and 3 other guys, we finished the whole bottle in a night.
Damn.
Oh,
And it's yeah, and that's some uncut, unfiltered, barrel proof knocking
Yeah.
a tea with 64 something. I think.
60, yeah, 128.7, 2015-01.
And then
After you drink all that, what was it like to wake up 2 days later?
like $55 a pop.
I
Now
was gonna say, what's wrong with that? Like last time I had Bookers, we punished off for
I'll
bottles.
tell you what I'm paying for now, but I think my wife might be watching the stream.
$50.
I remember seeing VTAC.
Yeah, they're like $30 now because it's old. Nobody wants the old stuff anymore.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, I've turned up a couple bottles of Booker's before on stream, and I can't imagine going through a whole bottle in a night. Yeah, how many people are we talking? Like 3 or 10 or what?
It was 4 of us total. There was one guy that had 1 pour. One guy had 1 pour, and then I'm sorry, a 5th guy had 1 pour. The other 4 of us finished the rest of it.
That's doable. I can see that.
Yeah,
That's a Galladay version.
that's still a good night.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm proud of it, but
Didn't Josh polish off half?
I'm not
a
ashamed of it either.
It's like 3/4 of a bottle, and he wandered around New York, I think.
Brian's a Booker swore. It happens. He can't help it.
Quick question.
We go to Brian's house every year for Booker's night, which is probably one of the best nights in DFW. To be real honest. Meat and Booker's. You can't really beat it.
Yeah, so we I try to get backups of every batch that's released in a year. And I just hold on to them, get everyone to come over, and we just do a flight of everything that was released that year.
So, Matt, whenever
Last
that
year-
night is, that's when I'm going to come visit you.
Because the Booker's 30th was in that.
Yeah,
one.
that's right. It was. Yeah, that was a good night.
And it had Kathleen's batch, which
Sure.
was awesome.
Oh, I love the Kathleen's batch. I asked my daughter the other day, so I've got about 150 bottles of whiskey sitting on that shelf. and I wanted to make a whiskey sour. So I sent one of my daughters down. She's 4.5, and I just said, "Go pick any whiskey off the shelf." Like I didn't care if she brought back a friggin' peated Scotch or whatever. I just was gonna make whatever she brought, and she brought up Kathleen's batch, and I was just like, "All right, this is gonna be a damn good whiskey sour." It was strong, but it was tasty. I friggin' love that. I love that bottle. That was so good.
Look at
show
this
everyone.
shit.
Get the,
Hold on, I gotta the cover for this.
All right, so we're on to the main course. Got some beef ribs.
Make big.
Blow it up, Matt.
Yeah, aka Dino ribs.
There we go.
Oh my god.
Jesus. Oh, nice.
I'm guessing these bones are probably gonna just
wow.
It's not a dinosaur.
Motherfucker, you're making me hungry.
That was the last woolly mammoth living on Earth.
In Texas. Yep.
Seven Flintstone esque.
A lot of folks ask me, what's your favorite thing to cook? It's beef ribs. You get these big plate ribs. And this is the richest, juiciest, tastiest meat on the cow.
Show me that smoke ring.
So that is what one person's eating. Did you make enough for everyone there?
I know.
We didn't get any over here, so.
This is you might recognize this meat from the opening credits of the Flintstones.
Yes, that's exactly right.
William's gonna come back over and get some big man and some ribs.
The question is, when we're all able to do this IRL, there is going to be this recreated for all of us, correct? This
Yes, absolutely. Now, like I said, he's supposed to come to La Quinta with us with an entire truck full of this stuff for everyone.
Oh, plate under this one.
I would have eaten so much more, like so irresponsible.
See, I'm picturing a full-on like Flintstones van, like he's running with his feet, just full of dinosaurs.
Man, they're at
the tower.
All right, y'all got to see the money shot.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, it's so juicy.
Jesus.
Oh,
yes.
Yes. How long was that on? How long was that on the smoker for?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Barbecue.
Not that kind of video, Eric. It's not that kind of video.
Oh, it totally is though now.
No.
So
I was intrigued somehow. Now I'm literally just like stunned. That was beautiful.
And all I'm thinking is everyone's going to go from 6-packs to fourth, child, third trimester belly stave in that
Right?
night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I'm gonna get meat sweats just looking at that. It's like
I keep an EKG standing by at all times.
Kilco, I like how you called it the Twitch.
Lingua, yeah. It's some awesome taco.
I'm gonna use
There'll be just one person like the lifeguard just standing there with a defib, ready to crack in.
I'm a nitroglycerin pill chaser.
Oh, yeah. This doesn't have enough charges.
So there's a little jar of nitro on.
Oh my god!
It's just oh god.
Oh yeah.
And Matt, can you put some of that juice into one of the little bottles and Wheel of Doom?
Y'all got to stop. You're gonna.
I'm a vegetarian. I'm highly offended.
This is just bragging at this point.
So here's the question, though. Even though we're not getting to eat that,
a big man pour.
Yes, I will get that for you. There you guys.
So even though we're not getting to eat that delicious meat, what would everyone be going for? Thinking like what would be available at La Quinta? What would everyone be going for to enjoy those beef ribs?
Oh.
Man,
I tell you what.
If we do or when we do the La Quinta thing next year, there will be more pork belly burnt ends than you can imagine.
That's what I'd be looking for.
I'm gonna give a quick shout out. I don't know if he's watching. There's a gentleman named Maynard. He's a really good buddy of mine. We've been building a custom built smoker up at his shop. It's been about a year in the making. This thing is fantastic. We just have a few finishing touches on the trailer to be able to pull it back. We're actually going to go for a world record attempt on the most pork belly burnt ends cooked in a single session.
Okay.
So as this thing comes back, we're thinking in the neighborhood of 5,000 or so.
Holy shit!
What's everyone else eating then?
That'd be Maynard, myself, and Matt.
Oh, he's in there. He's there.
There he is. All right, there. Mike Maynard, you just chimed in. Maynard, you know what's up? Maynard was actually going to come down with me to this deal in Austin if it went according to plan. But obviously everything broke down. But yeah, there he goes. Hey, Maynard, glad to see you in the chat, man.
You happen to be in a big band?
No.
So yeah, I mean, back to the question.
He's got a secret identity that I don't know about.
Back to the question at the. I mean, I would probably be hammering some brimstone with those ribs right now.
We can make that happen.
I'd be all over that Campbelltown shit.
Ooh, really?
Yeah. Campbelltown shit. I want some Kilkerran. I want some fucking Glen Gyle shit. That's what I want.
Interesting.
Come up with the good shit.
I'm trying to mentally
Or a long grove.
Campbelltown with meat.
Funny, I say the same thing too. I say
A smoky long grow.
Yeah. That's a
Maybe
good
with a
idea.
wine finish, Malbec finish.
Because that's the thing, isn't it? You go for something that complements or something that contrasts. You can go either way with meat back there.
I definitely wasn't thinking big enough. Like I was thinking just straight up Knob Creek. Like I feel like something with a heavy oak presence would be pretty good with that. But
yeah, drink that Knob Creek 15. That shit's plenty of oak.
Yeah, for real, right?
Huh?
It's like an oak bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks. I'll let you try it. It sucks.
What's like a super heavy oaky bourbon?
Knob Creek 15.
I don't think
Okay.
so.
So, yeah.
15 blows.
Yeah.
That's actually. I will say, Jason, you're why I didn't buy it. So.
Yeah, I was not a fan.
Yeah.
The Rhetoric 24 is pretty thick on the oak too. I know I have that bottle here. That'll leave you with a taste.
Anything out of Heaven Hill, Elijah Craig, that's as an upper age, usually pretty oaky too.
Clifton.
Hey, Jason, I like the cut of your jib, man. You might be onto something there.
You open a tab at the bar, can you open a tab at a barbecue truck? Talis Storm. It's going to be great. With smoked rib. All right, thanks, Jason. Appreciate it.
I think Jason's onto something there.
It's a good plan. We can make that happen.
Yeah, like
How'd that get you up to the burn in?
yeah, you get like 50 cents a belly bite or something, and just keep running the tab up. Where's that big man? There it is. I got my pour here.
Yeah, I poured it all for you. Who needs more meat?
Oh yes.
I'm gonna give
Give
it.
me your meat, Matt. Whip it out.
I'd just be happy with some of Will's bacon right now. Damn.
I know. Well, that's almost the kicker is having the background of the stream just be a whole bunch of bacon.
I know. I just remember last year he's just walking around like serving people
Speaking of
bacon,
bacon.
the most delicious thing in the world out of a
I
Tupperware
heard
container.
nothing but fond feedback about Will's pocket bacon.
Oh yeah.
15 pounds of bacon.
Cliff, you're gonna want to turn into my OnlyFans. That's gonna be on tonight.
You stealing our shtick there, Ed. Come on.
Bitch, you stole my shtick first.
We had an OnlyFans before you did.
That's very nice. So Andrew says, I bet a big juicy sausage would be nice. I bet you did like that, Andrew.
You know, now I'm just thinking about like that public barbecue from last year with the Iron Root guys. Oh,
appreciate you bringing it.
Oh.
Ed, which one is
that? Ed? Red Rust 21.
Like I said, kept secret.
I gotta finish off this bottle. I've been saving it for too long. I gotta do it.
That's all I'm thinking of. All I'm thinking of is last year I did around the ball time to console myself. Was I did some venison marinated in brown sugar and ardbeg, and it was exquisite.
Sounds great.
That as a jerky was just
The real question is, are you going to be able to come next year, Jeremy, if all this bullshit ends?
If all this bullshit ends, I was going to be there this year.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. So if all this bullshit ends, yeah, I'm there. Probably the original plan I'll just do again, which was hook up with Brad and cruise on down. Probably spend a week in Texas.
Awesome.
And then cruise on back, trying to pop into as many peoples as we can.
You still could have came, Jeremy. You just couldn't have gone home.
No, I couldn't.
The guys want to know what time is it in Australia right now?
Oh, at the moment, 12:30, lunchtime. So.
Oh, okay. So you know, look at that. It's fine.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it's about time to start drinking. I've been drinking. Don't. I couldn't, Paddy, because I work a government job, and I was politely told I wasn't allowed to travel anywhere.
Politely.
Yeah, quietly told.
I believe that. Have any of you guys had the MB Roland Dark Fired? Because
I have.
when you guys,
you sent us a very beautiful sample of it, and then I bought a bottle. It's delicious.
I would try that with your ribs right now.
You know what? I'm gonna go get that bottle. We're gonna find out.
So I have something special here. I just got yesterday. So I know I kind of talked about this to some of the whiskey tubers yesterday, but so this is the Boxer Grail Founders Collection from Rabbit Hole. It's a 6-year-old cast strength rye, and there's about 1,000 bottles made, and I am excited that I got one. So those of you that have had the Glenmorangie Signet before and had the cork, this thing weighs about the same amount. It's like crazy heavy, like you could kill a person with this. But anyway, I've had a sample of this. This is something I was I did a
that'll be my phone. Get out here pretty soon, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He's like, gotta leave the good whiskeys. I
saw this.
How many whiskeys?
Ooh,
we got
a nice Saint
What kind of wine is that, Eric?
That seems bougie.
It's the Bordeaux.
So that was one thing that was going to be in my bag was a bottle of
Yellowtail.
No, oh fuck no, I'm not that
easy. Just a joke. It was just a joke. Hey,
so Yalumbra actually bought the property that my grandmother was born on, and on that property are grapes that are 160 years old, and they've been making wine from that. Because as Eric would know, Australia was kind of removed from that whole fungus that went through and killed a lot of the vines in Europe. So we've got some very old ones, and I was going to bring a bottle just to wet his little palate over there, knowing full well that he probably wouldn't be able to get another bottle because I'm evil.
Actually, it was a louse. The phylloxera was a little louse.
Oh yes, yeah, that's yeah. So no, we don't. We
also known as a politician.
We've got those. We've got lots of those. So no, it's that would have been interesting because there's not that many old grapes kicking around.
Yes, Ryan, 16, not 60.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta. Who knows about
Dad does not fuck around. I'll tell you guys that right now. Frequency Dad is on that death metal Swedish shit. I'll tell you that.
I'm half Danish. My mom's full-blown Dane. I carry dual citizenship, and I don't think I've ever run into anyone that knows what Gammeldansk is.
Gammeldansk?
That's an awesome call out, and it does actually pair pretty well with meat.
Gammeldansk? Didn't they open for Bon Jovi like back in the 80s?
Yeah, so dude, that's an awesome call out, and I don't know if you had any idea that I would know what you're talking about, but I don't know Beska Dropper. Don't know that one, but Gammeldansk, hell yeah.
Do the Gammeldansk.
It's Swedish. It's Swedish for panty dropper.
There you go. It makes Malort seem like water. That sounds like.
So you have to be like super into that like dark licorice root kind of liquors.
With
if you're into that sort of thing, then you can do the Gammeldansk.
Oh, let's see if I
I
have
can't do
any.
Do the Gammeldansk.
No.
I mean, my mother likes black licorice, and I can't. I'm like, don't even have that.
No.
I can't. I just can't. Ugh. So, Jason, what you drinking tonight?
I have a little bit of some Old Carter Batch 5, and I have some of my 2020 left.
So Travis is going to finish this from Ben, the Old Fits 9-year. Just want to let you know. Here, Travis is going to come on camera and down this. All right, let's finish that now.
Travis.
No wonder Matt pre-poured my glass. Yeah. I was like, what are you getting ahead of me for? I'm almost done with this other one. He's like, no.
I gave it to everybody.
No, so this shit right here, this is Akavit. This is Chicago Akavit. This stuff makes Malort look like fucking syrup.
You gotta finish that.
Finish it.
Lord. But I bet you Frequency's got something like 10 times as fucking strong.
So, okay, I want to make Ed full screen so I can see which aquavit he's drinking.
Yeah, I was going to say the Swedes don't fuck around either.
Ooh, I don't have that. This interesting. I have not.
The CTA map, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Chicago.
We've got.
No.
Eric, hold on. We got a super chat here from Eric W. Running late. Cheers to the Big Dick Club.
You do, sir.
Eric, appreciate it.
What about me? Don't leave me out.
Aw. that would be a bless your heart moment.
Yeah. Hopefully later, when all this shit we're still drinking, hopefully get Sam and Bobby in here later this night. It'll be fun.
I hope so, man.
Yeah. What about the high side of average people?
At least you don't have to contend with the fact yours is upside down. Like,
5.45 rounds of 5.5, which rounds to 6. So.
I love when Matt loses it. I love listening to it.
That's definitely
I'd like Matt and Zach Andrews in a laugh off.
Yeah.
Because those two have the best laughs. I mean, you don't even need to know what they're laughing about, and you're just like, you're caught up in it.
Right, when Whiskey Crusaders did their review for Fighting Cock, I couldn't even watch it. I was
So good. So good.
It's going to bust a gut here in a minute.
Oh,
ever did was the Fighting Cock.
I watched a minute of that damn review, and I was crying because Matt would not stop laughing.
It was so damn funny.
That was so hard to record.
Completely.
It took us forever to get through that video.
Oh god, we were talking about like cheapest, funniest fucking whiskey's got to be Fighting Cock. This costs $15. How can you go wrong with a $15 whiskey that's 103 proof and it tastes delicious? It's fantastic.
Wait.
Sarah, did you make Will go back to Matt's house?
No.
I don't know.
He's been gone for a while. I didn't know what happened.
No, he just got up.
Oh,
He's gone to make bacon.
No, he just got up. He'll be right back.
Cutting up the meat. There we go.
So,
Cutting up my meat. It's all
Hey,
good.
Matt. So here you go.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to cut some off. I switched over to some Parliament. What is everyone else drinking at this moment?
We're still drinking the big man. We're drinking the Old Fitz 9 right now. Finishing that up. I finished mine quick.
Ooh, Corey.
So Eric also is another $10 for everyone not in the Big Dick Club.
I'm sorry, but I represent the Colossal Clitoris Coalition. So.
Is that what CCC was? I was wondering.
I do have brass ones, but that's another budget.
Just so you know, he's like 7 fucking feet tall. So
I am the click commander. I make that shit work.
Oh god!
You think a clip? You see this face?
See, that's why Erica stays with Ed. It's fine.
Excellent movie. Excellent movie.
Yeah.
So I am drinking Port Charlotte 16
Nice.
that I did not tell my husband I ordered.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bill, the question is have you had your asshole licked by a fat man in an overcoat?
There you go.
That's private, Jeremy. That's
you don't go
private.
out the mouth.
Okay, but really, this is the whiskey world. What really matters is the size of your bunghole.
Eat all that.
Nice.
Just leave it there.
And that you can get the Blanche in. Okay.
Don't worry.
I've never wanted to kiss a cook so bad in my life.
Okay, so not accurate.
Knuckle, I've had 4 grams tonight.
Best
Jeez.
fucking world bar you ever fucking had.
Yes.
This barbecue is fucking amazing. I told you guys I wasn't shitting you. I was just making shit up.
Yeah, Matt. Well, we wouldn't know, would we now?
Thanks for rubbing it in, man.
We're gonna hook it up a year from now.
Yeah, as good as it looks, we can't believe you until we taste it.
Well, all these new people never had it before tonight, and they all agree it's the fucking tits. So it's fine.
It's
Hey,
the
man,
fucking
I told
tits.
people, it's not hard to make it smell good.
I already had those, Matt. I need barbecue.
Make it taste good.
If you bring your plate over, you can.
Okay.
Bunghole Diving Club.
I think it's time for Leanne to sign off.
Hey, so I actually have another obligation that I owe some more barbecue to. It's a birthday, and I have to dip out on this thing. So I'll probably be following along from my phone or something after I serve some of the bites. But I want to thank the Crusaders for having me on. Let me be a part of this thing. I'm super bummed we couldn't do it live, but it's awesome we got to do it virtually. Man, there's been like around between 75 and 100 people most of the night, and that's awesome. So a lot of other people are enjoying it. Some live folks here.
Fantastic.
All of you, man, all of these channels, you're awesome. Promise you, I'm on there watching, seeing what you guys have to say about whiskey. And there was a little dialogue there earlier about the community aspect of whiskey, and that's spot on. That's my favorite part about it. So you guys keep doing what you're doing. You're helping drive that bond between whiskey drinkers, novice to expert. We really appreciate what you're doing, keeping us a little bit sane during this whole COVID thing. So keep rocking on. I'll keep doing my thing on the smoker side, and we'll get back together. All right.
I really
Cheers,
appreciate
Brian.
squeezing that
Hey,
in
Brian.
front of the lens. That was brilliant.
Bye, big fella.
All right, guys.
And with
Y'all
that,
be
I
good.
gotta head out as well. Time to eat
Cheers,
dinner.
buddy.
Yep.
Yeah, with you, Eric.
Matt, Sarah, Will, thanks for having me.
Great.
Imagine having to leave this at a birthday party. That sucks.
Hope y'all be well.
Well,
Fun
Jeremy,
to
super
See you,
shit.
Lan.
Bucks for the man. Shit in my hand. Jeremy, appreciate it.
$15, little man. Put that shit in my hand.
Doesn't show.
Take a night out. Eric left. Thanks to Brian for this amazing barbecue already put together for us. Because fuck yeah, this shit's amazing.
Whiskey Ronin.
Hey, for my man Frequency Dead, I'm gonna do a blend of Akavit and Malort.
Oh god! Oh, yeah. You're a brave man, Ed. You're a brave
Trying
man.
to make yourself throw up right as you get back into it.
Oh, you got the bourbon.
We were talking about that earlier, Jason.
Yeah.
Ed drinks more.
It's really
Is it bad? Is it bad, Jason?
it's actually not terrible.
I will
Okay.
definitely take it.
I would drink. I would.
My favorite book ever. I'm not gonna say no.
Hello.
I would drink. I would drink it over Jephthah.
Wow.
Okay.
I think when you do the review of that, like rather than doing the history, you should just like throw up in a bucket.
Man, why do you think Erica left this one?
Yeah, that's bad.
I only got 30 seconds into the tasting and it all went downhill. It's just you in a bucket being like, just don't get it. Just don't get it.
Yeah. Fade to black.
I'm
Fade to
sending you a
black.
link.
So the question to Ed is: has Erica allowed you to get any more creamy salad dressings?
No. She made a fast and hard rule: no more condiments in cocktails.
I don't blame her. That
What an awful idea.
Your Bloody Marys are screwed up now.
Well, I'm going to shoot for a little bit because I have loads of washing and all of that stuff to do. But I will hopefully return if you guys are still going. So, cheers, and don't eat hamsters, guys.
No promises.
Thank God for that public service announcement.
for real.
Oh, that's tasty.
What's up, Mike?
How are you?
Hi.
What's going on?
Is there a blender?
It's not Matt. We have him muted. It's too loud.
So I just sent Clifton a link, so he'll be in soon, I'm sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is everyone else drinking as fast as I am? Because I'm moving on to some Rua Port finish at cask strength.
Nice.
Oh, that is a nice dark color.
Unmute Matt so we can give a super chat shout out to Dave, the producer.
Matt.
Dave, welcome on in, buddy. Good to have
I'm
you
still
here,
on that.
You son of a bitch. I'm sorry.
You're drinking the dirty.
Why are you apologizing for?
Look how dark that is.
Jesus.
I know.
That is crazy.
Hold on. He said burnt ends.
What is that?
Little real spirit.
How's it going, bud?
Oh,
Appreciate
nice.
it. Thank you very much. Yeah, David, if you want to join in later, David, if you want to join in later, I'm more than happy to have you in here.
God damn it, man. This is just making me miss being at Quinta. Like, I'm so... like, it's great hanging out with y'all, but it's just like, man, this is such a fun time. Fuck COVID.
Right.
Even makes me miss the next morning where everyone's having breakfast, where you're like kind of sort of talking to people, but you're still just like, I need to be left alone for 20 minutes.
You nailed it.
Yeah, for real, right?
Everybody's as quiet as they can possibly
Last year when we flew out, I think we flew out at like 4 a.m. There were still 3 guys out in the main room drinking. And I was like, you guys are fucking champions.
Yeah, right?
Was it two of them, the Bourbon Junkies?
Two of them, yeah, the Bourbon Junkies left. No, I think they left at like 3
because they
a.m.,
stayed up like
4
all night because there were.
Yeah, I think Dan went to bed. I think Sean stayed up the whole night. Those crazy bastards.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I've learned for anybody here who's going to the Bastards Ball next year, book your flight as late as you can. Because it really does put a damper on your night. Like, if you have to make yourself go to bed so you can catch your flight, that just sucks. Like, I went to bed at like 3 or 4 a.m. because I still had to catch my flight at like 10 a.m. But I would have rather have just stayed up all night, you know?
Yeah.
If worst comes to worst, stay till Monday because you'll thank yourself for doing so.
You totally will. Yeah.
Because you're going to have 2 of the best nights of your life.
Yep.
It's
Like
going to
the
be Friday night.
the hotel and the extra vacation day.
Can't see it.
Yeah.
And it is awesome to go looking for food on Sunday when you're still a little hungover through downtown Austin.
Right.
I found that really enjoyable, actually. Well, let's wander here. Let's have something to eat. Now over to this place. Let's have a snack here.
Right. So true.
Don't get it on your shirt, Bill.
I'm trying.
Careful.
The hashtag is very important.
Eric's asking if the shirt is coming off.
No.
Here's the
Not at the
deal.
moment.
Here's the deal. The shirt comes off when one of you motherfuckers does a $75 chat to my friends at the Whiskey Crusaders. How about that?
See how much people actually want to see you take a shirt.
All right, there you go. So we got a nice shirt from Eric W. for Bill. Thank you, Eric W. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Big club.
When do we get our shirts, Ed?
They're actually
Hey, Eric. Sorry. Hey, Matt.
Hold on. I'll be right back. They actually
Hey,
arrived today.
Matt, when are you gonna have the Patreon all set up?
As soon as possible when I work on it more. I don't work all the time and work on whiskey. We'll get there.
Hey, Matt, you should offload that to like your social media person.
Yeah.
We've tried to take it several times, Bill.
Fine. Don't worry.
We've tried.
I got plans to open the place in the next 6 months. We hopefully that'll be there, and then we're gonna have a big fucking kick-ass party then.
Yeah. Are you putting off the Patreon until then? You think?
No, I'm not getting it before then, but I'm lining up investors for what we're doing, so it's gonna be a really good time. And then, sweet!
Ooh, look at that!
There you go.
Look at that
I like
sweet
the black
ass shirt
version.
there from Ed.
I gotta say, Ed, I like the black version a lot more. Do you sell one?
I agree with Jason wants to know, can we pay to keep Ed's shirt on? That's the real question.
And then these are going to be Patreon Tuesday, and then they're going to be
Ed, we can't hear you, Ed.
this whiskey bullshit next week, I think. So
Can you say that again, Ed? We kind of all missed that.
Oh, I said they're going on to Patreons this week, and then I think next week we're going to have them up on pointlesswhiskeybullshit.com. It's going to be where we're selling them. So.
Do those have Velcro seams so you can rip them off quickly?
I've supported Ed there since the beginning, so it's all good. So I'm excited to get one of those, Ed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, am I still a supporter of yours? If not, I'm about to be again. I have no idea. I'm looking.
Okay, I just saw in the chat a while ago that Steve A is drinking a Glen Grant 48.
Yeah.
And
Ooh, what the hell, man?
48?
A Glen Grant 48. I just thought I'd bring that up because that made
Steve's
me
got some nice
vocal.
stuff.
Yeah, he does.
And he's such a generous person as well.
Yes, he
Yes,
is.
he is.
I miss all of you people in the chat that were there with us last year. I really miss you all. This stinks.
You know, I
don't
guess
think you're probably going to want that tonight.
So why don't we do this? So those of you that were at La Quinta last year, I know in the Discord we have that whole La Quinta memory thing, and I made it last year because it was fun to think about it. What was like your highlight from last year's La Quinta? Let's just start at like Will and Tara.
From the La Quinta or from the whole thing?
Let's just go La Quinta because that's what we're doing.
Right.
You can name a couple if you want. Like just whatever. Spew out some memory that you got.
That time that I dropped the Glencairn on the ground and it bounced like 5 times and everybody in the hotel like silence. And just listened to it. Bing, bing, bing. And it didn't break. That was cool. That
was one of these tiny Glencairns.
Yeah, it was the Ironwood one.
Oh yeah.
Sturdy little bitches.
Nice.
I don't know. Just the people in general. There's really not one thing that is better than the other, I don't think, besides being able to just sit down and talk with people face to face.
That was pretty cool.
And meeting all the new YouTube channels as a YouTube channel.
YouTubers?
Yeah. Yeah.
So anybody in the chat, put your stuff in there too. How about you, Jason?
I mean, honestly, it was you guys. I mean, being able to, there wasn't one singular moment. It was all kind of one encompassing experience. And mainly what I remember is, if I had to pick one just like specific moment, it's probably the minute I walked into the new vault and I think I had a pour. My first pour in the vault was like a Bunnahabhain 25 or something. And I'll never forget that. It was just like, yelling to the Psalms to, I need a pour. It was amazing. But I mean, mainly it was the camaraderie with all of us and meeting everybody. It was really the community more than anything.
Yeah, for sure. Like there was nowhere that I'm more of an age whore than in the whiskey vault. Like, what is that? A 35? Yeah, I want that. I don't care what it is. 35, whatever.
I will say that was, I mean, it wasn't part of the La Quinta, but the vault and actually being in there as a psalm and actually pouring the stuff for the people and talking to people about what I'm pouring them and stuff. And yeah, that was pretty epic.
Yeah. Eric Evanson actually has a good memory, which I remember as well. It was something that stuck out to me too. Wheels just kind of going around like pouring stuff that he just was carrying around on his lap.
It was his Kentucky spirit. He had
spirit.
He wanted everyone to taste it.
Yeah. Yep. That was the one I had in my mind too. So how about you, Ed?
Oh, me? Jason's face when I gave him the Scotch style whiskey. That is the best thing I've ever seen. Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god. Because your whole nose just crinkled up in his face. Oh, it's fantastic.
Right. My Italian nose had nowhere to hide.
Yes, Ed walking around handing out this awful scotch and recording our reactions.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and Charles Ashworth, I totally forgot about that. Yeah. I kept death metal singing Raining Men.
Awesome.
I completely forgot about that. I was pretty drunk.
I wonder why, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Death metal singing Raining Men anytime someone finished a bottle.
There was a lot of raining those 2 nights.
There was
a lot of rain.
Yeah.
One thing that one thing I remember specifically, and I mentioned this before on one of the streams, was Will offered me a bottle of something to try, and I assumed it was whiskey, and it was not. I tried to sip, and I just, in my mind, I was like, this is the worst whiskey I've ever tasted.
Was it sherry?
Like I was trying to formulate how to be nice about it, and I don't even know what I said, but it was probably just kind of like, oh yeah, that's all right, And I remember like looking around for a place to just dump the whiskey, and then I looked at the bottle. It was a bottle of sherry.
It was sherry.
It was not whiskey whatsoever.
That's your problem.
Yeah, kind of retargeted my brain. It wasn't so bad.
That's hilarious.
But he gave me no warning. He was just like, "Hey, Bill, try this," dump. And I was like, "Oh, it's a dark ass whiskey. That's great."
It's almost.
I remember trying. I forgot who brought it. Somebody brought. I don't know. Maybe it was Matt. Somebody brought an Elmer T. Lee single barrel pick.
Ooh, wow!
And it was I had never seen one before, and I got to try it, and I was like, "Holy shit! This should all be the Elmer T. Lee, all of it."
That sounds delicious.
Yeah, dude. That was one of the best. That was definitely one of the. You know why? Because it was in the beginning of the night when I could taste things.
Yeah.
After about 500 grams and all the pocket bacon I could want, it goes.
Pocket bacon.
Oh, the best moment though. The best moment was when someone, I still don't know to this day, someone ordered like 15 pizzas.
Yes.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Oh, so clutch.
That was, I think that was hot buttery rolls.
Because of course it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, even the people who brought like cases of water, like that's just so needed.
Oh yeah.
It was wonderful to be like. I think I had like 4 of them. It was just chugging water.
Yeah.
We learned a lot from the first year to the second year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we need more water at this event.
I got heat stroke that first year because I just kept drinking, and then I was sitting out in the sun. Erica had to sit me down, and she was like, "Bitch, your pale ass cannot keep going. You gotta stop."
I did that year. I did that year 1 too. When we got off the bus, everyone was like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just excited to see people. That's why I'm kind of shaking like this." And then Terry comes up and he's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Can I go back to your room and see what you're talking about?" I get back to my room. My face was like as red as this shirt.
Oh my!
I didn't even drink the rest of the day. I just hung out with people because I was just. It took me so long to get back down.
That first year was murderous. Oh shit!
All right, guys, I got to go. Have a good night. I'm glad I could jump in for a little bit.
All right, night, Scott.
See you guys.
That was my bourbon journey. Make sure you subscribe.
That's gone.
I was just about to ask him a question. I feel like we were leaving him out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So, Robot Scott says the name tags. That was a bonus.
Yep.
I remember, actually, it's funny. I had no recollection of this because of whiskey. For like half the night, I had one of those "Hello, my name is Dick" on my head, my forehead, last year, just for like a long time. And I only knew because It's Bourbon Night put out that video, and they had like several different clips throughout the night, and you could tell time had passed, and I still had the thing on my head. I don't even know why I did that. Somebody told me to do that, I'm sure.
Hey guys.
Hey Griffin, how's it going?
Good. Figured I'd give you guys some time since I'm on the West Coast, so still early for me. So,
dude, your video is looking fucking buttery as.
That's right. Yeah, that's kind of figured. Go.
I went with the La Quinta colors back here.
Oh, yeah, you do. Little mood set.
There you go. Look at that. Seth made it all nice and La Quinta colors.
Classy,
Very nice.
It's the perfect knob lighting.
All right, so hold on. I'm going to put some people on the spot here. So Mike and Benjamin. Talk to us about stuff.
Stuff.
How's that? Enjoy. Go ahead. The pressure's on.
Great.
Only stuff. I opened up another bottle. I'm having stuff that I haven't opened yet. I've got a Ben Nevis Batch 1 10-year. It's a second Scotch I haven't had. I'm opening tonight, and I'm enjoying it.
Wait, hold that bottle up again. Can I see it?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's pretty dark for a Scotch, isn't it?
There you are.
Yeah.
It's kind of a tinted bottle.
Yeah.
Even it is sherry finished, but it's got a little bit of a brownish green tint to it. But I've not been down to the ball or the La Quinta, so I've enjoyed all the stories, and this was the year, of course, I was gonna go. But
Same here, Mike. Yeah,
we'll see.
This is my first La Quinta party, so I'm very happy to be here tonight.
I was just gonna go and hang out at La Quinta for 3 days.
I literally can't wait for you guys to see what it's like in person next year.
So
it's unlike
Mike,
anything else.
You're ballless, Mike.
I am, dude, in more ways than one.
At least 2 ways.
Lance Armstrong's got nothing on me.
So how about you, Benjamin? What's your deal?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here listening in a lot of green jealousy here because this is the second year in a row I've been screwed out of the Bastards Ball. So last year I was booked to go, had some last minute work scheduling totally screw that up, and then this year COVID, just totally messes it up. So
what's COVID?
That damned old COVID.
COVID.
It's a conspiracy.
It is.
Yeah, here in South Carolina we call it the COVID. But no, I'm just digging into right now since I can't be in Texas. Little Real Spirits, they're port finished single malt. They're double barrel edition. It's freaking fantastic. So I'm just enjoying the stories. And my favorite memory of the Bastards Ball is watching Ed and Jeffrey Patron sitting out afterwards, smoking cigars and going live. Ed, maybe you don't even remember that. I don't know, but you guys
no, I do. I remember the beginning of it. I remember the very beginning because we were very, very drunk.
Yes, you were.
And who was it? We were sitting in the courtyard of the La Quinta drinking Garrison Brothers.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the fuck we said. I don't remember anything else. I just know for 15 minutes I just rambled at the camera. Super drunk.
Man, I gotta say, thank God for that courtyard.
Armadillo egg.
At some point, you just need a break from the noise, and just walking out there and having it be somewhat quiet for 10 minutes is nice. I don't know, and just not 100 degrees of body heat.
For real. Mark Goings On actually brought up something. We shared the most awkward cab ride to the Lefroy tasting the night before. So we got an Uber, and the driver had a bunch of shit in his front seat. So no one could sit there. It was me, the old man, and Mark Goings On. And then so I had to sit straight up pressed against Mark. We had just met 30 minutes ago. I sat this against him for the whole fucking ride because we were all jammed into this little tiny Uber together. But the Lefroy tasting was awesome. That was down at the
Makes up for it.
$7,000, right?
The $7,000. That was at the $7,000. We all had to share the most awkward cab ride, but then it was an awesome tasting down at the $7,000. Yeah.
There you go.
Was the cab ride back not as cozy?
Yeah, let's get a This retarded could have gone this year. That sucks. We appreciate it. Hopefully next year we'll all be together and we'll have some fucking fantastic whiskey together.
Seriously.
Some badass meat.
That almost brings me to a question I had for WhiskeyTube channels next year is because we on our channel we like craft whiskey, and I think we were planning on doing something anyways this year was maybe having a get together on Friday night like how you guys went to $7,000, but a whole separate whiskey tasting, kind of like Brad did the first year for a bunch of people where you can taste it you were not gonna have the next day.
Oh, the Brad tasting.
That was so good.
That
was very
bad. That's not a bad plan.
That's the first time I ever tried Dark Cove. Actually, was at Brad.
Yeah, that was the only time. Yeah. Brad's tasting was nuts.
Shot of your best pour. All right, thanks, Dustin.
Shot of my best pour.
Something that is justifiable for that. I will find.
Honestly, this is probably my most expensive that I have at the moment.
Best four?
Yeah, I kept with the theme, so I grabbed a bunch of samples that I've never opened before. So I have Booker's 2016-05, which one is this one? I keep forgetting what this one is. Is it Off Your Rocker?
That was right before I started doing. No, actually, no. I stared doing them.
Wait, 05?
2016-05.
17 years. I think this will fit the bill.
No, actually, no. I started doing.
Yeah, I think that's Off Your Rocker because the one before that was No Hard Times.
Yeah, it's Off Your Rocker. So I've never had this one. So I figured, you know what? I've had a Booker's, but I've never had this one. Everyone always says this is the best, so we'll try it.
They're wrong.
Well, okay.
They're wrong because No Hard Times is clearly the best Booker's.
See, I think I had that once at a bar, but that was it.
Right. No. Y'all are both wrong.
Big Man Fight Back is fucking great. It makes all of them look like weak pussy ass shit. Trust me.
That's all before my time. So.
We just had it with all this awesome meat. That shit is amazing.
I poured some Ardbeg Korvekian.
You probably could have poured Malort with that meat and would have tasted good.
No,
probably true.
No,
no. We did do that. Actually. No. And then we throw that Knob Creek 25th single barrel from Kentucky.
That's awesome.
I had eaten some before we did that little shot thing, and I ate some after, and nothing got the taste out of my mouth. No.
Pieces of meat to get the taste out of my mouth.
You should do a Malort Ardbeg blend.
No.
Oh, no. My God. I really should just get it.
I'm doing
it. Of course, that's doing it.
Who's summoning the high priestess for this one?
I'm using.
Ooh,
nice, Jason.
Nice, Jason. Where the hell did you get that? God, come on, man.
That's the thing I don't have. I want that damn Dark Cove committee release. I still never tried that. That's the thing I need in my life.
Whiskey Crusaders, I'm sending you samples of this week.
You're amazing. I need that in my life.
Ooh.
That's
We're going to send the samples of it so that we can do our Ardbeg committee release night.
Yep.
That's the one at my.
Sick.
Next Monday, Sarah's going to be drinking bourbon all night.
Sarah, am I invited? Because I want to come.
Yes, you're always invited.
Jason, as long as no one makes me drink Wyoming, I'll be fine. And or blue cheese.
What happened to Wyoming for you?
Wyoming? No.
It was the first two release.
Wyoming.
First
This
year.
motherfucker right here. This motherfucker is acetone in a goddamn bottle.
It is.
It's like it
It
really made paint thinner.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. I had that, and it is not. It's not good.
Is this before Nancy Fraley got involved?
It is before Nancy.
Yes, it was.
There's your problem.
This was one of
I
the original.
was very confused.
Yeah. So this was a private site
Put out a
released
shitty whiskey.
back years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
It really does. I love when you can tell that line when Nancy came into a fucking company. it's great.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason Busey, I don't know what a beef fizz is. What is a beef fizz?
Oh, yeah, that's been making its rounds. It's disgusting. It's
Wait,
like,
okay, so beef soup,
it's like
ginger
6
ale, and
cups
lemon?
of beef broth with like some sort of whiskey poured into it or something like that. It's disgusting.
No.
Oh my God! I'm gonna find it. It's called a beef fizz, right? Yeah.
I was gonna say I've had a beef broth tea, and that was okay because it was like soup, but with whiskey that just completely like no.
Beef fizz is beef soup, ginger ale, and lemon.
Yes. Yep.
Buggy Yamada.
We just had to hear you say it.
I knew you'd say it if I put it up on screen.
Buggy Yamada, get some water.
Yeah.
Yamada.
So it's 2 cans condensed beef broth,
Yep.
1 cup chilled ginger ale,
Ew.
2 tablespoons of juice.
I like
Oh, but no whiskey though, right?
That's weird. Yeah, where's the?
Was the alcohol?
There's no alcohol.
Because I was gonna say that's not that bad, but when you add whiskey to it, it sounds god awful.
How
Yeah.
about this, Jason? This coming week, Thursday night, if I get enough super chats, I will make myself a beef fizz. How about that?
I might do that.
I'm gonna set $100 worth of super chats. I will drink a beef fizz at the end of the stream with whiskey.
With a little ranch. Wait, what?
With a little ranch.
That becomes beef jizz, right?
Yeah, blue cheese.
Yeah.
Ed, are you
Now you got Clifton all excited.
Hey.
Ed, are you gonna add whiskey to the fizz, or are you gonna chase it with whiskey?
Oh no! You have to add it to the fizz.
Yeah, you have a little ranch to settle the stomach.
You better buy the ingredients because he's gonna pay.
You're just gonna like lick the ranch out of the.
I haven't even pulled my knob out yet, y'all. Come on.
Knob.
I will say this Off Your Rocker, it may not be the best Booker's I've had, but it's delicious, and I wish I had a whole bottle.
Yeah. So let's just admire how different the Rock Gut Review T-shirt looks on me versus Ed. This is what peak male performance looks like.
There you go.
Oh, Jason says you gotta put Wyoming in it. You gotta use Wyoming in it, Ed.
Yeah, that was my question. What whiskey are you going to add to it?
The Wyoming. That's the
I don't want to add Wyoming to it. Fuck.
Yeah, just a titch.
But $100 is $100, Ed.
It could end up being spectacular.
Here's what I'm gonna say. $100 for a beef fizz whiskey combo, but $150 for a Wyoming.
So where is this money? Like where are we donating this? Because I might be in on
This will be super chats on my Thursday live stream.
It sounds like a male prostitute. $100 for a beef fizz, $150 for a beef fizz with a Wyoming.
I smell a t-shirt idea for Roger.
Oh, you got to put that up in the comment section, like under the
beautiful
description of the video. No explanation, just.
Emily Capers is saying $200. Okay, I mean,
she's your pimp.
Oh.
Emily's your pimp.
Yeah.
$100 for beef fizz, $200 for the Wyoming beef fizz. All right,
you got to go to the store. Like you
I feel like Emily's making $100 off it.
I know she is. She's got a wide brim hat.
Did you say Maddie Gladden, Mike Lissy?
Yeah, actually, I need to open that.
I am drinking that, so that is ironic. It is.
I have that up next. Yeah.
I don't think they know about it, but it is horror forward.
It's yeah.
Very
Hashtag
whore
horror
forward.
forward.
Yes.
Horror forward.
Hey, yes.
Got it.
I don't think they know about it, but it is horror forward.
Yeah.
Welcome to the shit show.
Hashtag whore forward. Yes.
Occupy. What does it say?
Yes.
Occupy what?
Evening, everybody.
Scott, what's your shirt say?
Hello.
What's your shirt say, Scott?
Occupy Mars. That's right. You had to say when everybody. Yeah, I forget that people don't change their shirts like 17 times during a stream. Speaking of which, be right back.
If he comes back with one of our shirts, I'm gonna be concerned at that point.
Oh, he's got so many shirts though.
You gotta love the man. He supports every single channel out there.
I was gonna say,
man, Matt.
I know if we had a shirt, he'd have one of
I was
ours.
gonna say, you guys all need more shirts because I would buy them.
Yes.
Oh,
what's that? It's okay to go glass to mouth. Is that?
But not.
Found at the dictionary Teespring shop.
That's awesome.
Is this a bold deep challenge?
Most things are.
Like Kevin Smith.
It pairs well with your hashtag BDC.
Yeah, hashtag dick tip, right? Dude, I'm loving this. I'm loving this cat strength here. It's tough though. It's too expensive. Like in my mind, it's a collector's edition, so it's fine. But like, it's too expensive. 6-year-old rye should not be $200. You know?
Yeah.
I agree completely.
For which one?
So this is the Rabbit Hole just put out their yearly kind of collector's edition thing. The Boxer Grail. So it's tasty. I would pay maybe $100 for this based off taste alone.
How much?
And then if you think about like the collector's edition, all that stuff, but
How much is that retail?
I think it's $195 MSRP.
Yeah.
So yeah,
For a fucking Rabbit Hole.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. Rabbit Hole is fucking expensive, just as it is. So
That's why I've never tried Rabbit Hole because it's so expensive. I'm like, it's kind of off-putting.
Yeah, I mean their bourbon was a little young for me as far as taste goes. It was a little grainy, it was a little young, but whatever. This is the right age as far as I'm concerned, as far as their rye goes and their taste. Like it tastes fine, but I don't think I would buy this myself. So
And they distill all their own stuff, right?
they do, yeah. But
Okay.
they went with the 95.5 mash bill.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm still sipping it, still making up my mind, but I mean spending $200 on any bottle of whiskey is.
I was gonna say that, and like George Dickel Rye's a 95.5, and it's like $20. Like I don't know.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm a sucker for the Dickel.
I mean,
They better tickle my dickle for $200.
It's 57.3% ABV. So I mean, it's
Okay,
pretty
so
good.
okay.
Yeah,
But still,
I mean, I don't know. I'm still making up my mind. It's gonna be like it would be tough to recommend this for anything other than a collector's at that price. But I also wonder if it's got collector written. I mean, they only made 1,000 bottles, so I mean,
The bottle's pretty sexy. I will say it's a pretty sexy
bottle
bottle.
is nice. I agree. Although it's got a little bit of a what do you call it? Like the Johnny Walker Red vibe going on with the slanted thing. I don't know if you guys can even see.
I can't see it, but
Hang on, we'll make a big.
hold on, I got light right. Hold on. Yeah, you guys
I
can
see
see
what
it
you're
right
saying,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like the engraving though. It's pretty cool.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's a cool piece as far as a collector's item goes. Like all of that's fine. But it does boil down to what's in the jar or in the bottle.
Sure.
So we'll see. I'm gonna probably put out a video on it on Thursday. So see where I end up.
You doing okay over there, Matt?
Matt's falling asleep.
No, Violet is screaming. That's why I'm on mute.
Okay.
We're having a battle right now of who's gonna win. So I figured you guys don't want to hear Violet screaming. So I had it
I
on
thought
mute.
you were in a meat coma over there.
Yeah, I thought you were too, or you were just already drunk.
I mean, I beat this giant ass, cow bone here. I mean, I could do that. But...
Oh, just eat it. Just
Wait, what are you gonna do with that giant cow bone, Matt? I missed it.
Just put it in a big screen yourself and you eating it.
Yeah. For like 10 minutes, just gnaw on it. Just.
Well, you're gonna take the bones to the dog.
Tabasco Dico in the chat.
Taking you that enjoyment.
Oh, Tabasco Dickle.
This nasty thing.
I don't dislike Tabasco Dickle. I don't even like regular
Really?
Dickle. Yeah,
You like
I don't
this
mind it.
stuff?
Because someone gave it as a gag gift at like a holiday party this past year, and I was like, I'll take it.
That's fair.
Well, thank you.
It's the only Dickle bourbon that I like. How about that?
That's what Ed did with this cork bottle of Springbank that I had. Ed was like, "I'll take it."
Look, listen. I liked that Springbank a lot. Like, if you dial up the sulfury notes of a Springbank, it basically kind of becomes Macallan. So I'm kind of all over that.
Sulfury notes of a Springbank. It becomes Macallan. I'm just trying to put that in my head and figure
I am too.
Interesting way to do it. I mean, that'll work, but
Like, that was a super sulfury Springbank. Like, everyone else hated it. I thought that was pretty goddamn good.
I think it's been too long since I've had Macallan. I don't know. Which apparently is my most popular friggin' single malt Scotch video.
none of us even knew that.
I know. I would never have guessed that. Like I said, I think it was literally like my third video. It was one of the bottles I had on hand when I started the channel.
It's like his magic word.
Yeah.
Well, Mark Goins was at the La Quinta last year when I brought that down for people to see because I had a suspicion that was a bad bottle. It was Springbank 12 cask strength, and Mark's in the chat and he's confirming that it was wrong. He says, "Yeah."
Be right back.
Got bad taste. What can I say?
Huh?
I've got bad taste.
Hey, going from the
I found this bottle of Macallan 12 today. The old labeling, the old bottle, it's a half gallon of it, was $130.
Jeez.
nice.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
No, it's really not. For a big
Not when the new ones are going for $80 for a fifth.
Okay, can I say something? Like,
Yes.
as a Macallan, I'm a Macallan fanboy. I love Macallan. I'm a big Macallan fan. But even I am fucking sick of goddamn expensive, underrated, underworked whiskeys coming out from them.
Yeah.
Amen.
Like it seems, and don't get me wrong, even like last year's classic cut was pretty good. It was pretty good, but it just seems like they're taking more time to put stuff into their marketing than they are into their whiskey.
Yes, I agree with that.
What do you mean that naked dude jumping off the cliff with wings didn't want to make a drive on Macallan?
Sure didn't me.
Like, but that's the thing. I fucking love Macallan, and it hurts me. It hurts me to like fucking say shit where it's like, yeah, you guys are fucking assholes at this point. Like,
I think it's good. I think they do good whiskey. Most of it, though, the majority of what they market is mass market for the higher end market, and I mean that's the people that they're going after, and they succeed in doing that. Is it bad whiskey? No, I mean it's pretty good whiskey. It's just expensive. They charge too much for it.
Yeah,
They charge double what they could because they can.
Trace of Scotch is what they're doing.
Because they're cool in their name.
I mean, they're
Hey, real
$80
quick
whiskey.
reminder
I
for
would pay
everybody.
50. Sorry.
A real quick reminder for everybody: drink some freaking water.
Oh yeah,
You've all been drinking as long as we have, and I would guess most of you are not well hydrated. So
I've been drinking water all night.
Bubble water, man.
we're all seasoned professionals. I'm
First
talking
of all,
about.
you said it wrong, Bill. You said it wrong, Bill.
Will and Sarah, I thought you guys just grabbed like a Miller Lite or something. I was like, we got water.
Water. It's water.
Seltzer water.
I've been on this show before. I know how it works.
Yes, you do.
Rodeo, damn it.
I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back.
We found out that the Whiskey Crusaders have had the longest live stream going, and Roy had a picture from it, and I was in it, and I was like, I was there.
I was like, oh, look at me, I was there, and I was.
I'm like, that was 7 hours of live streaming.
Yeah.
Well, clarification: longest live stream that's still available on YouTube, because we delete half that shit.
Yeah. I've definitely been on a very long Swami live stream that was deleted. So,
Right.
But half.
I mean,
of
I was
this
on the iWhiskey She Wines when Sam passed out for 8 hours, so I think that counts.
Oh yeah.
That was amazing.
I was the one trying to carry the show. Eric Waite and I were the ones trying to carry the show. Like, okay, well, I guess we're just gonna head out.
Good luck to the people.
I remember the next morning when somebody messaged Bobby in Discord.
Discord.
He was like, I didn't even know there was a live stream.
I know we were all calling and texting and my phone was off.
I even played a freaking air horn on camera. I was like literally like.
That's awesome. How did I miss that? I had no idea that had happened.
Yeah,
Wow.
she drank a bunch of wine, I guess, beforehand. She was already drunk.
Yeah, she was. Literally, the title of the stream was "I'm drunk. Let's hang out" or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I did see that one.
In the future, the answer is no. I'm good. Or we can do it on mine, and so I can kill it when I want to. Yeah.
Matt, did you send me an Eleanor Jerkum barrel?
What?
What?
Jerkum.
The Eleanor Jerkum release.
Yeah.
Is that sweet? I can't read
That's
the
from
right.
Galen.
Jesus.
that's from Galen.
Galen brought that over here.
Thank you, Galen.
So yeah.
Because our bottle's down at the distillery.
Yeah, that's where ours. That's where mine is too. So I maybe get to try it. No, we sent you lots of cool shit from Galen and Ben, and from Trent.
Does anybody still have a sealed bottle from their first release of Eleanor?
Yes.
I do.
No.
I do. Yep.
No, I do not. This is
I
as good
did
as
just
I
get
have
to
left.
try.
We have 1 and 2, but they're great. Yeah, they're here.
Yeah,
What's
we do 1 through 12 all as one episode, but we
the
have
original fiddly bit on it.
we have to pick 12 up.
I did just get to try chapter 12 this week, just a few days ago, and that
How
was
was
freaking
it?
amazing. The recharred barrel.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was incredible.
That's one there. Well, I guess I have to
I like how Daniel and Rex were like low key shading people for not picking up their bottles on that little interlude today. They're like, and this is where we keep all the bottles when people haven't picked it up, and it's like a room full of freaking bottles.
Mm-hmm.
You have like 30,000 people. That's gonna fucking.
Yeah.
Apparently, Matt fell asleep on one of our streams as well.
Yeah, that one I knew about.
Huh?
That one I knew about. Do you guys remember when I was in the shower when I jumped on?
Yes, I do. I always thought it was like from here up.
Oh, you know.
It was pretty entertaining.
Darn it, I missed that one.
It was from like here up.
Yeah, Clifton, you would be disappointed.
I thought it was part of the beating CD. I would not be disappointed.
No, I meant you were disappointed you missed it, not you disappointed what you saw.
No, I didn't have my wide angle lens on. So.
Oh, okay, so things look smaller when you don't have the wide angle lens. Gotcha.
And apparently when it's cold, so.
So now we know this is a sky screen. That's okay. Everyone's got their thing.
I always just tell people that I don't mind them pointing, but just don't laugh.
There you go.
Yeah, that's good.
I tell people, no, that is not a cannoli.
There's a joke in there about being cream filled somehow.
I think you just said it.
I was hoping that was Jason that said that.
Just right. It all comes rushing out.
Oh my. Oh my.
Sarah, you and I are shaking our heads. Oh,
this is nothing. I mean,
You know what else?
Sarah, your hair is fantastic.
You know what else I missed? I also missed hanging out at Will and Sarah's house when I was there.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
We had fun.
Yeah, he had a impromptu stay over. He put my kid out of his bed so he could sleep. No, I'm kidding.
Sorry, Jay, you're fucking out of here. All right. Will and Sarah, take me in.
Yep, you got to experience Bacon Kitty.
Yeah, Bacon Kitty woke me up every morning biting my fingers.
Yep, that's what he does. He's a little shit.
He is. I'm like, what are you doing, you little four-legged son of a bitch? Stop biting me.
You might need food.
And
I'll
then
have to find out.
And then the nice, lovely drive down to Austin.
What did we stop for?
Kolaches.
That's what it was. Kolaches, yes.
In West Texas?
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, authentic, Scott. Authentic kolaches.
Yep. It's as authentic you can get in Texas.
Yeah. That entire area was just settled by a really, really huge German population. So the traditions have just continued. They're still making just really, really amazing and epic food generations later. It's a fun area. It's a fun area of Texas, I think.
I'm kind of tempted to cook a DiGiorno right now. And just eat the whole damn thing.
Do it.
We've done it. I've done it.
I'm pretty tempted. It might happen, but we'll see.
Go for it.
I have absolutely on more than one occasion just cooked a whole box of mac and cheese like right after a stream, and it's actually funny. My wife was like, "Yeah, I had a feeling you were streaming pretty late because I woke up and they were just like there was mac and cheese pans in the sink still." Like, oh no, my shame! You've seen it.
Oh my god.
That's just one of those things you like. It needed to be done. That's the. Did you want to see me if I didn't eat that? It would have been bad.
Exactly. It's like I needed carbs. Come on. I needed them to be tasty. I wasn't gonna just eat like dried spaghetti.
Just any old carb won't do.
If you eat the dried spaghetti, it absorbs a whole lot more moisture, though.
Well, that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you have to crunch it down.
Yeah.
Ryan Johnson asked at the Czech stop. So if you're driving down 35,
What they're trying to say is you accidentally said German, not Czech. They're Czech.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, it was okay, fair enough. There were a bunch of people immigrating from all over that area, both Czech and German, and all over from there. But yes,
9.
But it's on both sides of 35. The Czech shop, the original one, is on the east side of 35. We stopped at the one on the west side of 35 because we had never tried it, and I think it's as good, if not better. So,
oh no, we stopped at the first one with Jason. We stopped at the other one with John.
Okay, fair enough.
We travel down 35 a lot to go to Waco and Austin. So,
yeah.
Where did Matt go?
He's probably dealing with the
He's
child.
gone.
Did he fall? He didn't fall, did he?
I didn't see him fall. I saw him walk away.
Okay.
I think we're okay.
Because I mean, he was standing there for a while.
He pulled a mashing drum, wiped out.
At this point,
Huh?
He's
You
just
pulled him
wrapped around a big pile of burnt ends. Just
Oh my god.
He's
Yeah.
gonna rally. He'll be back in like 30 minutes if that's what's happening.
Most memorable bottle that you can't find much anymore.
Let's start at the bottom and work our way up to the
Ooh,
top.
I got one. I got one.
Okay, fine. We'll start over there with Rocket.
He even has his backup of it.
Where is it? Where is it?
Oh, I got mine. Okay.
Right here.
I know where it is.
Mortlock 19, the
Oh,
low
heard that.
bottling. So, Lonoc, I am so sad about this. Lonoc went out of business this year. It was an imprint of, I think, Cadenheads. I think it was Cadenheads. But they shut down the imprint this year. They got rid of it. This is just about the best fucking Mortlock I've ever had. And it was $40. It was $40 for a 19-year-old Mortlock. And I'm never going to find another. And I'm so sad about that.
See, I'm going on the low end, so I went with the Jim Beam Distiller's Cut because at least in Southern California, you cannot find this bottle anymore. So I'm treasuring it. Like, I mean, I know it's a budget pour, but for $18, it's honestly one of my favorite Jim Beam products for the price.
Yeah, I like that one too. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. I only have a couple of those left.
You got anything, Scott?
Well, one you cannot find at all anymore. That's Compass Box the General, if you want to know about Scotch. And on the bourbon or rye side, Booker's Rye. Probably two of the best whiskeys I've ever had. And I'd considered buying another Booker's Rye back when you could still get them for $1,000. So I thought, God dang, I'd still like to have one for that. Now I don't think you can even touch them for that anymore.
Yeah, I have half an ounce of a sample of one of those left. I'm just hanging on to that little half an ounce.
Yeah, the Booker's Rye is up to about 1,800 now. Most places.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
They really need to release a second one. I mean, I think there's so much hype for it now.
It was so good.
They can try, but I don't know if it'll be as glorious as that other one.
Mike, you're on deck. What do you got?
Mine's easy, but it's more sentimental. I've got a bottle of of Blanton's, and I'm not even a big fan of Blanton's, but it was just a random pick that a friend had grabbed off a shelf. It was supposed to go to somebody else, but every date on there had something to do with me and my wife, and so we opened it for our only for our anniversary, and she did not drink whiskey at all. But yeah, we just open it once a year. So now she's now since passed. So now on our anniversary, it's up to me. I'll open it on the anniversary until it's gone. So
there you go.
Cheers to that.
Mike, that's beautiful, man.
What bottle was that, Mike?
It's Blanton's.
Oh.
Dude, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's the story behind it. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's special to you, then
I actually really don't care for it that much. But I mean, it's okay. But it's the whole thing. I mean, literally every handwritten number. It was bottled on her 50th birthday. It was. I mean, like every stinking number on it has something to do with the two of us. So it's like, all right, we have to keep this bottle. So anyway,
you should definitely make a lamp out of it or something when you're done with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I can do that for you. That's easy.
At least keep the horsey.
One more horsey.
I was that close to a spit take. I just
I didn't want to say anything bad about Blanton.
No, do it. I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
I think you should turn the bottle into a fucking medallion and just wear it around your neck.
Ultimate
All the
tater.
horses. Yeah.
I mean, my bottle is a bottle that actually I wish I actually knew what it was, and that's the problem with it. It's the bottle of Booker's that made me love bourbon. A guy at a girl at a bar gave it to me, and she was like, "Hey, if you're into bourbon, you should try this." And it's kind of the story I always tell about what got me into bourbon. And I wish, I was a dumb shit. I didn't know enough about Booker's back then. Realize it had batch numbers and all that. I wish I could go back in time and find out what bottle that was and get, that bottle again.
It was probably Big Man Small Batch.
Yeah, of course.
No, it's up your
Probably.
Yeah. And it was probably Booker's Rye. Yeah,
right.
Here, try this. Don't tell my boss. I will be fired.
Benjamin or Patty, do either one of y'all have?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was that time Eagle Rare 17 was $75 on the shelf. years
Right.
ago. But no, really, for me, it's Glenlivet Nador, the 16-year-old, because that's one of my favorite non-peated scotches, and they pretty much have done away with that one. So I have a couple places local I can still find it, but when it's gone, it's going to be gone, and that's a fantastic scotch.
I saw that distiller.
You come up to Wisconsin. I've got a couple for you.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, I got one too. It goes along the line of what we were looking at was craft distillers. It's called Crouch Distilling. It was down by Ben actually in South Carolina, and we reviewed their stuff, and then Ben said like as we were reviewing it that week, like 2 days before, he's like they're closing on Friday. So it was one of those things and then we had it, and it was really fucking good, and we're like, we need to put together like a consortium of people for like all the distilleries that are going to end up closing, in the next year or so. It'd be like, we would like to buy some of your barrels because people don't know how damn good they are, and just kind of set them aside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our South Carolina mule found it.
Yeah.
And Ben, where are you in South Carolina? I'm from South Carolina. That's why I'm curious.
I'm in Anderson. So that's
okay.
Kind of
I'm from Rock Hill. I lived in Rock Hill
Okay.
like my whole life, and then I went to college in Charleston. Now I'm in LA, but I went to college in Charleston. So I need to find a good South Carolina whiskey, like that Crouch. I've never heard of them, but I need to look
Crouch.
that up.
Yeah, they're the only distillery in Columbia, the capital.
But they're
so,
they're permanently closed now, right?
They're closed now. For South Carolina, really the two best are probably, well, I would say I'll throw out three. Charleston Distilling, we just did a review of their bourbon. They do pretty good. Highwire Distilling is really well known for their Jimmy Redcorn.
Oh yeah,
bourbon.
I actually really like what they do. They they do some interesting mash bills and different corn varietals, a lot of different.
I'm making notes here.
A lot of like heirloom grains. I mean, they do some really funky stuff. I mean, it's kind of one of those love it or hate it whiskeys. But if you're experimental and like to try different stuff, it's amazing.
Like the Jimmy Redcorn has.
Highwire did a rye, right? Highwire did a.
They did do a rye. I sent that to you, and you reviewed that one, Ed. That was really good.
I've still got like half your sample left. I don't want to kill it. It is so good.
Yeah.
It is so good. Highwire and to be fair, I kind of was like, all right, Southern Rye. I don't think it's gonna be that great. That shit was like number 3 in my top 10 rye video.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was so good.
Yeah.
You know why I'm so upset? Highwire was 3 blocks away from my apartment in Charleston, and I'm so mad. They may not have been there when I was there, but I'm just looking at the map right now. I'm like, oh my god, if I had known.
Their Jimmy Redcorn, when they mashed it and ended up, they came back the next day and it had 3 inches of oil on top.
Yeah,
like everything was like sunk underneath it. It was ridiculous.
And it's interesting because that cinnamon note that we were talking about, this must be coming from the barrel or something. They said that actually comes from the corn itself. It has, when they walked in, the whole distillery smelled like cinnamon when they first started mashing it. So
wow.
Third would be 6 and 20 Distillery, which is near where I live here.
I've seen theirs.
Some of their whiskeys, they're okay. They're nothing really extravagant or really great, but they've got an heirloom rye that they use, this Black Seacoast rye, and it's freaking phenomenal. It's one of my personal favorite ryes, and that one's outstanding.
Yeah, the only ones I know, like striped. There's like striped pig, but they do a lot of like Terra Pure kind of things. Like they do a lot with Total Wine, like their brands. I know they kind of work on that. So
Striped pig can fucking.
Oh god, Ed, you and I have talked. I've heard.
Yeah,
be careful.
There's a certain the initials TB.
Oh, you mean the guy I went to college with, and that's like trying to like really hit me up all the time? Yeah.
Oh, you got to keep going now.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about him. There's stories that these guys know. I don't know them.
No, don't get me started. Don't get me started. We get into a whole thing. Let's just.
The really delicious.
That son of a bitch could go fuck themselves. Is what I'm saying.
Again, I don't know the guy, so I can't say anything.
Yeah.
But
the one Ben mentioned, that 6 and 20 heirloom rye, is fucking awesome. But the crazy thing is, it's distilled 5 times. not like 2 or 3 like normal. 5.
Did we lose Matt? When was the last time we saw him?
Did he get abducted by aliens? What the heck?
I feel like this is the NFL draft when Bill Belichick's chair just had his German Shepherd sitting in it. When the camera kept going back for Belichick, just this dog sitting in the chair.
Belichick.
That's my boy, Belichick. That's my boy.
I want to see Belichick do a whiskey review. It'd be amazing.
Yeah. Oh my God, it would be so awful.
Yeah, it'd
though.
be a,
Like honestly,
a
that
2-word review.
Yeah,
I can't listen to that guy talk.
It's fine.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. What the hell? Why the hell did Tom Brady go down to Florida? What the? Just retire. Just retire.
No, you gotta go grab another bourbon because we're talking sports. Be right back.
Sorry, yeah, I want to get started. But like, I mean, I'm from Massachusetts. Like the Patriots, even though I have never really been a huge sports guy, you can't avoid it, right? Like you have to be into sports. But like I said, I won't get too into it. But
It's like when Joe Montana went to Kansas City, you know, just like, come on, man, just hang it up
like
already.
money, but like Tom Brady.
Hey, he went to the AFC Championship
You're
in
a
Kansas
freaking
City.
legend. Don't go down to Florida where we're all just now I have to root against Tom Brady. Like that doesn't feel natural. That doesn't
Oh, Bill, that's okay. I've been doing it for a long time.
I know, but I don't want to be a loser anymore. Like I don't. You guys all suck.
Nah.
Like my team is the best.
Nah, he can take his 3 gallons of water a day, have it, and shove it up his ass. I hope somebody breaks his clavicles.
Well, now I'm with you because fuck him, he's not a Patriot anymore.
The Patriots had an amazing run. I'll admit it, but that's it. It's over now.
It was because of the coach, not the quarterback.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the coach is actually a golem, though. Like, I'm pretty sure he's a goblin that was brought to life in the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
He was made from clay to enact evil upon society.
I love that you keep focusing on that.
So it's like every 30 seconds earlier.
We're having a great time over there. All right.
I want to see just like walk by the screen like with Violet on the shoulder, like.
She's going to take over the stream.
I would love if she sat on the chair right now. Like,
By
give her
the way,
full power.
speaking of like weird streams, did anyone happen to catch the? So you know when Buffalo Trace made the grand, you know, the big old announcement that Blanton Straight from the Barrel is coming to the United States, or actually staying in the United States. So Harlan Wheatley and some poor bastard did a live stream from Buffalo Trace. These two guys sat 6 feet apart from each other, and they barely said one word. Harlan Wheatley has the personality of a fucking light bulb.
Fluorescent or incandescent?
I think it's one of those old. It's like one of the old like 80s like yellow light bulbs.
Yeah, that's not even LED,
He
man.
sat across the guy. The guy's facing well, and he's facing Blanton Straight from the Barrel. Is like, this is amazing stuff. And Harlan's like, it's good. It's good. It's like he's like, no, so that's what reminded me of that. He barely said 2 words. The poor guy was trying to like, hey, this is like a big thing. Get excited. And Harlan didn't have any of it.
That's when they should just had Freddie on there.
That's what I said. I'm like, if you're gonna have a dude on there to sell your shit, get Freddie on there.
Yeah. Well, I'm bringing out the good. Now talking Buffalo Trace, I'm bringing out the big guns. Now I'm got a special bottle here tonight. Benchmark foolproof.
Oh.
How is that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
for $18, and it's an $18 bottle.
Okay.
Thanks to Brian Bernicke. I'm not sure if he's still in the chat. He was here earlier. Got me the full Benchmark lineup. I will say though, it tastes like the best corn forward bourbon I've ever had. Like it's almost mellow corn territory. I know there was a petition to get like a mellow corn cask strength. This is probably the closest you're gonna get because it's super like sweet corn forward. I don't hate it. It's no Weller foolproof, but
still,
what's that like being able to actually find Weller?
Oh, I've got two. Well, I
haven't
can't find Weller, but I got two.
Weller in Massachusetts in years.
Well, see, I can't find Weller, but the foolproof, we have 3 picks of it.
We can't find Buffalo Trace in southeast Wisconsin.
That's true.
I'm sorry.
But I have cases of it up here.
Yeah, right?
So Eric's asking. All right, fine. Scott kind of stole a little bit of the thunder, but he's also not wrong at all. The friggin' Booker's Rye was life changing. And the other one that I gotta say, also, like, Daniel's totally right. Longmorn 16 is
the
incredible.
old one.
Yes, the old one.
The old one. Cool.
Just incredible, and you can't find either one anymore. So that would be my.
I have the new fancy purple box Longhorn 16.
I almost got it the other day.
Yeah, everyone tells me it's not the same though.
Yeah, well, but like I wonder, is it still like incredible, just not the same?
I thought it was good. Actually, I actually got it on recommendation from Big Sexy over there. So he told me to pick it up. It's actually really good. I actually found it to be. It's like the apricot and peach notes I'm getting on that thing are incredible. It's very stone fruit forward.
Yeah, I've got to try them side by side, and they're both really good. There's just more depth and nuance to the older version, really. But it's not like the newer one is just terrible or something.
Well, the same thing, and Scott. I'm sure Scott from Scott Fest Fund. I think you'll probably agree with this. When you have the old Bunnahabhain 18 and the new one, it's like. It's night and day to me.
Well, not to bust the bubble there, but I haven't even tried the new one because I love the old one so much. I still have it.
Then, if that's the case, then don't.
I don't want to ruin it.
Don't go to the new one then, because when somebody sent me a sample of the new one and I had them side by side, I'm like, it's incredible how different they are. Yeah.
Now the new one has some very faint peat in it, doesn't it?
It does. It's a little bit peaty too. Yeah, a little bit.
So, question for you guys, and I know Will, you still have to answer, but so Jason, this has nothing necessarily to do with you, but more just like that. You mentioned stone fruit as a taste. I find that to be such a bullshit thing when people say like orchard fruit or stone fruit or like some other generality. Only because an apricot tastes way different than a peach. Tastes way different than I don't know some other stuff.
I mean, when you kind of go with
plum,
I go with
light.
Yeah,
plum. Because if we're talking, there's a difference.
Yeah.
Like a malt stone fruit, generally for me, and this is my experience, has more of a peachy, citrusy taste.
Mm-hmm.
But a rye stone fruit leans heavy into that apricot taste.
Or grapefruit for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, y'all are way more advanced than I am because I normally go with just like a light fruit or a dark fruit. Dark fruit like strawberry, raspberry. Light fruit like apple, peaches. That's the extent of my fruit level.
See, and sometimes for me, it will actually present itself as a particular thing, but more often than not, it's a glancing memory that I'm just trying to grab a hold of, right? So I'm grasping at straws sometimes, and stone fruit is the generality that I'm throwing out there, hoping that Matt or Sarah might be able to narrow that down and help me figure out where I'm sitting.
Right, and that's
what
fair.
exactly.
But if you're putting out like your tasting note as stone fruit, or in this case, it's usually more like a smell. But like if that's your note is stone fruit, I always feel like that's a cop out. It's almost like spend a little bit more time and narrow it down.
Even if you go like light stone fruit versus like a dark stone fruit, where you're getting like richer berry plum type notes compared to like you said pears and peaches and shit. Like at least then you're differentiating like the spectrum of where you're headed towards.
Right. Like when somebody says red berries or something as a note, I'm also like a strawberry is way different than a raspberry. It's way different than like I don't know, some sort of just general.
I think like if you look at like Jason, please. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying I would agree with Will. Like because I know when I'm nosing and tasting, because like even like cherries and some of those are considered stone fruits as well because they have pit, right? Mm-hmm. So I'll call out a cherry and stuff. When I say stone fruits, I think most of at least the people that watch me they know I'm usually talking apricot. Usually when I say stone fruit, I kind of mean apricot or peach. It just takes me a second to figure out which one it is.
Yeah, and that's totally what I would assume. I guess more what I'm getting at is that, like, as the collective whiskey tube, like, and just like bloggers and whoever is reviewing stuff, I feel like it's our job to like take that one extra step and identify what that stone fruit is.
You want You want to read some ridiculous tasting notes? Anything on the Scott Malt's Whiskey Society site?
Oh yeah,
totally, 100%.
Yeah.
Hey, this was something I was talking about with our sommelier at the liquor store. Was that the terms we use as whiskey tube or whiskey community people are very general, as opposed to the terms that are very objective in the wine sommelier community, right? They're trying to create a language, an objective language that creates an understanding of what you're getting, no matter what your subjective taste is.
They're trying to, but they're not succeeding because everybody's palate's different. And
They're trying to, but like I feel like that's something we don't necessarily do as a whiskey tube community. We kind of lean into this whole thing where, like, if you take, like, you follow a whiskey tuber whose taste matches your own.
Right.
You don't necessarily follow whiskey tubers who speak in objective terms.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
I think
you find someone that you have like a similar profile to, so when someone says, "Hey, I like it," you're like, "Damn, it's fucking about time."
How you doing, Matt?
Matt, where'd you go?
We can't hear you, Matt.
No audio.
You muted yourself, buddy.
My
Matt,
meat.
You're still muted.
Hello.
He's got the meat sweat.
Can't hear you.
Mute.
Matt's got the meat sweats.
He's still talking.
You're muted. He's telling a whole
The
story.
best part is he's been talking for like 3 minutes. He's just going.
Yeah. Muted.
Yeah.
Hey, make him not
We
full screen.
can't hear you.
Matt, you're on mute.
Wow.
Okay, who's going to pull the
There you
bad
are.
lip syncing here?
That took so long.
No, Violet was very angry, so we had to take care of Violet.
Jesus, just put her to bed. You don't have to take care of her, man. Just put her to bed or
Let's
something.
take care of her.
Like
AKA
Will,
Wait a
Matt.
minute, wait a minute, we lost somebody.
6 feet deep.
That's what we do in my family. We take care of people.
Right.
Exactly. Like that. No, Bill went for a sleepover, so she's pissed off and trying to go outside. The other guys are outside smoking cigars, and she's pissed off she can't be outside smoking cigars with them. So
Matt,
When was the last time you smoked a cigar?
Matt,
she
you
wants
are not
more,
allowed
she
to
can't
smoke
do that
cigar.
too. So she's in the house. She's very mad.
Do you hear me, Matt?
At the top of the stairs. It's fine.
Matt,
Yes,
you're not allowed to smoke a cigar.
I know that. That's why I'm not smoking a cigar.
Okay,
They're
I'm just
outside.
making sure. I'm putting it in your head now.
Stephanie says she'll hurt me, so this is why I'm not smoking a
Just
cigar.
stumbling down the street and throw up in
All
someone's
good.
yard.
I'm not allowed to smoke cigars anymore.
Better than in your yard.
I was gonna say your family sounds intense, Matt. You can take care of your daughter, and you're gonna get killed if you smoke a cigar. I don't know. About
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes around here.
No,
It's intense.
there's a story behind a cigar. The last time he smoked one when he was drinking, he ended up, we couldn't find, we were at his house, we had an event, and where the fuck's Matt? Where's Matt? Everybody's searching for Matt. We go outside, walking up and down the sidewalks, and we finally find Matt a couple houses down. Like, and we have to get him back to the house, and he's drunk as fuck.
Well, cigars and my blood pressure medication do not do well together.
And apparently drinking.
So I'm no longer allowed to smoke cigars because of that.
And Matt's like, what? What's wrong?
Yeah,
It's Quinton's. It's Quinton's for you.
It was kind of scary there for a minute because nobody could find Matt, and it's dark outside. And
Where am I gonna go?
I've been on several Google Hangouts where people decide to go to the liquor store in the middle of the hangout when we're all completely wasted, and they end up at a liquor store. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? It's like it's the middle of the night. Like, what?
Why are you at the liquor store?
What I want to know is why don't you have enough liquor that you need to go to the liquor store in the middle of the night?
I've seen it happen with several people.
And I realize that this might not be relatable to you, Matt. Not everybody has 40,000 bottles of whiskey on hand.
What no one in the chat realizes is that if Matt turns around and opens the cabinets, they're all full of whiskey.
Right.
It's true.
Yeah.
Not so much the top ones. The top ones are all glasses.
It's like coffee, Cocoa Pops, pancake mix, Macallan 18.
All right, everybody, I'm gonna pop out for the night. I've had a long night, and
Wait a second. I just wanted to say before you leave. So is stone fruit like your version of smooth, where it pisses you the fuck off when someone says it?
I think it probably is, but honestly, it's a recent thing for me. Only because I find that I always come to the same damn descriptors, and I feel like calling something out as a stone fruit is like a cop out. You know, where I'm like, oh, this bourbon, it tastes like vanilla and butterscotch and caramel and oak.
Well,
you know,
that's fair. I feel like as whiskey tasters, we should differentiate between a light stone fruit and a dark stone fruit.
Yeah, completely.
Like Erica made the point yesterday because I said something tasted like stone fruit, and she was like, "Hey, cherry's a stone fruit." Like true.
Exactly.
If you're tasting bourbon and you say cherry and stone fruit, you've basically said the same thing twice.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you need to. That's why you need to like go cherry, raspberry, blueberry, whatever it is, and then you say stone fruit. Somebody should know what you mean.
You should mean I think you should mean an apricot. You should mean like what is it? A nectarine? Is that a fucking
nectarine, apricot?
Yeah. See, this is why I skipped the whole stone fruit stage because I don't know what the hell a stone fruit is. I mean, like, I know like a few of them, but like I don't know like half these. I'm like, I always go light fruit or dark fruit.
Apricots.
Something with an annoying pigment.
But if you say plum, if you say like a plum or a date, that's a whole different motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I want in the next review I do, I'm gonna say something tastes like a plumot, which is like a plum and a kumquat together. See if anybody picks up on it. It's like, oh my God, I think I'm getting a plumot in here, and just leave it at that. I think everybody's been.
See my response. Oh, I love plumots.
Oh yeah, I got those on.
You totally nailed it, Bill. Oh my
God. I've been waiting for that descriptor for fucking years.
See, the only thing is though, you could spend half the bottle and 2 weeks trying to figure out what that flavor is, and then you finally get it, and you say you got the plumot. Plumquat. What was it? Plumot. Something in there, and someone's gonna be like, "I'm not getting that at all. There ain't no plumot in here."
You need to pull that. You need to pull that on Bart on your next tasting. Because then he'll say it like a dozen times after that.
He would probably go right, but he'd act like he knew what it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Plumot. I like that.
Yeah. I got my Plumot shirt on.
Not like a smooth Plumot. It's got to be fuzzy.
Here you go, guys. Here is a descriptor from one of the bottles on SMWS. Here we go. Yielded notes of fermenting bananas, think chutney, pomegranate molasses, bandages, strawberry accented old Jamaican rum, lemon, barley water, and funky mango syrup. We loved it immediately. With water, we got white chocolate mice.
What? Wait, what? Say that again. White chocolate what?
Mice?
White chocolate mice. What the hell does that mean?
What the
mice? Like little furry like
I don't know. Then it goes
like
on to say,
Christmas dipped in chocolate.
Apparently they're white chocolate. I never bit into one. I don't know.
There's rhubarb and custard sweets, lemongrass, elderflower wine, fermented tea leaf, mechanical oils, malt vinegar, anthracite, pine resin, and WD-40.
Really? They put WD-40 in there?
Up until the end, I was on it. The WD-40 sealed it. Like, no, that's okay.
That was the.
I have to say that's too many descriptors.
And that was the first sip. The second sip was hair drops, dunder, ester drenched peaches.
What the?
Mentholated throat sweets, aromatic bitter, natural.
What is
tart.
this thing?
Okay, but for those of you who don't know, like it's intentional. It's intentional for them to do this. Like it's a thing.
It's Single Cast Nation does that too. It's like a J. Peterman catalog.
They got to be making that.
No, that's amazing. I think their editors paying them by the word. It's
mechanical oils. I want that broken down. Is that like 10W30 or 0820 or what the hell is that exactly?
It's not WD-40.
I mean, that's like stone fruit of oils, mechanical oils. Come on, you can do better.
Mechanical oils. At the end, it says it's finished with jazzy herbal notes, red bean paste, marker pen, and fermenting soybeans with miso flecked dunder funk.
Wait. I
It had me until Dunderfunk.
That's a great
Is
band.
that from Dunder Mifflin from The Office?
Do they mean like Dunder, like rum Dunder, or do they mean like the shit that comes off your head?
Dude, I don't know, but the bottle.
Dander.
That's standard.
Dander. That's Dander, not Dunder.
Yeah, the bottle is called Dramming in the Upside Down. If anyone wants to go and look and read that, it's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
So how does it taste to you, Jason?
I don't know. I've never tasted it. I think I get stoned for it.
And on that note, I'm out.
Cheers.
Hey, Bill.
Thank you for hanging out.
Oh, he went quick.
Yeah.
That's something else. I gotta go.
He's got to go make his mac and cheese.
With the SMWS and a lot of places, I mean, other distilleries and stuff. You got to make your whiskey stand out. I mean, and you got to make interesting notes because, like Bill said, most bourbons, when you taste a bourbon, you get cinnamons, you get caramels, you get vanillas.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, butterscotch. Sometimes you get cherries, but I mean, it's the same notes, and it's like, how do you describe it differently? Maybe you're not getting anything different. Maybe it's one of those bourbons that. Because to me, most bourbons kind of just fit this flavor profile. Mm-hmm. You know, some stand out, some fall behind, but it's like, how is it standing out? What is it? I mean, is it a burnt, flawn of, I can't even remember what the fruit was now that we was talking about earlier.
Plumage.
Yeah. Plumage. Is it a pluma flawn?
Yeah, well, Scott, with that, like, I feel like another cop out is, other than like smooth and that, is like classic bourbon notes. Like I hear that a lot. Like I'm okay with that, but like I feel like go on a little bit more. Like I've heard a lot of people say classic bourbon notes. I'm like, okay, great, but like, and that'll be it. They'll move on. I'm like, what?
Yeah, whenever because I review mostly bourbons. Whenever I try to break them down, I'll go by the brand, because the brand. To me, like Jim Beam, Heaven Hill usually has a little bit more of a peanut side. Old Forester,
exactly. Yeah.
Old Forester, 1792, they kind of gear a little bit more banana. So you have those typical flavor profiles, and what you're looking for is something that stands out, or something that's new. And sometimes, like Scott said, you are searching for something that's just a little bit that makes it stand out. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Mm-hmm. Yep. It is what it is.
I think I've discovered something interesting. The more Erica pushes me to drink bourbons, because before we started this channel, I didn't fucking drink bourbon at all. I drank rye, Irish, Scotch. The more I drink bourbon, though, I feel like the more I'm developing a taste, like a specialized taste for distinguishing specific things in bourbon, right? Yeah. I think there is something to that, though. Like, the more you focus on the bourbon category, you start to pick out these little things that really do differentiate. I'm drunk. Differentiate different bottlings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yes. I think it's something to do with what you're used to. I think when I first started drinking bourbon, I got caramel, cherry, wood. And that was it.
Yeah.
The more I drink it, though, you start to get floral notes. You start to get the lactones. You start to get like coconut shit. You start to get this other stuff that you really wouldn't find if you hadn't taken the time to drink other bourbons. Like, you have to drink quite a bit of bourbon and kind of develop that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I was talking to master distillers when I was first getting into bourbon, they said, "Hey, you want to learn about bourbons?" The best advice I got was from a master distiller that told me to, and I talked about this in my enhancing your palate video. Basically, taste like one brand for like a week or 2 weeks. Just rate that one brand of bourbon, and then after like 2 weeks, when you think you know what you're tasting, when you think you can differentiate everything, then introduce a different brand to your palate, and you'll see the differences. And that's exactly what I did, and they couldn't have been more right. I mean, it totally stood out. Was he wearing his mask on his nipple?
So Jason, I have a similar story, but backwards. So I started out with bourbon. Like, bourbon was like the first thing I fell in love with. But it's the same thing with Scotch though. Like, I mean, to me, originally Scotch was like either peated or like, I always call it biley. I know that's offensive or whatever, but like, so to me, those are the first two notes. It's either peated or bile. So I was like, okay, I got to try it a bit more. And like you said, you got to stick with the same type, whether it's a Speyside or like an Islay or whatever. And once you try it over and over and over again, you'll start picking out different things. Like, okay, but it's bile with a hint of apples, you know? So
Okay, but
it goes both ways too, though.
with Scotch though too. Like, I feel like Speyside or Highland Malt has this weird like baby diarrhea shit going.
Okay, well that's what I'm thinking with bile. I know what you're talking about. I get it.
Like
I've never tasted baby diarrhea. I've tasted bile, so I don't know.
There's a lot of brands that kind of do have like kind of a baby puke taste.
Okay, I will say one of the first Scotches I ever tried was Glenmorangie. I'm probably mispronouncing that. And I definitely got that bile note with that one. And I was like, I don't like Scotch. And I was like stuck on that for a year until I tried another one. I was like, wait, I might be Scotch like curious. Like, I don't know.
Scotch curious.
That's what I call myself, Scotch curious.
It was just in college, right?
Yeah,
just in college.
Yeah, he was just trying to find himself. That's all.
You guys find when you're talking?
I'm gonna jump off real quick, so I just want to say good night. Thanks for meeting guys.
Night, Jason.
Good night, Jason.
See you on the YouTube, folks. Cheers.
Bye. When you guys were talking classic bourbon notes, part of my mind goes to just more recent bourbon, because I know, Mike, you've had some of these too. You've had some more old dusties lately, where you start tasting some of the stuff from the 1960s or 70s or even before that, and you start getting like a different flavor profile for when. So when someone says classic, I'm almost at a point where I don't know if you mean old quality or classic as in like 1990s to now version of something.
Well, just when I've heard it, it's more in the realm of like, this tastes like a bourbon. Like, and I hear it a lot from Scotch drinkers, and I totally get that as like a jumping off point. Like, sure, you get your vanilla, your caramel, your wood. I get that, but go more in depth, like Jason was saying, like, you know, dig deeper. Like, is it more of like a cedar or like a, you know, like a new wood, old wood? Like, there's a little bit more to bring out there, and it's like, don't cut yourself off at classic bourbon notes. Like, go on, keep going.
Well, and that's what I'm agreeing with you is like you get almost to another tier of like flavor profile when you get to some of the old stuff. Like I've said it before, like I think I had the 1960s George Dickel, and I was like, why the?
See, I have some old.
Why
I have some old
fuck
Jim
did
Beam,
you
and
change shit? You know,
I have
like
some
I
old
was
Jim
just
Beam
like,
from the 70s. It's delicious. I might go grab one too.
Patty, I got to disagree.
I'm still upset about it. I'm still upset.
No, Patty, I got to disagree with you though, and all the respect to you. I respect you 100%. Don't get me wrong. Like whatever you're tasting, but like. I feel like those old bourbon tastes really leaned into that kind of rancio, heavy, older taste, and that's not something I'm looking for. Like, I'm not saying I want a young-ass bourbon. I'm not saying that at all. Like, a young-ass bourbon is like a fucking new yew branch that you just cut the bark off of. But at the same time, I'm not looking for that really heavy old taste. I feel like a lot of those old bourbons really lean into this weird rancid kind of super woody old taste, and that's.
Oh wait, Ed, are you talking about? Like,
I haven't gotten enough of the rancid part. I guess is my thing. Otherwise, I agree with you.
Yeah. So well, that's 2 points. Like, are you talking vintage or are you talking?
Yeah, I'm talking vintage.
I'm talking vintage stuff. Yeah.
Vintage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like old versus new. Like,
but you could have stuff that has a little bit of cork taint to it too.
That's true.
Which is pretty easy. But there's I've got a lot of old dusty stuff and well, old dusty whatever. But I get them to drink because a lot of them can be really great. But I sat on a thing with Freddie No a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about that because it was actually a tasting of a bunch of different old Jim Beams, and he said, you know, he actually has the old logs of Jim Beam, and their fermentation used to only be basically from November until Easter, and that was it. So they had a much shorter cycle, which that was one reason. Another reason was even though it said, you know, 175 months, 150 months or whatever, they're really probably was 20-year-old bourbon in there because they had such gaps in there, nobody was buying it. But with that shorter season on there and what they had to do because they were doing everything by hand, they had it was a different feel to it. And that's one of the reasons they're doing their craft distillery is to do some of that stuff, to recreate some of that stuff, which actually includes the Booker's Rye. Like he said, the new little book basically has Booker's Rye in it. And it's not out of the realm for them to recreate. But the really old stuff is it's different because it's not so automated, and it was like, yeah, we got this shit that's been sitting around here for 20 years. let's go ahead and throw it in here. And they threw that in with the whiskeys, and that's why it was better.
Yeah. Well, while we're on the topic, I have a 1976 Jim Beam 100 month, which is about 8 years old. So I want to pour some of that for you guys. So.
That's not leaded, is it?
No. It's actually glass, surprisingly. No, it's like legit like glass. It's actually pretty cool. It tastes delicious, I will say. I've had a couple decanters. I'm about to shut the bottle again. I've had a couple decanters that are the lead, but this is actually like glass that's just been like glazed over. It tastes perfectly as if it were a new bottle. I love it. So shout out to Donnie and Diana. I don't know if they're still in the chat, but they gave me this bottle. So,
hey Matt, is this Nika 17 peated?
Is what? Which one?
Is the Nika 17 a peated whiskey, or is that just kind of
just a little bit? Yes.
I was gonna say there's a hint of something in there.
Yeah, it is. Because you get mostly Yoichi in there, so yeah, it's peated.
Okay.
There's a little bit of Mikiku, but mostly Yoichi.
Did you guys see the New York Times article about Nika recently?
No.
How they're pulling the same shit that some of the smaller guys are doing.
What are they doing?
Importing
other places? Yeah.
Importing from other places.
Oh,
yeah.
Are you kidding me?
To cover the gap.
I was going to do a video about that probably either this week or next week. Yeah.
It'd be weird to see if you could taste the difference as Nika like changed.
It's like
Nika
and then the shit we got from Canada or Scotland, whatever the fuck this shit is. It's fine.
The marketing director came out and said, "Hey, yeah, we're importing a little bit from Canada or Scotland to make up for the little bit of taste."
Wait, that's fine.
Yeah, but look at the price that they're getting off of people for it, and that's why they're doing it. Like, I mean, what you used to charge like $40 for is like almost like $140 or $200 now. Yeah. I mean, they're like, well, it's shady.
It's bullshit. The one thing you could count on with Japanese whiskey was that Nika and Suntory would not import other people's bullshit.
It was actual Japanese whiskey, not just, hey, I put some scotch in a bottle and it's a bottle in Japan.
But here's the thing.
You're telling me you counted on that.
The part is that in the New York Times article, they didn't say when they started doing it.
That's disappointing.
So we don't know which batches went out with.
Now you're just gonna make me taste extra hard. But I'm getting there and be like,
I'll tell you,
there's some Highland in this motherfucker.
Looking for notes of Plumot.
With every Japanese whiskey I've bought there or looked at, I've always assumed that there's some scotch in there.
Well, and here's the thing. I trust Yoichi. I trust Miyagikyo. I'll trust the Yamazaki.
It's so good, too.
But as soon as you start blending it, you know what? I don't know.
What is it, Nika from the barrel? How many blends are they using?
But they're all they're all their own blends. I mean, you get stuff you get peated from Yoichi, and then you get malt and grain from
That was a good one.
Like that one. Yeah.
That was a real good one.
That is a good one. I agree with you on that one. That is a really
but the thing about Chichibu is they'll tell you. They'll tell you if their shit came out with a world whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
The other motherfuckers will hide it.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. They don't even tell you. It's like, we put some stuff in a bottle. We bottled it here in Japan. It's cool. Whatever. It's fine. It's all scotch, but it's fine.
You would hope that would lead to the downfall in pricing.
You think so, but
I know it's not. I'm just saying, like, you would have to hope it's like, this isn't all our shit, but we're selling it that way. Like, well, you might as well be an independent bottler at that point and be like,
pretty much. I mean,
but then again, you have Compass Box. Well, I will pay some money for some of their shit.
Like, that's the thing, though. Ichiro Malt will tell you when their shit isn't Japanese, and Kaio will too. Like, and if they want to put their shit in like the Japanese whiskey competition, it has to be 100% Japanese. But most of these producers don't give a fuck. They're not trying to put their shit in a Japanese whiskey competition. They're trying to sell it to Westerners, right?
Right. Yeah, they're not even selling it in Japan. It's just shit to sell to us. Oh, dumb fucking. It doesn't even dumb Europeans, dumb Americans. Just like, oh, it's fine. They'll throw some Scotch in there, throw some Canadian in there. It's fine. It's all fucking. I bottle it in Japan. I put it on a fucking boat, and that's fucking. It's fine. It's Japanese whiskey. It's all bullshit. It just pisses me off that shit should be Nika and Suntory. At least I could count on them being actual Japanese whiskey. I mean, that's just
yeah.
But I really like Japanese whiskeys. That's the worst part about all of this.
Okay. Want to pour some Nika now?
Matt, well,
what do you mean some Scotland lowland? What the fuck are you talking about?
Matt,
I like Scotch lowland. Yeah.
Does this say Travis?
No.
Oh, that's Travis. What was it? The Travis Blind?
Awesome.
Yeah. Do that one.
Travis Blind. That could be what it says.
Can we just get Matt a label maker?
We've tried. I can read about half of what's here.
We could, but we need one that's like reusable so that you could put it on there quickly. Because I'm like, I'm always doing this at the last minute. Put the labels on and then like label over it again. That's the real issue. I don't want to buy like more vials because I mean those things,
You can get the ones where the labels have like a chalk or a marker thing you can put on the outside and then erase it afterwards.
Yeah, it'd get probably wiped away in transportation.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
I use a blue tape and Sharpie right now.
Yeah, blue tape and Sharpie.
There's a little like Korean on there.
It's special. They've gotten used to it. Fine.
I can read some of them. Like this one's a Glen Scotia. I can read that. This is EC something barrel 94.
I wish we could find Glen Scotia here in Wisconsin. We can't.
You don't have it there?
No.
Oh, it's funny. It's so good.
We can't get shit here. Like we can get Kilkerran and we can get like base Springbank.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Dude, there was somebody on the Whiskey Tribe on Facebook today that posted pictures from a shop they walked into, and it looked like the freaking Campbelltown candy store, man. I mean, it was like Springbank, Kilkerran, everything. And I think the Springbank 12 cast strength was like $69 for a bottle. Like son of a gun.
In the UK, Springbank is like the Pappy Van Winkles in the States.
Really?
Limited bottlings go to the UK, and they're snapped up off of the shelves like that. It's allocated, and we get stuff in the States and sell it for way much cheaper than what they see it for over there. Yeah, there's a lot of people we're kind of pissy about that.
Eric Evanson's asking, don't like. We got the 12 and the 15, and at my store, we sold out in minutes. You're not going to get it. I'm sorry. So
our buddy over in India, thanks for showing up.
Of which ones, Ed? The Springbank 12?
The Springbank 12 and 15. The base expressions. Like
this is just like regular ones you get off the shelf here. I mean, that's weird.
We don't get shit. We don't get shit from Campbelltown. I tell you.
I mean, not only is it off the shelf, no one will buy it for years. The dust is so black and thick off of it. Like it's been for like 5-10 years. Nobody gives a shit about Springbank here. I love Springbank, but most people are like, "What the hell is Springbank? Why would you drink it? Because it's fucking delicious. That's why."
I have to drive down to Chicago to get my Campbelltown. It's ridiculous.
I like Springbank. I can do without, but Glen Scotia. I like Glen Scotia probably better than I do Springbank myself.
I like them both. They're both delicious. You know what you need to do, Ed? You need to go over to that Egg Harbor Main Street Market there. That's where you need to go. The place where they have 20 cases of the Midwinter's Dram.
just hanging out on the shelf because nobody gives a shit about it. You need to go over there. They had shitloads of Campbelltown when we were there in June.
Hey, when you think you're selling to Chicago, that's what happens.
Patty will tell you, like, North Wisconsin gets entirely different shit.
Yeah,
different. But this store in Egg Harbor is like, I've been there, and it's
the fucking shit.
It's fucking ridiculous, Ed. Like he said, he's like, there's like 2 cases of Midwinter's Dram, and I get like a bottle at my store.
Right.
It's fucking, it's like,
fine.
excuse me, I'm just gonna
Here,
drive
nobody
45 minutes to shop at this podunk store in the middle of nowhere, and it blows my stores away. It's fucking, it's disgusting.
People that live there. What the
Disgusting.
fuck? They have the Compass Box Enlightenment.
Yeah.
How is this here? I don't understand. Why does
you
the
drive by my
people
cousin
have
when
like
you were
one of the best whiskey selections I've ever seen? It's ridiculous.
Did you drive by my cousin up there?
We drove by her place. We did not. We unfortunately she closed at 5, so we never got a chance to go in because we're always like busy shit during the day. And like I think one time we got like really close, like 5:05, but she was already closed, unfortunately.
Oh, that's okay.
We did look in the window though. We did do that. It looked like a really cool shop. I will say that.
It's a lot of fucking Mickey Mackey shit. I'll tell you that.
Hey, Fish Creek was a cool city. It was good shit to do there. We ate at the the fucking Bayview or Bay Street fucking pub. It was dirt cheap and really fucking good. But everything in Wisconsin was dirt cheap and really fucking good. So it didn't really matter where we went.
Fucking goats. Did you hit the goat house?
Oh, hell yeah. We hit the goat fucking Al Johnson. That place was fucking
fuck.
Johnson's, yeah.
Fuck yeah. Goddamn, fuck it. Fuck that sandwich. That was a good fucking hit that fucking pub. That fucking sandwich fucking good.
It was delicious.
Matt, what was the name of the store that had all the cases of Midwinter's Night?
Yeah, because I'm curious about that one too.
Market in Egg Harbor.
What's that fucking shop that had the fucking Midwinter's Dram? Fucking.
One more time so that they can actually hear you.
Egg Harbor, Main Street Market.
Main Street Market in Egg Harbor.
Yeah. It's in Door County in the peninsula.
So that tells me nothing coming from California. Like how long would you drive? Like a 6 hour, like 12 hours.
Jack it to you.
But I want them to
basically fly to Green Bay and then drive, an hour 15 northeast or northwest. No, northeast. Yeah, northeast. Just go. It's fine. There's lots of good whiskey and lots of good bars and really, really, really good food. So
Great
it was
boating,
fine.
too. Like,
Either way, it's good. It was a great place. You should definitely go. They had They had Mopac Castle. They actually single barrel store picks there too for $35.
Wow, Jesus!
I don't understand how this store has I talked to the liquor store manager there. He might have been at least 25, but he knew a lot about whiskey, so I was pretty impressed for a kid who's like.
Like how Matt was trying to take advantage of him. He was like, "Hey, how much is this case of Midwinter's Dram?"
Well, apparently he said he gets every Compass box under the sun. That he got all the Myth and Legends. He got Tobias and the Angel. He gets everything apparently there. It's like he gets every Compass box released no matter what. Because apparently they have a lot of even though it's like a little town, there's apparently people that come in that have summer homes there that always come in and buy these things.
Yeah,
so it's not really an issue. Apparently Compass box rep comes there all the time. They love this store. So
hell yeah, they do.
So I just got a sample of the Compass Box Rogues Banquet.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that
Yeah,
one.
I'm looking forward to trying that. It's like in this little baby ass jam jar.
Is that like a jar or something?
It was part of a tasting. Everything else was 1 ounce, but hey, we only got one bottle of this, so we're gonna split it between 48 y'all. So that's all I got.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
That's why I'm saving it for a stream. Because they did an official tasting this past weekend. I'm like, yeah, I could watch it and drink it then, but then I have nothing for my stream. So I'm just gonna hold on to it. So
that's crazy. I mean, that's a really good one.
I mean, it was only $50, and we got 5 different tastings from them, so I can't complain.
That works.
And it was shipped to my house too, so which is pretty awesome.
Perfect. Then.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta get up in the morning with my son, so I will see everyone later. I wish I could stay up
Pat,
later.
thanks for joining.
All right, see ya.
I don't
Thanks
want
for
to be
joining, Pat.
responsible, but I'm going to. So.
Cheers.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Why would you do
Got to
that?
be an adult.
So disappointed.
Mike is Violet may be angry and not asleep yet, but at least she'll sleep till noon or 1 o'clock tomorrow, so it's a plus.
Lucky.
Yeah, none of my kids will do that. Good God. The later you keep them up, the earlier they wake up.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
She's going to church with them.
Seems like ours too.
I'm not picking up by 10. You can go do it. I'm not getting up tomorrow.
Pat's kid was potentially exposed to COVID, so they're also locked in at home.
Yeah.
Oh. Boo. Boo to that.
Yeah.
God despise. So what's everybody drinking on now?
I'm still on the Tipperary Nachmildons.
I'm on Oakentoshan.
Nice.
Year. Nika from the barrel.
Something
I think
that
I'm
might
drunk,
be,
but I'm not that drunk.
Yeah.
might be Japanese. I've got a touch left. I turned 50 this year. All the cool kids turned 50 this year, but is a 50-year-old brandy I picked up. So I picked up a couple bottles of it, and I'm having it as my last one for the night.
Yeah.
You're
Jason Busey asked what I was drinking. I was just finishing the 1976 not Knob Creek. Oh my God, that would be amazing. But no, that was the Jim Beam. I'm going to move over to the Balcones Cast Strength Rye. In the spirit of Texas, since I can't be there with you guys, I'm going to pour some of this one. So
nice.
That is my favorite. Maybe not my favorite rye. That's my number 2 rye, I would say.
So I've had the non-cast strength before, and I like how unique it is. So I'm curious to see how the cast strength compares.
It's a whole different animal.
It's a lot
better.
That is.
Yeah.
I've had their cast strength bourbon, and I really love it. So I'm excited for the rye.
I don't know. You Texas guys can correct me, but I thought Balcones pot still bourbon blew their single malt out of the water.
Oh, I disagree completely. I love their single malt.
Oh no! And here, I prefer malt overall. And bourbon was so good.
See, I saw single malt and I saw bourbon, and you know me, I'm a bourbon guy, so I'm like, oh, buying the bourbon, just completely skip the single malt.
Which bourbon did you buy? Is it the blue corn bourbon? Is it the?
I'll tell you. Give me 1 second.
Is it the pot still bourbon?
It was a pot still. I had the pot still. So.
I think Ed, I can't disagree because for the money, it's almost half the price. At least in my area, it's half the price of what the single malt is. And I think for that price, I mean, it's insanely good.
So this was the blue corn bourbon. Corn bourbon, 65% ABV.
Right.
Yeah. This is fantastic. Honestly, it's between this and Iron Root Harbinger, the cast strength. I think these two are competing for my favorite Texas whiskey. So,
I can understand that.
Granted, I've never had much Texas whiskey. I mean, there's not much of it out here in California. We rarely see it.
That one's about twice the price of the pot still bourbon that I think you guys are talking about.
Oh, the red label one?
Yep.
That one's like $25. That was okay.
Really? Oh, I thought that was fantastic.
Really? Yeah. It was $25 for me. I thought it was a good budget bourbon, but that's just my opinion on it. I really love this blue corn bourbon. This was about 50 or 60, I think.
Right. And I agree with you. I think that the pot still is a great value. I think it's a
for $25, hell yeah.
But I agree with you. That other one, I mean, you have to spend twice the price, but that one's a far superior product to me.
Speaking of
the rye right now, the rye.
Disagree. That's okay.
The cast strength rye though, that's real good. I like that one.
That's chocolate.
What's the thing? So I think Ed, you said it's like your second favorite rye, right?
Oh my God, the cast strength rye is fucking amazing.
Well, see, I love it. So my thought is I love it, but I don't know if I would categorize it with my favorite ryes because it's so unique. I would say it's compared to so there's the blue corn bourbon from Balcones, the Harbinger cast strength, and this, those are the only Texas whiskeys that I've really fell in love with. It's got to be at least my favorite Texas whiskey, I'll say. Maybe not favorite rye, but favorite Texas whiskey, if that makes sense.
No, I agree with you, Clifton. It is so different from any other rye. It is nothing like any other rye, but I have to rate it as my second, just because even though it is not a rye in taste or smell, it is just so goddamn good.
No, it is. It's delicious. I mean, my favorite rye, I still stick by Michter's Barrel Strength Rye, especially the toasted barrel rye. That's my favorite rye. Well, okay, I had Booker's Rye, so not going to brag, but okay, that was my favorite rye. but after Booker's Rye, Michter's Barrel Strength Rye, and toasted barrel rye are up there. But I see what you're saying, Ed. Actually, I may have to. What is that one?
This little baby right here.
Oh, Distillers. I've heard of them, but I haven't tried it.
You can't get it out of California, and I feel bad for you.
I can if you can send me a sample.
Oh, this is so good. I could. You know what? I could do that. But
there's plenty of things in California we can get you can't get in other states.
Clifton, if you can find it right behind the toasted barrel. I pulled out. I did have some toasted barrel left. I went side by side with it. The toasted barrel Michter still wins, which to me as well. Booker's was number 1 for a rye, and then Michter's toasted barrel. This is probably number 3 if you can ever find it.
So I have a bottle of that, Scott, and I haven't opened it because I've been scared that I won't like it. But you saying that Booker's rye was your favorite, and then Michter's toasted barrel was your second favorite, and you like this third.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to open my bottle. So you just sold me, Scott.
That's good.
We have similar tastes. There we go.
I switched up, and actually I'm going back to this, and I have this because of Scott.
Oh my God! I need to get a bottle of that myself.
Oh dear God! You were talking it up so much, and I'm like, well, I wonder if I can find it. And I'm like, shit, I found it. That means I have to buy it. And I wish I would have gotten 2.
Was that in the KC area?
No.
Okay, yeah.
That was the problem.
Yeah. Well, and I've been so close to ordering that. Okay, so what happened was originally, somebody sent the Scotch 4 Dummies. They sent them a sample of a Ben Nevis, and it wasn't the 10-year-old, but it was just a Ben Nevis, like an independent bottling. And there was a little bit of funk in there. They thought, I just had it. I almost drew up who it was that sent it to them, but they thought they were playing a joke on him, and none of them liked it. They thought it was really bad whiskey, and they was going on about how bad it was. And so I said, well, send it to me. Let me try it. And, I'll give you my thoughts on it. Well, they sent it to me. I'm like, and when I was live with them, and I go, this is pretty damn good. And they're like, what? Are you kidding us? I'm like, no, man, there's some rich oak in here. I'm getting a slight sherry influence. I'm like, this is delicious. This Ben Nevis is good. And then when I was over in Scotland last year, Roy had some, and it was the 10-year-old. And I said, let me confirm my initial thoughts on Ben Nevis. And he poured me some of that 10-year-old. And I was like, yeah, this is damn good. I like it.
It's really good.
Yeah. So Eric Evanson says he asked me to open up my Michter's 10 rye. So I will, if someone will give a donation towards any of the wildfire relief funds happening right now. I know Red Cross has a donations like portal or whatever. Send me a screenshot of you doing a donation to any of them that you feel gravitated towards. Just send it to me on Twitter at bourbonbites.com or at bourbonbites, or email me at contact@bourbonbites.com. And if you show me that you sent a donation, I'll open my Michter's 10 rye. How about that?
Aww.
It's just, it's honestly, the air quality is absolutely horrible right now where I'm at. Like, I could not, I went outside today to go a little bourbon hunting, and I literally was coughing up when I got back home. So that's just a little chance for you guys to donate and have me open something special. So
it is, I am impressed that anyone makes it through those forest fires. I was over in Seattle for a minute during some of this shit, and I couldn't go outside. It's amazing. It's fucking terrible.
Well, see, the fire's not even, it's 20 miles from me, so I feel pretty safe, but just the air quality is absolutely horrible. So, like I said, it's just something that's important to me right now. I was looking to organizations earlier. So, like I said, I'll probably open it anyways, but if anyone wants to donate and send me a screenshot, that'll be my encouragement tonight to open a bottle. So
who's tried the Balcones, the weeded bourbon?
Ooh, interested. I've never heard of it.
No, I got to take a sample of that last night. It was freaking amazing.
It's very, very.
It was maybe one of the most, I'll use this term, bready bourbon, weeded bourbons I've ever had. a lot of weeded bourbons, I get a little bit of a bread note in there. This was like this rich, dense, fresh baked, real crusty bread note that was just freaking amazing. And you had on top of it that kind of that classic Balcones Texas oak funk to it, and then there was this smoky char underneath. It was just unreal good. So if you get a chance to grab that one, they're Texas weeded bourbon. That's amazing.
Yeah. Will says he'll pour something good too if anyone makes a donation. Like I said, you can just send me a screenshot at Bourbon Bites on Instagram or Facebook, whatever. I'm checking on my messages. So anyone that makes a donation, it's something that it personally affects me because of the air quality, but it affects a lot more people because people are losing their homes, they're losing everything. I saw there's a guy in my local group that literally lost his entire bourbon collection. He's one of us, you guys. He is in the whiskey tribe. He's one of us. He lost his entire bourbon collection. Fortunately, he has people around him. He met up with a friend's house. They actually had like an Elmer T. Lee and like a E.H. Taylor barrel proof to be like, hey, it sucks, but we're here for you. And that's like the whiskey community in general, right? Like we're all here for each other. So yeah,
that's fucked up. Yeah. What was the charity?
So it's anyone that's going towards the wildfire relief. I know the Red Cross is definitely doing it. There's the United Way of Northern California also has. I looked this up earlier. There's just honestly, if you find anyone that's actually supporting the wildlife funds, whether it's like the fire departments or just honestly whatever you feel comfortable donating to, whether it's the Red Cross or whatever, just send me a screenshot. That's all it takes.
Yeah, I got you.
People are offering to open bottles. Hey, I wasn't trying to start something here, but like it's just something that's really important to me here. So.
Well, we all need to be able to breathe.
I'm gonna throw $25 real quick. So.
Oh, I'll go grab my bottle.
I'm stepping away from it.
Is that stepping away, Will, for a minute like Matt did? Or, actually...
No.
Child.
Our child's asleep. Our child has been asleep since 7:30.
Holy cow.
He actually goes to sleep, but again, he'll be up early in the morning. So
yeah, Violet will not be up early in the mornings.
it is what it is. You either get your evenings or you get your mornings, whatever.
My kids are 18 and almost 21, so I'm in a good spot as far as
yeah.
They're self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Thankfully, ours is 6, and he's for the most part self-sufficient. He can get himself some Pop-Tarts in the morning and something to drink. So there's that. But that only lasts so long.
Yeah, our 5-year-old, he could do that, but he won't let you. You got to be up with him.
Oh, he wants all the independence. He wants to do everything for you and him and the cats and the dogs and the neighbor. And yeah, he wants to do everything. So, what's up, Donald?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey Don,
how's it going to you?
Look at you rocking the wee goatee.
Yeah. Got to do it. Why not?
Yeah, I guess if there's anybody that doesn't know, this is Donald Grant, the Irish whiskey Yoda. So, just in case you don't know who this is.
I actually haven't been drinking Irish at all today. It's all been bourbon, Scotch, Canadian, and Japanese.
Wow, you subbed Canadian for Irish?
Oh, Alberta.
Well, yeah, you got a different selection of Canadian than we
I do. That Alberta premium cask strength.
We have the crap.
Oof.
Man. Yeah, we get the crap.
If
Shit, we're downhill and we're below you.
If there's a rye that Ed really has to try, it's that Alberta premium cask strength.
You've been saying that shit for a minute.
Told us that for like a year, right, Ed?
It's
I've been hearing about this shit over and over. I haven't seen nary a bottle. So
we have to try and change that because 65.1%, and it just packs a flavor punch. It's incredible stuff. So much better than this year's Lot 40.
Well, you're gonna have to convince me on that because, God damn it, I love Lot 40. But
me too. The 12 and the 11 were great, but this year's is, middling.
I've heard a lot from like Canadian people that I need to try the CS.
Yep.
I still have the net and everything. It's like
Wow.
Oh, cool.
Looking
I was
sexy in the
slowly
fishnet.
interested.
You know, we think that Brad could help us with this whole, you know, cash strength Alberta premium. You think he might have one of those, you know, just a guess.
I think I have a second bottle in the closet. So
Speaking of which, your package is on its way, Donald.
okay, we'll see if they open.
Yeah,
See if they open it or what they.
I feel like it's a 50-50 on this one.
Yeah.
I tried to do the what was it, the advent calendar shit, and be like, oh, I'm only shipping glass bottles.
Okay. Yeah, I've had packages come in, you know, with beard oil, balsamic substitute, and all sorts of descriptors. And a couple of times the CBSA have opened the packages and been like, you've been a naughty boy, we're going to let it through, but we're giving you a warning letter.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Steve. He said, keep it going for just another minute. Hey, Steve.
1 minute.
Steve.
Yay! We're just mad we had to,
Hey.
had to open up the microphone.
That helps. It's greatly successful. With
I had the mic. I usually keep the microphone muted, so you know what can you do? How's it going?
Good. You?
Hanging in there. Been an interesting day.
Been a long day.
Been a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to adjust my screen.
Oh, hey, Donner Pass is in. How you doing, Donner Pass? Good to see you.
Yep. All right, I think I'm going to go big now. I mean, this is a whiskey that people have been hearing me rave about. And if you can find one, please do yourself and a big favor and get it. It's the Irishman 17-year single cask, single malt.
That looks good.
Oh, it is incredible. All 17 years in a first fill Oloroso barrel.
Which one? What was it,
That
Donald?
sounds delicious.
The Irishman 17 single cask.
Jeez.
What's the price on that, Donald?
So it goes for a little under 200 Canadian, which is a bit steep.
That's about $50 in the States.
Yeah, that's right. So,
Wow.
I think in Ireland it was going for something like 130 euros. So it's not cheap.
I mean, it's a 17. Is it cask strength?
Yep. It's
Okay.
56%.
Hell yeah, that sounds like right up my alley.
And this one is bottle 205 out of 600. So delicious, delicious stuff.
Sounds awesome.
As long as you're in, Donald, I'm going to break out some Teeling single grain.
Nice.
Good choice. Good choice.
This is actually the old bottling where they mislabeled it too.
That's one I don't care for that one actually. That one's a little twangy.
Yeah.
Really?
It's okay.
Oh, I'm all over this one. All right, never mind. I'll keep it to myself then.
So is this what the real La Quinta's like, where everyone's like, oh, I got to go to bed, and someone's like, I got this 56-year-old whatever.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, this is early at La Quinta. I mean, 11:30. I mean, that's early. The
We're
party
barely getting going at this point.
Oh, it's only 9:30. Y'all aren't even at the La Quinta yet.
Yeah, La Quinta is raging at 11:30. But 2 o'clock it starts dying down. That's when people start going to bed.
Oh, God.
But this stayed till about 5 a.m. That's pretty typical.
It's glorious.
It's a good day.
Yeah.
All right.
Little Deanston 30 year.
Oh,
Nice.
Deanston 30? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? I'm sorry.
Break out the big dogs.
What are you apologizing for?
Nice. That's
I tried Deanston 20 once at a whiskey tasting, and it's the last thing I remember that whiskey tasting. I don't even remember getting home, but I remember that it was so good.
Well, you know, after Deanston 20, is there really that much that you have to remember?
Yeah, really.
That was, nope. Well, I mean, somehow I got from downtown Los Angeles back to my apartment, so that something happened.
Yeah.
Well, it's a plus.
I took the metro. I didn't drive. So those of you wondering, I'm a good boy.
Probably for the best.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I brought my tasting glass on the way home, though. I had like a nice little fancy tasting glass that came from the tasting event, and I was just like walking down the street in downtown LA. And I'm like, whoosh, I'm like, oops. And my husband's like, you just dropped your glass. I'm like, shh, shh, just keep going, keep going.
Wow.
So I don't have one.
Oh, so have any of you guys had the Mary's Irish at all? You tried that one?
I've had their Irish cream, but not the actual whiskey.
Good stuff. We tried. Pete's got a bottle of it. He found some random. I want to say Houston. I think is where he found that random bottle. Pretty good.
It would be a Dusty by now. That
it was real.
I don't think they make that anymore.
It's the store where I'm pretty sure everything was black with dust, and when they got it off there, it's quite an old bottle. It was good though. It was like, I think you said it was like $17. It wasn't bad. It was quite good though.
Yeah, I got to try that McConnell's you told me to try recently.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff too. Yeah,
it's a decent blend. I mean, 5 years.
Yeah, for $5 for
price.
$7. Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
Did you guys have a good cigar smoke?
Oh, yeah. Did you try the Camp Nelson?
I haven't done anything. I was controlling a crazy, violent child named
I'm
Violet.
gonna say something real quick.
Oh, we know.
Floydian
Oh, you
whiskey-
heard her screaming outside.
Apparently, you guys didn't like the single grain either.
Nice.
Way to chase her.
I will fucking fight you over this. This is my favorite tealing.
Really?
This is my favorite tealing. Oh yeah.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I will. This is the hill I am willing to die on. I love the single grain.
It's good, but I wouldn't die on that hill. I'd rather.
Oh, I'm willing to.
I'd rather die on the 24 single malt hill, or hell, even the single malt hill itself. I mean, it's whiskey.
Okay. I haven't. To be fair, I haven't had a 24 Don, so
okay.
You might be right. That's fair.
I'll be right there on the 24 hill with
right
you.
here, this beats the single malt hands down. Are you kidding? No. This motherfucker right here.
This is going to be a dissenting. Yeah, I'm just going to have to disagree. I mean, it's good, but
you to hit me with it.
I like the single malt way better.
Yeah, I'm with Donald on this one.
From Swami for 99 cents Canadian. So, it's probably worth at least $5 cents. So,
you guys still have pennies in the U.S. What are you talking about? It's probably worth one of those.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll just drink both.
Here's my tealing single grain. You can see it's almost full.
I've never bought a bottle of tealing ever.
Oh man, this single grain. I think there's a lot of people who say the only good single grain is one that is aged like 25, 30 years.
Yeah.
No.
The older one.
I think they're full of shit. I think this single grain right here puts the fucking lie to that.
Yeah, the single grain Scotch is definitely, you need to be old. Single grain Irish is, I think, is pretty good.
This is fucking beautiful. I
like my bottle of single grain.
Even if every other person disagrees with me, that's okay. I fucking love this bottle.
See, I've never had that. I've never had anything from tealing. The only Irish I'm in love with is the Castro Redbreast.
That looks good, Scott.
What is that
Yeah.
one, Scott?
Port Dundas 18-year single grain Scotch.
Great.
Quite a bit different than the tealing single grain, and this is like a $60 bottle, $60 bottle, something like that. Very nice for a single grain.
Cool.
I would be one of those though. I think single grains, 18 to 20, 23 years and older. Man, you get in, especially some 30-year-old single grains. They are gorgeous.
Incredible.
No, I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying they're not gorgeous. I've had Scotch single grains that I would prefer over single malts.
Yeah.
Like in that age range. But I think a 5-year-old Irish beats the pants off of them. You may disagree. I get it. We all have different tastes.
Yeah.
I get it.
I will say, Ed, it's a solid single grain, but I don't think it's the best Irish single grain that I've had either. I think for that it was probably Fall to the Method and Madness single grain. I actually enjoyed that one far more than the Teeling. And even the Hyde that was finished in the Burgundy wine casks, that one was really good.
We just poured ourselves a little sample of the Teeling 24.
Yeah.
This is stupid good.
It's a ridiculous fruit bomb, isn't it?
It's papaya and mango.
Yeah.
It's fields of it.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens to their stuff once their coolie stocks run out and they start, making and aging their own stuff. Because, as soon as coolie malt kisses an ex-bourbon barrel, boom, tropical fruit. It's just, yeah.
Put that back. Hide it again.
How can you be sure what you're drinking when Matt's the one that labeled it?
This one has been relabeled with my handwriting.
Yes.
Okay.
Plus, I'd be able to taste this and know what it is anywhere.
Oh God, you can smell this and know what it is.
Hey, speaking of, what did you think of Travis's blind pick?
It was. I didn't enjoy it as much as Sarah did. I thought it was really funky and
what was it?
Off. Sarah liked it.
Kentucky Dale for $2.
Oh my God! What is that, Matt? Show it on the full screen. What the hell is that?
Kentucky Dale. It costs $2.
It's that weird stuff. Well, in my defense, I'm like 50 whiskeys in. So
yeah, 20% whiskey, 80% vodka.
I'm pretty sure too. You're starting to blame a cigar when the cigar was not at fault at all.
I didn't smoke anything. I'm just telling you what Travis told us to cost.
No, the night that you got drunk and fell down, passed out in somebody's yard, you're blaming the cigar.
I was
blaming the
that night with Brew Claudia and with Westland.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I think that was the night we did a live stream on your channel.
It was on theirs. That's right.
It was on your channel. We did a live stream there.
And then we went downstairs and we did the whole thing all over again.
In front of a crowd of people. Then we went upstairs again
and attacked the bar. And at some point in time, he had a cigar.
Yeah, that was the problem, was the cigar.
It really was. Yeah. We've had nights like that where we've done a stream and then done a tasting and then drank all night, and Matt's been perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's drunk, but he's not like stumbling out the house down the street drunk.
The cigar drunk is very bad. I have not smoked a cigar since that day because it ended very poorly. I've also been thrown with my
Clifton, did you crack open the Michter's 10 rye?
I didn't get any messages on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
So.
I was waiting.
Again, if anyone wants to, it's any amount. Honestly, I really want to crack this. Let's be honest.
He's like, give him 50 cents. He'll open.
It's not given to me. It's not to me. It's to the wildfire relief funds. Oh, trust me, I drink way worse stuff when I'm begging for super chats on my channel. I drink some neutral grain spirit ass shit like that.
Somebody said, John asked for $2, would I buy it? Yeah, I would. For $2, I would absolutely buy a bottle of that whiskey.
So that sounds similar to what we have here in California. There's a thing called Four Freedoms. They sell it at Kroger's. I don't know if you guys have it out there.
I tried them all.
It's called Four Freedoms, and it's also 80% neutral grain spirit. It's literal bubble gum. It's supposed to be whiskey. No. It's awful. And that was always my super chat chug on my channel. So every time I got a super chat, I would always chug that. I eventually got sick of it and I had to pour it down the drain. I was like, enough of that. I've had absolutely enough of that. So I need another chug. I need to get Malort, right? Ed? I need to get a bottle of that, right?
You definitely need Malort in your life, Clifton.
I've never seen it in California.
You're not really missing much there, Clifton.
Honestly, this is what people drink when they go to Cubs games. This is what you want to drink after the Cubs lose, and you got to get into a riot.
Okay. I'd imagine drinking any amount of that would want me to get involved in a riot just to get the memory of drinking it out of my head.
Yeah, we could do Indian live night or live Indian malts night. We can definitely. I have plenty of them. I love all that stuff. We have, I think, 6 or 7 different Amroots, at least 5 from 5 or 6 Paul Johns. So we could definitely do that at some point.
What we need, though, Matt, is we need to get a hold of more whiskeys that are sold in India.
Well, that's true because like I'd like to try that McDowell's. That's like the world's #1 selling whiskey, but it's not sold in the U.S. Costs like $5. Yeah, I'd like to try that. I'm sure it's not like great, but I still want to try it just because why not?
Yeah.
There you go. Swami says,
we were recommended a whiskey on our channel recently.
Yeah.
It was called Hong Thong.
What the hell is that?
I definitely thought the guy was just fucking with us.
Cliffy.
You're like,
Check.
it turns out it's a real
What? Sorry.
Discord. Check Discord.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, Clifton, I just donated $25 as well.
Okay, y'all got me. Someone was asking, so I'm just getting them my info, but I'll check that right now.
What's your email?
Contact@bourbonbites.com.
Huh?
Contact@bourbonbites.com.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the
Okay, I got Sarah's donation. So I know there's a couple other you doing it. So let's crack open the Michter's 10 rye.
Yay! New whiskeys being.
You guys are
opened.
awesome. Again, like I said, it's bad out here, and like I appreciate any support because I really don't want my bourbon collection to go missing.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. But also people that are losing their homes. Okay, that was halfway joking. I'm actually serious. Like, it sucks.
Yeah, but the bourbon collection.
People get offended about it. You try to make light of a situation or just try to, have a little bit of humor about bad things that are happening, and somebody gets pissed off that you do it. What do you do? Crack jokes and have fun.
Yep.
Try to crack open bottles is what we're doing.
Apparently. This is some old wax, I'll tell you.
Hang on. I want to put you on the spot here.
Oh, wait, no. Wait. Okay, there we go. We got it.
Oh, you got it.
Okay. That is it. Yeah, that's a tough bottle.
Keen to open.
All right.
Oh, wait, that's the bourbon. Is that the
No,
bourbon?
it's
or
the rye. It's the rye.
Oh.
Okay, cork pop. It's hard to do with one hand, but I'm going to try. Here we go. Oh, come on. Jesus. Okay.
That looks really bad.
That was weird. Here's to you, Sarah. And I know a couple other people sent me screenshots. I'll check those later, and I will thank you personally. So, cheers to you guys. I'm pouring some.
Cheers to you. Good
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey, yeah, give it some time now. Let it air.
I'm getting memories of that Michter's Toasted, I will say.
Huh? Yeah. It's close. I went side by side with it because that's what I thought when I tasted it. I was like, this is pretty close to the Toasted Barrel. And Toasted Barrel to me still barely ahead, but not by much.
Well, so I actually just like 2 weeks ago, I finished my Toasted Barrel. I saved one sample of it in case I get this year's release, which I'm still, fingers crossed, will hopefully find one. But no, I will say, I mean, I paid like $120 for this right here, so it wasn't that bad.
That's cheaper than me. I think I was at $140 or $150 for mine.
It smells delicious though. So cheers, you guys.
Can
glad I opened it.
Chat know...
That's delicious. Thank you for that, Scott.
You betcha.
And thank you, Sarah, and everyone else that donated. Like, y'all, we appreciate your support out here on the West Coast.
Does anybody know how we can get? Sorry to just change the subject all of a sudden on you, Cliffy. But
no, I'm done.
Does anybody know how we can get more whiskeys from around the world here in Texas, where liquor laws are bullshit?
You go to Oklahoma or Kansas.
Yeah.
But even there, are they importing whiskeys that are primarily sold in countries like India?
We've started to see more, but yeah, still, if I wanted to ensure I was going to get something, I'm going online. I'm going to Wine Searcher, or some other, online shop that I know is going to ship to me in Kansas. So we have seen more though over the last couple of years, more of the Amroots, more of the Paul Johns, stuff like that showing up here.
I'm more interested in
but it's more the core range bottlings. It's not necessarily anything,
right.
unique.
And I'm more interested in the cheaper expressions because there are no American videos on those.
Yeah, the problem is going to be that for those cheaper expressions, it doesn't pay for them to ship it anywhere.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Paul John, you guys mentioned Paul
quality,
John.
not in quantity.
Yeah, Paul John. So we just did a tasting with them out here in LA, and they have a new product called Nirvana, which is like a $25 to $30 bottle. It's available pretty across America. I don't know specific markets, but it's meant to be a mixing one, which is it's an Indian whiskey. But however, at least in Southern California, we can get a good amount of Indian whiskey. I don't know about you guys, but we can get a good amount.
There's quite a few Indian whiskeys I can find here in Minnesota, but not the ones that Will's talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
because the one that
Nirvana, yeah, Scott's got it. Yeah, I got a bottle of that too.
That Paul John Nirvana at $25 or whatever is like 10 times as much as the bottles Will's talking about in terms of what they're. If you're in India someplace, the Paul John is $25 or whatever the Indian rupee,
whatever the Indian equivalent would be, right?
But the bottle that he's talking about is $5.
Right. It's their $2 whiskey.
It's their
I want to taste a range of their, inexpensive, because we've had cheap bourbon night, we've had cheap Scotch night. I would love to be able to do cheap Indian whiskey night, but I can't get a hold of it, and that bothers that frustrates me to my core.
Yeah, but you can get Royal Challenge if you want to.
I can get that one.
I mean,
Royal Challenge.
I feel like a lot of here in Wisconsin, we can get a lot of pretty decent Indian whiskey. We can also get a lot of the cheap stuff, but most of that cheap stuff is rum mixed with whiskey, right?
Yeah. Is that what they do? I figured there had to be something going on there.
That's what Royal Challenge is. That's why it's a spirit whiskey. It's because it's 85% rum mixed with whiskey.
Gotcha. So it's like what we were drinking earlier with that 80% vodka, 20% bourbon.
Yeah.
But at least it's like rum, which that's got more going for it than vodka does.
Right. I mean, it's got more flavor at least.
Oh, Swami's going to bed. Night, Swami.
I got a question for Scott. So the place you guys have been to in Oklahoma City, which hopefully I'll get there soon, it's the Well?
Well, there's the Well of OKC and Freeman's.
What's the one where the guy had kind of oddball stuff?
More so probably the Well. He's got a lot of the Blackadders, the Omroots, along those lines. The Well or Freeman's has overall more whiskeys and a little bit of oddball stuff. Both good stores. Try to visit them both if you can.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't think they're probably maybe 5 miles apart, maybe at the most. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
well, there's some good Royal Challenge for you.
Oh dear God,
it's good stuff.
Yeah, Jason's got it.
I've had
Bacchus. All right.
It's not that bad. Hey, at least this comes in at 85.6. It could be worse.
But that's like saying it's worse to get shot than it is stabbed. In a perfect world, you don't get even. In a perfect world, you eat cake and you hang out.
I mean,
we don't have a perfect world. The world we have has people getting shot and people getting stabbed. So we've got to review those things.
So I got stabbed by stone fruit.
Yeah. What is stone fruit?
Or plum.
No, Matt.
That's stone fruit
Someone
shiv.
commented on our Royal Challenge review the other day. They told us why they had that weird cap. Did you know why?
I do not. Why?
They have that weird cap that has the solid top, so that people can't refill the bottle with methanol and resell it.
Interesting. I did not know that. That's interesting.
But
But actually,
people keep stealing the bottles and filling it with methanol and reselling it.
it's like, okay, so it's already bad enough that it's this, so I'm going to kill you now with methanol.
I was gonna say I just came back and that sounds god awful. What are we talking
It
about?
was South Africa had that problem with Jameson. People were getting all this like fake Jameson put into bottles and killing people with fake Jameson that was just full of basically poison.
Oh, that happened in Mexico too.
Taking a
Similar
green
thing
ball,
happened in
slapping a
Mexico.
label on it and poisoning you.
Yeah, Mexico had an issue with that too, with like fake alcohol. Like that's crazy. Like, oh my god.
When I was living in South Africa, though, the great thing though was that every single brand you buy down there is 5% higher ABV than you buy it in the West. So Jameson was 45%, like your cask strength, everything was.
But is
high.
that because methanol was added, or?
No, I mean it's just because the government said you have to bottle it at 45%.
Oh wow!
Well, do y'all remember about a year ago? It was kind of big in the news. A lot of people at resorts, and I think it was the Dominican, were getting sick and
Yeah.
people dying. Didn't
Well, it
that,
happened in Mexico too. Yeah, same thing.
wasn't
as
that?
the
I
resorts.
was gonna say,
yeah.
didn't that turn out to be? It was out like they were
Yeah, with
using
alcohol.
methanol and the alcohol and stuff
Yep.
at the bars and all.
A lot of the resorts, like it happened in Mexico too. It's like a lot of the all inclusives were refilling their like low alcohol. Like we'll just add whatever the hell we want to it.
Yeah.
Wow.
But to not again, don't. I do want to say that disclaimer that that's a very small percent of the resorts that do. I love Mexican all inclusives. I go to Mexico all the time, not just for all inclusives. So I do want to say don't be afraid to go to Mexico because of that. It was a very limited cases, and they all got shut down. So.
So Galen wants to know what samples you guys had tonight that we sent over there.
We've had all of them.
We've had all of them.
Oh, and Dram Bam asked to crack my 10. I already cracked it. I just poured some of it. So this is open. Thanks to you guys.
I can't read most of them, but
Wants to
they're all
know
open.
which ones were good and bad.
Oh, I can't read most of them, so
You should work better at my translating of my shitty handwriting.
I do. I need to work on that.
So
The young
Will, have you guys got
18
any of the samples I sent you?
I know Will's got them, but I haven't tried them yet.
Okay.
Yes. We have a stack of them over there that I have not gotten to Matt yet. Me and Sarah have tried through them, and we have not passed them on to Matt yet. But yes, we did get them, and I love your freaking Ardbeg cask experiments.
Good stuff. Is that the what you said? There's like a rum cast or something. Is that right?
That was Ardbeg 10 and a rum barrel, and then there's and then after I dumped the Ardbeg, I refilled it with High West Double Rye.
Ooh, that sounds very nice. Cool. Yeah, I know. My brother, he had a buddy who did a mini barrel. Did it with Johnny Walker Black, but somehow the bottle became incredibly peated in the cask for whatever reason. And then he also put a Balvenie in there after that.
Ooh.
And like a ridiculous amount of peat for some strange reason. So it became like a super sweet, super peated bottle, and it was fantastic. He sent me like a 200 milliliter bottle of it, and like a mini, like those 200 milliliter, Johnny Walkers that came in that gift set. He sent one of those. It was freaking awesome.
My Whiskey Sheet Wines just showed up in chat, and they are
already
super
drunk.
Already drunk.
They've been partying all day.
You do it.
Hey, I've been trying to get Sam and Bobby on all night. They've been going to real parties. They're cooler than us.
Video.
Well, I've been waiting for Sam. I know Bobby had to work tonight because of all the shit that was going on. Yeah, if Sam and Bobby want to come in here, I sent you guys. I'll send you guys the link again because I sent it to you.
I tried earlier, Matt, and she was like, "We're going to a real party." I'm like, "Have you seen us? We are having a real party here." So come on, Sam.
Maybe you should.
in here, bitch. Come on.
When Sam says she's going to a real party, she means wine in a box.
Really good point.
That's what Sam means.
They posted a Patreon clip a little bit ago, partying and having all sorts of fun. So they're probably in a room full of people.
Yeah.
So I've moved on
They're
to
just
another
hilarious
pour.
house. It's fine.
Yeah.
Me pouring, Donald.
One of my very favorite single malts. So if you guys could ever find this, dynamite stuff. 16-year ex-bourbon and Cooley. Delicious, delicious stuff. Just, man, I'll be sad when this bottle's gone because it'll be very hard to replace.
watching the chat right now is like watching hieroglyphics on a wall.
Trying to translate drunk Sam chat. Good luck.
Yeah, don't send us now. Y'all are real, but Sam drunk. Oh,
Sam, I hung out with drunk Sam last night, and she was a lot of fun. So come on, Sam.
Drunk Sam is always fun.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wasted.
It's like the last
Sam,
time
at least you're not
Talladega.
hosting this time. And
Get your ass on the chat. Come on.
Sam, at least you're not hosting right now. Like, we can kick you up if you fall asleep. Is that
Right?
All right. Well, I'm going to go to bed. You guys, thank you guys very much.
Night, Mike.
Mike, cheers.
Enjoy. I hope to tune in
Cheers.
at 5 a.m. and see you guys still going.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll just be Sam sleeping. Don't worry.
All right. Cheers, everybody.
All right,
Night, Mike.
cheers.
Yeah. I'm going to bow out as well, guys.
We're already here, Ice
after
House.
here, so
See you, Ben.
All right,
see you
man.
guys.
Cheers.
Ben, thanks for
Bye,
having me on.
man.
I pulled out my Paul John because we were talking about it earlier because it's pretty decent.
Oh no.
Well, I think Clifton, you said something about like it was for mixing or something, but I think that's pretty damn good by itself.
So that's how they promote it. Like I said, I went to a tasting with them, and they're like, "Oh, we're introducing this as like a mixing whiskey." But no, it's good. We made cocktails with it, which, to be fair, they were damn good. But like by itself, I dig it too. So
Yeah, especially for the price range that it's coming in. I mean, it's sub $30.
and especially with like stuff like this, like I'm not a snob with like I like blended scotches, like famous Grouse. I'm pronouncing it right?
Grouse.
Yeah.
Okay. People got onto me because I said Grouse on my stream, and people make fun of me that to this day I said famous Grouse, and they're like, "Oh my god, he just said Grouse."
They just call that the beastie in my family.
If you can ever find it, famous Grouse 18.
Wow.
Ooh, wow. I just bought the naked grouse just now. I have like a bourbon cast finish one.
This is all McAllen and Highland Park supposedly.
When was that produced, Scott? I've never even seen that.
Me either.
Oh, really? This is
awesome.
actually an older bottling. They're Dusties if you find them. Yeah, famous Grouse 18.
I didn't know they existed. That's very cool.
Very cool.
Really, really good.
Yep.
And I've seen some old, just regular famous grouse, but not an 18-year age statement. That's awesome.
Yeah, and there's some eastern states. It's still on the shelf. In fact, my nephew found this for me in South Dakota, like
Very cool.
the first part of this year.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
The first one I ever had was the bourbon cask finish one. It was on sale for like half price. Like I had to give this a try, and like I loved it. I'm like, I'm sold. So I bought the naked one. It hasn't arrived yet, so I'm excited to try that one. I've heard good things.
Yeah, I like the naked grouse. I think it's
22-year-old and not.
I mean, it's not the most amazing malt I've had, but
Oh well, of course. Again, I'm
but
talking
it's
about for the
fucking
price.
solid.
It's the
I
price.
really like it. Like it's, I think people sleep on the grouse.
Yeah, I agree. It's good.
Yeah.
Now, if you're more like smoky, I think I was watching a review from the Whiskey Vault. They were reviewing the Naked Grouse, which was what I was buying, and they said if you like more of the smoky blends, like Johnny Walker's more your style. But if you like more like
no.
Well,
Well,
that's what they said in their review. I'm just quoting them. They said if you like the smokier things, go to the Johnny Walkers. But if you like something like sweeter or whatever, go to the Famous Grouse.
I'm sorry. I disagree.
Okay.
If you like something smokier, you go with the Black Grouse.
Black Grouse, yeah.
I can't find that. I've looked for that one, Ed. I've looked for it. I cannot find it.
Yeah.
For $10. Thanks, Sam.
No,
Sam, I don't have it, but
I don't
cheers
have
to you.
Malort, so
Sammy, this is for you, Mr. Nash.
See, I'm drunk and I read that as Merlot, and we don't have any Merlot.
Merlot.
You can drink mine for me, too. Yep.
There's not much left.
Then you should just finish it off.
This Paul John's
I'm
really
good.
good.
No,
I'm gonna say this for multiple people. It's fine.
I've been.
That's more than supply. That's like more than enough. It's just disgusting. Oh, nice! Look at this. Jason for 5 says Wish me luck. I'm driving to Taco Bell.
I told y'all, people
I
tend to
don't
get.
know if you're Ubering to Taco Bell because
Jason,
yeah.
Did we not go through this?
Drive, just
Did we not go through this like 10 minutes ago? And I was like, people are like, they drive to their liquor store and go like, what bottle should I get? I'm like, why are you driving?
I hope Taco Bell's like really close to your house and you're like walking there, just for safety reasons.
Jason, don't be driving drunk. I hope.
Yeah,
Taco Bell is delivery too.
Taco
Jason.
Bell's okay. Drive
Ours
there,
did Steve.
not so much. I hope that's a joke.
What Steve just go get off of a shelf?
you never know with that man.
Yep.
Yeah,
It was on the top shelf. He had to stand on his tippy toes.
Black
Oh,
Art.
Art.
Black Art.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Black Art.
Where's that, Steve?
No, okay. So it's just 2 blocks.
Oh, 4-1. That's a good one.
Okay. I just want to say, for over 4 hours, we have about 50 people watching. Thank y'all for hanging out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, and that's also in addition to how much of the Bastards Ball you watch too. So like, y'all are troopers. Like, thumbs up to you.
Xavier, which Cargus are you on? Which Cargus? Xavier.
I'm confused. What is this audio coming from?
Who?
Random.
Carchus.
What is going on? Is this from Matt's camera?
It's got to be.
It's got to be.
Are we picking up background?
Is that Galen and Seth in the background?
Yeah. It's all of us bullshitting over here.
Right.
Oh, look at the wee kitty with his wee paws.
Here, hey, Steph, where do those waters go, honey?
I love him.
Oh, they're right there.
The cat?
Anyways, what are y'all drinking?
Bacon kitty.
Oh, there we go.
You just want to sit in your lap.
Hey, Weasel.
We're talking about Galen sitting in Travis's lap. He declined.
Yeah.
Too sexy.
I was gonna say too, about 50 people. That's what would be in the La Quinta lobby about now.
Yeah, really.
Probably about right.
It's about the right number.
Yeah, 54 seems good for a La Quinta lobby at this point.
I may have said it earlier, but like, I'm so sad. I'm so sad I've never made one in person, but I definitely want to.
I'm just doing this for Ed at this point.
We'll have to ask everybody later this week. Who didn't survive today? Oh, there's your wife. Yeah.
That's why I got summoned to the camera.
Let's put Ed into overload, man.
She would be disappointed if you were not still here. Oh, apparently, John Wool says you wants me in his lap. That's nice.
Oh my!
Nice, John. That's very nice. Cute. Okay. Well, John. John, Clifton's much closer, so we'll have to do a substitute for you this evening. I'm sorry.
Wait, who's going in my lap? Who's going in my lap? What?
He said to come sit in your lap. That's what I heard.
I'm down.
Awesome. There goes Matt now.
I'm not sure husband be so thrilled, Clifton, but hey, whatever.
Doesn't he live in
Like something like that, yeah. Somewhere in LA.
I'm in, like Hollywood area.
Violet, what are you doing?
What? Am I your favorite?
No, I'm gonna have a water. Can I get one of my waters?
Sure.
Yours. I don't care.
He's like, give me one that has water in it.
One that has water in it.
I'm trying to think of something to talk about. I introduced the last topic. It's one of your turns.
Yeah, about Glenallachie. So today
There
I
we go.
picked up the Glenallachie 12 and the 15, which I'm just cracking.
So Scott, everyone tells me to try that one. I've never bought a bottle.
the cash strength Ralphie pick. It's quite good.
13-year-old port.
It's very nice.
So what's the Glenallachie to start with for someone that's never had it before?
And
Speyside, and you can tell this is natural color. It does come off. This one, the 15-year, is dark. I will give it that.
Right there.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a clear bottle.
I think that's one of the most recommended scotches for me. Everyone's always like, "You got to try Glenallachie. You got to try it. You got to try it." So,
I was drinking the 12-year a little bit ago, and I think it was $50. Well worth it. It was pretty good. Moving on to this one, the 15, I think was around $80 to $90. I just cracked it, but I don't think it's going to disappoint.
I'm still getting caught up with Scotch prices because I'm like a bourbon guy. So like I hear those prices, I'm like,
You don't
know. Bart and I got started with when 7 years ago when we started reviewing whiskeys, we're doing scotches, and that's all we wanted to do was scotches. And after a year or so, we're like, all these bourbons are around us. We should start doing them because they're cheaper.
Yeah, I mean they are.
No, I don't think so anymore. I mean,
well, okay, it depends.
Well, but here's the thing. From a liquor store perspective, like I work as a clerk at a liquor store. We can't unload our scotch anymore. Like it is getting ridiculous. I'm drunk. It's getting ridiculously expensive to try and unload our scotch. And
because the prices went up?
The prices went up. It's been a big thing. And it's not just the tariffs. The tariffs have been a big thorn in our side. Don't get me wrong. The tariffs have been a pain in the ass. Both on not just on scotch.
I am party.
Wine too.
And I am party.
But like
pretty
party. No, they're at a party.
Okay.
They won't.
I don't know what's going on.
Sam, you're good. Sam, don't feel pressure to come on. We love you, but it's all good.
Ed, go ahead with the tariffs.
No. The tariffs have taken a toll both on like wine and scotch. It's been a pain in the ass because we can't, like, from the distributor, pulling in scotch these days is next to impossible. We can't pull in Kilhoman at a reasonable price to sell it. Like we can't. I tried to like order some Kilhoman through my own liquor store the other day, and I can't fucking do it. We can't sell it at a price that is reasonable for us to make a profit. It's fucked up. And it's the same with French wine, Italian wine. Like, it's fucked up. The prices on bourbon are much more reasonable. It's ridiculous. It's coming to a point where we really are trying to sell stuff that's made, like, produced and made in America only because of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sarah, you and Ice House just almost made me split out my water.
I feel like I'm talking to a dead crowd.
No, I hear you. So yeah, I agree. So, but bourbon, like bourbon's expensive, but bourbon is not shot up like Scotch has. Like, I can still get my Elijah Craig barrel proof for $60, and I am a happy camper. So,
for the most part, I would say yeah, Clifton. But the problem to me is the allocated bottles of bourbon and even just limited editions or annual releases that have come out. I mean, even in our market, they're untouchable. I've got guys that are willing to pay, $600 for a bottle that's supposed to be $90.
Jesus.
See, I guess you're right. I have a different perspective because I don't really focus on the allocated aspect. Like I'll get one or two allocated, like really like desirable bottles a year, and like I'm happy. But I seek out like not the budget things, but like Elijah Craig barrel proof. I still stick by that. That's my favorite bourbon just to buy on the shelf.
Yeah, definitely.
$60 to $70. Like everywhere you go, it's hard. It's harder to find this year. I will say this year has been the hardest to find that one. Like at least in my area. But I will say like that. Like Booker's has gone up in price. But okay, the real secret is the Knob Creek single barrel store picks. Those are delicious.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'll pull my knob out right now.
Cliff.
He'll pull his knob out.
You're sitting in a primary market, right? The problem is that we're like a lot of the country is sitting in a tertiary market. A lot of the country. This is something people don't understand. I'm drunk.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry.
You're good.
People don't understand about distribution is that it's distributed into a primary, secondary, and tertiary market, right? So LA, Miami, New York, those are all primary markets. Even if you can't get the newest bullshit, whatever you want, the newest fucking allocated thing, you can get some pretty good shit. But as soon as you come to Middle America, you
Well,
can't
no, I'm not
find
completely
it. You
jaded by
can't
that.
find that shit.
I'm not
just
completely
not
jaded by
possible.
that because I'm from, like I said, I'm from South Carolina. I paid $60 for my first Eagle Rare because I was like, oh my God, an Eagle Rare. Huh, the only bottle I've ever seen. I'm like, and then I that was the one bottle I brought to California when I moved out here. And I was like, I was so excited. Like, I brought my Eagle Rare with me. I got some bourbon. Then I went to the liquor store. It was $26. I'm like, really? I traveled across the freaking country with this bottle and it's $26.
The thing is though, Ed, like you were talking about, I think bourbon, the spike, the interest in bourbon and the boom that's going on there has deflated some of the sales of Scotch.
I don't know. You know what? I would agree with you for your regular day-to-day Scotch.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's true of the higher end stuff. Because people in the middle states, people in the markets that I'm selling to really aren't seeing either the high-end bourbon or the high-end Scotch. Simply because, one, the distribution of the bourbon is incredibly allocated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that's the fault of the distributor and of the producer. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that is the fault of the distiller in Scotland. Here's my thing. I think the distiller in Scotland is making more than enough to meet demand. But
we need to get rid of the freaking middleman.
But yeah, the fact is that when it makes its way to America, it's coming in at an extremely high price. Unless you're on the coast, unless you're on one of the coasts, it's coming in at a ridiculous price. The tariff is only adding to that. And so the average person is not seeing the bottle that they should. It is coming in at a price that people can't afford. Or not necessarily afford, but that people aren't willing to spend.
Right.
The distributor is kicking themselves in the ass, right? They're kicking themselves in the ass because they're raising the price to a point that they can't actually sell it. They're selling it to a very small group of people who are willing to spend that much. But the average Scotch drinker is not going to kick out as much as they're asking for.
No, I don't disagree with you. And it's only going to get worse as tariffs go up. So, what can we do about it? We need to contact our congressmen and we need to ask them to get rid of the middleman. The biggest problem we have, is that we have 50 states with 50 different stupid liquor laws.
Yep.
We need to end prohibition and, get a nationwide liquor law that we can actually, adopt so that everybody can be on the same damn page.
Yep.
Number one, that would be helpful so that we don't have some states, buying all the liquor as a state control and, some states, it's ridiculous. We have 50 states and 50 policies.
Yep. It's a
I never even thought about that, but now that you say that's true. Like South Carolina and North Carolina was the absolute worst. Like no buying on Sundays. North Carolina is like all state control. Like it's ridiculous. Like
here we have different laws.
Sam Nash is making a point. Like it doesn't matter unless it's east. No, I don't think that's true. You have 50 different states with 50 different sets of laws. All right, you have 50 different states that are putting different taxes on import, different taxes on sales, different taxes on how you sell it.
Well, like he was saying, it's like fucking prohibition. Like, come on, like make people make their own decisions. Like,
well, we haven't ended prohibition nationwide. That's
true.
I mean, it's kind of one of those gray areas where we just were like, it's not as bad as we said it was. So you guys make up your own laws.
Yep.
So instead of the U.S. government just saying, okay, that was a dumb idea, we're going to end prohibition, What they did instead is say, states, if you guys want to end prohibition, you can each individually do so. So each individual state then enacted its own way to end prohibition, which was just a dumb way to do it.
I agree. Yeah.
And okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood what Sam was saying. I'm sorry, Sam, if I misunderstood. But I'm meaning to say, I do feel like the states that have more puritanical laws as related to whiskey distribution, which mostly fall in the middle states, tend to get screwed.
You also have the lowest populations, even in the major cities. So it's not, like even in Middle Texas, right? DFW is a pretty big hub, as is Austin, as is Houston. Neither of those three cities, I don't think you could combine. I think you could combine all of that and still not hit LA or New York. So, the market is very different as well as far as, what's going there.
But I think you could also, I think the problem right now is distributors are sending things to larger markets at rates at an outsized rate of their population. And the per capita rate is not the same.
The problem is that we have distributors. The problem is that we have a 3-tier system that the government gets to suckle off the teat of off every single damn one of them. They get taxes off of the person that makes the whiskey. They get taxes off of the person that distributes the whiskey, and they get taxes off the person that sells the whiskey. We need to eliminate at least one of those, but in reality, we need to eliminate 2 of those fucking categories. If we could just have it so that these people that make the whiskey can then sell the whiskey to people, it would make it would change the game, and craft distilleries could actually make a name for themselves and become something big and become something amazing because they were able to sell their product and get their product out to people. You can't do that as a little guy right now because you can't get your presence on the shelf. It's just, I don't know. I'm just really frustrated by the fact that the fucking 3-tier system is where the problem is.
No, I agree. I think if your job relies on bureaucracy to make it work, then you really shouldn't have a job. Right?
Speak to every employee at the LCBO, please.
Yeah.
Like if your job is because you manage someone else's bullshit to make a system work, then your job shouldn't exist.
Agreed. Like the situation here in Canada, we don't have a 3-tier system, but most provinces it's controlled directly by the government. And like in the province I live in, Ontario, the laws have basically not changed since 1927. In fact, there was a point in time to go into the LCBO, you couldn't even see the bottles on the shelf. You had to have a catalog. They ID'd you. You picked on a card what you wanted to order. They went in the back, stamped your card, and brought it to you. And if you went in too often, they would consider you an inebriate and give you an inebriate card and ban you from buying anything for a while.
That's a heavy question.
I don't necessarily want to get rid of distributors and liquor stores. What I want is for there not to be the need for there to be distributors and liquor stores, as
get rid of the requirement for them.
That's
That
part of the problem.
they're still going to be used just for
But there's
the
other
mass
ways-
markets and everything like that.
Right.
But
Buffalo
there's
Trace
the
still
option-
needs
having the option for the smaller guys
right.
to be
Buffalo
able to
Trace
do
needs
things.
a distributor.
I'll go a step further. Fuck distributors.
Okay.
I'm fine. No, I am completely fine getting rid of distributors.
Yeah, I am too. Liquor stores can stay.
If a liquor, I am fine with a person-to-person seller on a point of sale.
Correct. I agree.
And I would be fine with the distillery selling to that person.
Right.
Fuck distributors.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that distributors are necessarily needed at all. I think that they are desired once you reach a certain pinnacle, once you have a certain amount of product that you're sitting on, you kind of need somebody to help you move it sometimes, or to help you get it to the places that it needs to go. So I understand where the distributor role lies. But no, I think the distributor role can get completely cut out. We can eliminate that entire system so that you have the ability to buy directly from the place that makes it and get it shipped to you, and buy a case of it if you want to, and not only buy 2 bottles per month, things like that. And then, you know, again, get rid of the 3-tier system so that if you have a product and a liquor store wants to sell it, you know, they can if they want to, but if not, you can just sell it directly to your freaking customers.
No, and Sam, I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree with you. Distro is not good for brands like Kilhoman or Tamu or Glenallachie. I disagree, because it's not actually getting sold. It's getting distributed to certain markets where it sits on a shelf because it's saturated. You send enough bottles to a market, it becomes saturated. The people who are going to buy it up, and then they're done. If you really want to sell that shit, you send it to markets where it's not saturated. Distribution is not helping those brands. Distribution is fucking up their chance to make money. You want to make money? Send it to where people want to buy it. And that's not fucking Chicago. That's not fucking LA. All respect to LA.
I don't think there was. I don't think there was any respect to LA in that.
All due respect.
But that's the point.
I'm just listening in. I'm not from LA. I'm not offended. Don't worry.
And there are people that are in charge of saying this is how much this area should get. And it's not a problem of...
I'll just say, honestly, in LA, we have it pretty good. We get a good selection of things. We get good things. And not that I'm saying anything against the rest of y'all, but like, it's pretty good out here compared to South Carolina.
Correct.
But it's pricey. It's pricey overall.
It's not that pricey. Some things, I got the last year's Little Book for $80. This year's Little Book is $80, which is ridiculous because that's way cheaper than MSRP.
That's good.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not getting involved in this argument. Y'all keep going. I'm just speaking in.
No, Eric's chiming in as well in the comments here. Won't that put a load on the distilleries? It's cheaper to ship 2,000 cases than it is to ship a case or two. You know, you're not wrong about that.
Ew, so Sam says knob 15 for 300. Fuck that shit. It's not even worth 100. I'm sorry. Being the biggest knob fan in this group, probably. The Knob Creek 15-year LE is not worth it. I'm sorry.
You and Sarah. Go ahead and say Knob Creek on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The
Knob,
I like the Knob. I mean, whatever. But
no, the Knob Creek fan. I will say I was so disappointed in this year's 15-year LE Knob Creek. I was expecting so much more, and it didn't deliver.
I really liked the bottle that I got. I thought it was really good, and I liked it a lot better than the 12. Now, so those batches or those barrels are different.
So
like,
I have not tried the 12. I've not tried the 12 yet, Scott. So I can't compare. Yeah. But I just know we still get the 15-year store picks here. So it's like I know that's like limited to just our area. I know that, but I was disappointed with the 15-year LE this year.
Yeah,
we will too.
Yeah,
I really like the one that I got.
I can tell you that much.
I'm just talking about the price. I don't think it was bad. Please don't take this as like being a bad whiskey.
No, and I think the Knob 15 that I got was like $90, and the 12-year was 65 or 70.
Yeah, that's why I haven't bought the 12-year. It's pricey.
Yeah, the 15-year to me was head and shoulders above the 12-year. I thought.
Gotcha.
Now,
yeah, well, I haven't.
I think it was Jason,
so you're probably right. Yeah.
I think Jason the Mash and Drum, he didn't like his 15 at all. No, but it's not like he didn't like it at all. He liked it. It wasn't that good.
Yeah, Jason and I shared the same thoughts on it. It was just like even if you don't have access to the 15-year store picks in your area, that's $100. Like you could. There's a lot of. I love Knob Creek. Y'all know I love the Knob. Okay, but that 15 year this year just didn't do it for me. The 25th that someone at Matt's house earlier was uncorking. I missed who it was. It was back with the barbecue. That 25th anniversary Knob Creek, absolutely fantastic. Worth $120. I paid $120 for it. Absolutely worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But the 15 years just not my thing. But there's not saying it's bad whiskey. I would drink it. Hell yeah, I would drink it. I just wouldn't buy another bottle of it. I bought a bottle of it. I wouldn't buy another.
Okay. But yeah, whoever it was that said $300,
no, fuck no. I'm sorry.
I just want to say, Sam Nash. Listen, I'm sorry if I got too excited and I got a little personal. I'm sorry. Listen, I really don't mean anything. I don't mean to be insulting. I really don't.
Well, and ADHD Whiskey just said that he thought the Knob Creek 15 is phenomenal. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a bad whiskey. So please don't take what I'm saying as it's a bad whiskey. It is being a Knob Creek fanatic. It wasn't my style. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to make sure you know. Sam, I just mean I don't want to single you out.
I like how both you, Ed, you and me are just like apologizing for everything.
I don't want to. I just don't want to offend anybody. Okay,
what's going on? You guys are apologizing for everything, and I'm the bloody Canadian on the stream. How does this look?
Yeah, we're sorry. We're sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, you forgot the A.
Yeah, Ed. I think both of us. We don't need to apologize like we are. We're apologizing. They're like, it's totally fine. Like, what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. I just don't want to insult anybody.
I get your feeling. I'm feeling the same way.
What are you doing over there, Matt? Are you surviving?
He's muted.
I always kept us muted this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good. We're just hanging out here drinking lots of good whiskey. We're drinking some Imperial 17 year.
Nice.
Which is
holy crap, 4.5 hours.
You're having a good time. It's all good. So Ed, you're close to Canada, so you're apologizing for Canadians.
Yeah.
I mean, in Wisconsin.
You know, sometimes I think us Wisconsinites are more Canadian than the Canadians.
Yeah, as Travis says, Canada apparently.
That's Wisconsin and Minnesota, Southern Canada.
All right. I'm going to go on to this whiskey. I know you haven't had this one yet, Matt. And I was able to grab a bottle of it. And I love the label on it.
Oh, is that 12-year Dunville?
12-year Dunville.
Yeah, that bottle is sexy.
Yeah.
What is that?
ADHD Whiskey wants to join in. He's more than welcome. You have to just say you want to join. I sent you the link a while ago. I don't know if you still have it.
I think it's time for me to take off, guys and gals, everybody.
Scott, thanks for hanging out.
You best hang out with you, Scott.
We appreciate it.
Cheers.
Cheers,
everyone.
Stay up till some asinine hour again.
Yep.
Cheers, Scott. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Yep.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Really determines whether you're not going to have good whiskey. And then it becomes,
Hey, Matt.
Oh, Sam, you want to join? I'll send you a note. I'll send you a link, Sam, if you want to join.
3 bottles there.
I have no idea what I'm drinking. I completely forgot.
Yes, Sarah?
Single grain?
Yeah.
What was this Elijah Craig that you sent over?
18 year. It's a different 18 than I gave you. Mine 18 I gave you from a couple years ago. This is a newer one from Galen.
Okay. It was good. You're gonna have to let me know later which ones are from you or which one's from Galen. Because all the handwriting looks the same.
I do want to apologize for all the sirens behind me. I'm so sorry.
I should have been the one to do labels.
Sometimes it could be me as well, Clifton. So
What?
The white label came from Ben.
Okay.
The one's the less shitty writing.
Yeah, I can read those.
Yeah, she can read yours. My shit.
Immediate giveaway that it wasn't from Matt.
No, I knew. I knew these were from Matt. I just didn't know who they were from.
Yeah, I was like, we
Or
said
somebody was
things except for
Everything
the
is-
one thing.
Everything is peated. You're not going to like it.
Well, duh.
ugh.
You could have just had somebody labeling for you since you had people there.
What fun is that?
We were all
I'm
drinking.
surprised Ben didn't come with his label maker.
They were looking for
Ed.
We were drinking. He was labeling.
Oh, Ed.
Eric told me I needed to get some peat. Is this enough peat for you?
Ed, you magnificent bastard. That is the funkiest ride in whiskey, period.
This is
good.
Wow.
I will say no. I will say, Connemara cask strength I think is more peated than Isla.
I see. That's the one bottle I've tried. I can't find a bottle of it though.
Not in terms of ppm, but just in terms of taste.
Oh, it's like somebody lit a plastic like a plastic factory on fire.
Yep.
Burning styrofoam and tires and gas. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. I love it.
It's a divisive whiskey. It's like instead of using.
I tried it with Robert and Jonathan at Iron Root. They had it in the back room. We were drinking it together. Like, you like this? I'm like, this shit's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's
totally messed up, but it's really good.
It is messed up. Like, you could imagine when they were going to smoke the barley on that, they started the peating process by using a 70s Mercedes diesel engine to get the heat going.
Yeah, right.
Like, it is just so petrochemical and so plasticky, and there's a sweetness in the background too that's like, where the hell did that come from?
Label makers for sample bottles saves lives. Oh, thank you, Jonathan.
Well played, sir. Well
I have
played.
my label maker in my car, but I forgot to bring it.
Yeah, except for it's at the hotel.
Yeah,
because everybody Ubered here for safety reasons.
Smart.
Which is the smart decision.
Yep.
Hey, Steve, why don't you grab a Longmorn?
I still got whiskey in my glass.
Get a new glass.
Chug it.
Blend. That's a
Or get a
blend.
new glass. That's also a safe choice.
It's Blackguard 4.1. I'm not going to chug it.
No.
Captain, save it for later.
Blend it, bitch. Come on.
Blackguard 4.1, yeah.
Chug Black Art 4.1. Although we have been drinking some of that this evening, which is delicious.
Oh, it is.
I actually like the 7 one better.
This was Scott's lowest score ever?
Yeah, I think they give it like a 10 or something like that.
For which one?
The Connemara.
What? That's bullshit. That shit's amazing.
I'm sorry, someone gave Connemara a low score?
Like, I get that it's divisive. I get it.
Yeah.
It's divisive.
Good. That's the answer.
Rock God, which Connemara is that?
That's the cask strength?
That's fucking fantastic. It's my favorite fucking
Exactly.
Connemara.
There it is.
It's the same thing with Brimstone. You give it to
Also
100 people.
fucking great.
It's great to a lot of people, but
Yeah, but Brimstone is polarizing at the same time. Don't forget, not everyone wants that.
So
Smoky Lay's barbecue potato chip.
It's fine. I love it, but you're right. Most people do not like Brimstone. But I
Look,
love
I did demos. I used to do demos for Balcones, and Brimstone was far and
I got
away
my
the one people
Y'all
liked.
want to I'll pull out my Brimstone if y'all want.
so good.
Mine's in the other damn room. I'm not getting it.
Okay.
I actually grabbed a special bottle in
I
honor
don't want
of,
to say I think it's
La
good,
Quinta.
but I
think
don't
I
think
bring this bottle out, crack it fresh, to kill home
Which one
and
is that?
Ambarak.
So I will
Ooh,
say,
that
I don't
Oh, motherfucker!
That one. So what's special? What's the finish on that one?
No, it's the Makir Bay.
Ruby Port and Sherry Cask, I think it was. Right?
It was Makir Bay that would they mix with port, and I can't find it fucking anywhere. You
I already heard that. Like, and I have a lot of
Rocco, where do you live?
in Wisconsin.
I'll get it to you.
Wisconsin.
God damn, I want that one so bad.
Sounds awesome. That's really cool.
The bottle, the fucking thing's over here. 1 second.
We have giant bones still. They're going to some dogs that'll be very happy later.
So I will say this is very, very unique for Irish because of that PX finishing.
Yeah.
And there's a delicate floral nature to the malt as well that just goes so well with a PX finish. It is delicious stuff. Really delicious.
The unnamed Stillman whilst vatting casks accidentally mixed Makir Bay and Port Maturity Holman, causing Isla heads. General manager to describe the resulting whiskey as Ambarak. The name stuck. True enough, never be repeated. Ambarak is a somewhat complicated 9-year maturation, vatting a bourbon and sherry matured Kilhoman with port cask matured before being filled back into bourbon barrels for a further 6 years ahead of a 6-month finish in Ruby Port.
Damn, that sounds awesome.
What the hell did I just hear?
He said a lot of really good shit.
That was a lot of words.
Yeah, I've been trying to find
Oh, fuck.
You know what? You know what? Nope. I'm done. I'm done. Goodbye.
He said goodbye.
It's fine.
He'll be back.
No, he's not.
With Coloman.
I do think the
Probably.
Madeira, the whole time in the Madeira cast is my favorite of all of them ever.
Oh man, Madeira finishing.
So it's not even- the whole maturation's in Madeira. It's fucking amazing. Unfortunately, it's not
My
amazing.
only problem with the Ambarak is the proof. Coming in at 92.
92, so that's
That's
46.
a little low, yeah.
46.
That's fine for Scotch.
It could be worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be 40, but, you know, I like it higher proof, especially with Kilholman.
Do you want to say hi to Josh, who's our buddy down at Still Austin? How's it going? Appreciate you coming in.
That sounds good.
Hey, Josh, good to see you.
That bottle is right here, actually.
Oh yeah, that's such good. Oh, so if you guys haven't tried the Still Austin, their new straight bourbon, that shit is awesome.
Look, I don't drink bottles this quickly usually, but this shit is just so good.
It's so good.
I got this bottle less than 3 weeks ago from their PR guy to review, and the review's up on my YouTube.
So good.
And I've already killed this much of it.
Just so damn good. Yeah, I'm looking for some. I mean, considering what that's at 2 years, I can imagine what 4 years is going to be unbelievable.
Whew. I mean, it's probably closer to 3, but yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, that's probably one of the best distilleries in Texas is Still Austin.
Yep.
It doesn't get as much love
now.
as the bigger ones, but it's really good shit.
They're going places, that's for sure.
Eric, I have opened up the PX finished Omari. It's quite good. There's definitely a big difference between the regular one and the PX finished. They're both good, but that PX is awesome on it.
I don't know if I've ever had a Toei more now that I think of it.
Do what now? We're getting rowdy over here.
Yeah, it seems like
it. Almost 5 hours in, it's bound to be expected.
Where'd Ed go? Ed, man, you dude.
No, Ed's gone.
I was I poured the brimstone. I poured the brimstone, and
You
I'm
walked
like,
away from your issue.
Sam the Somm, not Sam from I Whiskey She Wines.
which, by the way, Sam from My Whiskey She Wines. Where the hell?
He's supposed to be here 5 minutes ago. I don't understand where Sam went.
He's
still dancing. I texted Bobby and
Still partying. Leave him alone. You're not getting on.
Okay.
Probably, yeah.
They don't just no.
It's all good.
There's whipped cream.
Okay, whatever's happened there. I just poured the brimstone. And all I can say is that's all I can smell right now.
What the hell happened there?
I don't know, but I just muted their asses.
Yes, thank you, Sarah.
Probably for the best.
Matt's gone now. He's laughing.
What is that one?
Still Austin.
That's what we were talking about just a minute ago. The Still Austin.
Ooh, great in the glass.
Cool.
I've never had that one. No.
First barrel,
I like
what
the
now?
art on it. It's pretty cool.
It was their first bottle.
This was their first release.
First release.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a little young, but it's
Batch
still
one.
really, really lovely.
Batch one. Yeah, we've had the others that they've come out with as well.
Yeah, their
They're
new
all
one
good.
is really lovely. Is Steph on? Hey, everybody, this is Steph.
Yep.
We have her muted right now, so she can't see us. But
Hi, Steph.
Hi, Steph.
Hello.
Bye.
Hey, look. She's gone. She's gone.
What the fuck?
You just scared her off camera.
Because we haven't seen her in like
I haven't seen Steph in years.
in like 500 months or something.
Hey, there's Ed.
Ed, welcome back.
So most of you don't know, Steph's also a Somm. She just doesn't
Yeah,
get it on YouTube.
He's a whiskey song.
Fine.
And she's super smart.
Yes, indeed.
She just
Wait,
doesn't
who is Steph?
with her presence often.
You missed her.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
I saw her, but who is she?
that's Matt's wife.
Oh, Matt's boss.
Yes.
That's the boss.
Yes.
She was warning Matt, hey, remember I told you no cigars, right?
No, it's more like, hey, it's almost 1 o'clock. How long are you gonna fucking go? It's time to get off the fucking stream.
We gotta make it at least till 2.
You better be drinking fucking water.
He has been drinking quite a bit of water too.
Yes, exactly, Steve.
I
Water of life.
absolutely have seen plenty of that.
Yes.
Yes.
We're drinking it in the form of seltzer.
It just so happens to be water of life.
Hey, I mean, water's water, right?
Yep.
So those of you that love brimstone, what do you love about it?
So I like aggressive, angry things. I want something that tries to fight me. I want a beverage that demands my attention at every sip. I enjoyed the original brimstone that came out. The new stuff is too damn sweet. It just tastes like.
I don't know wait, how do you know what's the original?
Oh Lord, no, Matt, don't do it.
Oh boy.
I don't do
When did you buy that bottle?
I remembered I needed the pour.
It smells like peanut butter.
I'll get into it later. And I was like,
Why,
I
it's
should do it
delicious.
before I
Yeah.
go.
So Will, this is from 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brad, yes, it does.
That was a pretty smoky version. Still.
So Matt, I have some peanut butter whiskey in the freezer. If y'all want me to pull it out.
No.
Please no.
Okay, I won't. Okay.
Just let them do this.
Okay.
If they want to do this.
You know what I thought you were going to say?
Honestly, thank you, Will. You're a saint.
Jason's back.
Jason, get back to
Taco Bell.
Jason, are you safe?
Fuck.
Is everything okay? You're not sitting in like the drive-thru at Taco Bell or something, right? Are you actually home?
Hopefully.
We're gonna need an answer.
You got a raw deal from Taco Bell.
So Will, I agree. This one is
Taco Bell.
extremely smoky. Like it's
yeah.
hella smoky.
Yeah, the 17 back in 2017, it was much more of an aggressive. Now in the 2019, 2020 versions of it, they're just so corn sweet, and there is that touch of the smoke, but it's just not like what.
Well, so I would say I could appreciate a little sweetness here. It's just so smoky. That's the only thing. I've drank this and I've gone to bed. And I woke up in the morning. I still taste it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's true. I tried to brush my teeth the morning after I drank.
Oh.
And it still tasted like
I've had this bottle for about a year and a half, and I'm still drinking it. I still don't hate it.
Bueno's better anyway.
All right, that is a problem. They refused your order. What the fuck, Jason? That's bullshit. How? What is wrong with
eating leftover Chinese? What?
He went to Taco Bell. They said they refused his order, and the driver now he's going to Taco Bueno.
Okay. More importantly, what is Taco Bueno?
You're back at home eating leftover Chinese. Okay. Well, I guess it didn't work out so well.
Taco Bueno is a good step up from Taco Bell.
Oh, a step up.
Yay, there he is.
Step up from Taco Bell. Go step up.
Echo.
Jason, I just want to say that
Somebody's got an
leftover
echo.
Chinese is always a better decision than Taco Bell.
DJ, I need you to fix your echo. You got a screen open.
You got something else going? Somebody's got something else going.
It's not me.
Not me.
Not me.
You couldn't hear it anyways with these babies.
Hey, DJ, how's it going?
Oh, it's going good. How you guys doing?
There we go.
Thanks for joining us.
Oh, no problem. Man, it's been amazing. I've actually been here pretty much the whole time, just doing
nice,
some stuff in the background.
I know we've seen you some in the chat there, so that's good.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I actually blame you guys. I actually cut my fingers off. I'd sit there with
All right, guys, I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm going to get some more water.
Please do, Don.
Water. We brought as much water as possible. At La Quinta, we were successful at probably putting away probably 500-600 bottles of water at least.
The second year.
Yeah, the second year. First year, we got really fucked up, and we don't remember the first year.
No, that was a real bad year.
I remember
Lots of bottles of water that we went through last
The
year.
first year, I don't know what happened last night. All I know is I had a lot of new friends, and in the morning,
Whoa! What the heck, Sarah?
Sarah, I just saw that. What the hell just happened?
What?
But the best was
I got rid of the cat.
You threw the cat.
Like a bowl.
Don't
No,
throw the
really,
cat.
I wanted to say it looked really bad on camera. It was just like,
like
after the first day,
He's perfectly fine, guys.
okay.
Throwing up the
It's on
chat.
camera, it looked real bad. I'll just say it. It was like,
yeah, you have my phone number in your phone. You should probably like I don't fucking remember shit. It's fine. So it was a good time. Violet, stop.
Oh, it's like the Muppets when they're all talking at once and then they all stop. And then they're still talking.
94, I think.
47.
I'm not
Cat tossing new whiskey.
opposed to cat tossing. I think that'd be a fun, drunk episode of cat tossing.
Totally.
See, he's okay.
Totally.
You guys have a good night now. I'm gonna head
oh, don't worry. My husband makes me put away
All right.
the cat.
Are you off,
That would
Ed?
be
Quiet.
frozen.
Quiet.
And Ed,
Cheers.
he's gone.
I just got here.
Have another pick of carrots.
I was about to say I was serious because I really would like to continue that distribution conversation. It was just a pain in the ass to type and keep up with everything while y'all are talking and I'm typing.
Well, and not to mention, we're also so far ahead as far as the lag.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because like on YouTube, you're right. It's like 30 seconds or so behind where we're at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
it's only about 10, but it is a good solid 10 seconds behind. So it is it's
Exactly.
to keep up with the chat.
Can we please do a cat? That sounds like fun.
All right.
If you have other things you want to say, I have strong feelings about this.
I mean, there's like
I mean, we can continue this. I wasn't going to start the stream up with it.
Okay, water refill time.
What I will say is that distribution as a whole, is a real pain in the ass. The three-tier system fucking sucks. And yes, I agree that state controlled stores versus places like California that aren't state controlled. When I first went to the academy with Tom Fisher years back, when he was still working with the academy, he picked me up from the airport because he and I were doing some work together. I went to Trader Joe's. I went to look for the whiskey section, and they're like, "Oh no, you have to go through a separate entrance, a separate part of the building for that." I'm like, "What?" So the TABCs that were a pain in the ass. I'm definitely behind Texas Strong of remove the 2-bottle limit. Age verified shipping is important. It'll help save Texas. It'll save everyone a big pain in the ass too.
Yeah.
But I don't think that you can get rid of distributors and retailers. What you're talking about then is also
I'm not necessarily saying that we need to get rid of retailers. I think that the idea that it needs to be in a liquor store in Texas is a silly idea. I think that having liquor in a Target is not going to cause the craze that original.
Yeah, doesn't Texas you guys have to buy from stores for the bars?
Yeah, correct. Well, no. You have to buy from a liquor store. You can't buy it from any store that's not designated as a liquor store. That's
right. But Nickel City is to buy their bottles from a liquor store, for instance.
Correct. That's the same from for restaurants and bars here as well.
That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
We could not possibly buy directly from a person or from a creator, and that goes for wine.
We can't do that here either. I mean, for wine, no, we can't do that for wine. We have creators, so supplier, manufacturer, distributor, and then retailer for on and off sale.
It's a 3-tier in
California.
all of America, and we need to get rid of that second tier. There's no, I understand. No, I don't. I don't get it. There's no need for that second tier. If you're a company that wants to sell your product, you should be able to contact the local stores around you and say, "I'm a local store. I have this local product. I'd like to sell it," and the local businesses should support you. And you should be able to grow yourself from there.
But again, don't forget, look at the numbers from COVID, beginning of March till now.
Liquor sales
have been 500%, but only for the big boys. Craft is hurting, man. And there's a reason craft is hurting. Some people aren't buying shit.
Because craft is hurting because they're forced to go through the damn distribution system and can't just sell their product. They have to try to get that damn distributor to carry them, and the distributor doesn't give a damn about them because they're too small.
Of course they don't.
To work.
And RDC Young's Market has fucking Edrington Group. They don't give two shits about fucking
Right.
I don't know.
Which
So,
is why
distributor
which
Sam-
is why getting rid of
Tom,
the
Dick, and
requirement
James
for
Bergman from Midwest North Dakota.
But that's the whole point. That's why getting rid of the requirement for the distributor is so important for all this.
Yep.
Yeah. But on the other hand, look at it from the way I'm looking at it, though, is without the distributor, who's going to send small brands like when Barrel Craft Spirits was brand new, when Kilholman was brand new? Who's going to bring in those new brands? Some brands only have team in Scotland and rely on distributor importers to sell the product. Otherwise,
again, I'm not saying that needs to necessarily be eliminated as a company, as a idea, as a concept. What I'm saying needs to be eliminated is the idea that it has to go through that step in order for it to be on any liquor store shelf. If a local guy could simply go to a local liquor store and say, I've got this local product that I've made. I'd like for you to, I'd like this little part of your shelf right here. What would it take for me to get it there? I think it's going to sell the price point I'd like it to be at.
The point is not necessarily getting rid of the distributors. It's getting rid of the requirement to have a distributor.
Ding, ding, ding.
The distributors are still going to be there because you're going to have the overseas stuff. You're going to have the distilleries, breweries, wineries, whatever, that are big enough that want to have that middleman in there to handle some of that for them.
Right.
What we need to get rid of is the absolute requirement that you cannot sell directly from a distillery to a retail store. It is required to go through that extra step.
So you
Even if the distillery and the store want to be able to do this, they're not allowed to.
Sure, that I agree with.
We need to get rid of the requirement for the distributors, not the concept of a distributor.
Okay, that's totally different. I guess, Will, it must have been what you were saying. I just misunderstood you.
Right. Well, and I kind of went to the extreme of it because I'm saying like we can eliminate that tier from our taxing, because it's not doing anything in that tier. It's not being sold to a consumer. It's not being opened. It's not being utilized at that point in time. It's simply being transported. That's a shipper.
Yeah.
They're your shippers. You're shipping.
You're going to get some taxes. You're going to get some taxes out of them just from payroll and stuff. But
yeah, and the thing is, they're probably going to replace those taxes with other taxes on the end product. So they're going to make it up anyway.
Hey, what's up, Brandon? Sorry.
Hey, what's up, Wheels?
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey.
Welcome on into the chat, good sir.
How's it going?
We can see ourselves
very, very well.
on the TV.
We're in a heated discussion about the 3-tier system. What you drinking?
Y'all are in a heated discussion. I'm just listening in.
Bro, earlier I promised Clifton that I would pour some of this Amaroq dry.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
There's only 1,000 bottles of this.
Yeah.
I poured some of this with you, Brandon. So
cool.
Matt.
I have him muted. Hang on.
Are you going to buy that bottle of Emerald Rye I sent you the information for?
I don't remember. I've drank since then.
Oh, man.
It was like 3 days ago. I think it was after you were drunk. You're like, hey, Sam, join voice chat.
Hey, cheers, Brandon. I saved a little bit for you to drink with you. So
I've not tried the rye. Those sound very good.
So,
it's
oh,
one
you're
of our
still pouring.
voice
I'll wait,
chats.
I'll wait a minute.
Yeah, some of the things get
All right.
Those
Cheers,
guys
Brandon.
can go up to like just on
yes.
talk.
Some of the voice chats are like till 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
So it can be a while. Yeah, as someone on here know how those go. Yeah, it goes.
So Kilholman was disappointing. I don't want more makers.
It's like you think our streams are long. Wait till you voice chat with us. It doesn't fucking end. It's ridiculous.
You look at the clock, and the next thing you know, it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Or
Like,
go to
I
Taco
should
Bell
start
for
my
breakfast, right?
Keep it home.
Yeah, really.
Oh, I just saw that today at the liquor store. I just passed up on it.
Cheers.
Cheers, sir.
I need to try the ones you have.
Wait, so what is it? Is it bitter? Sam, you got to introduce me to these.
Wait, you don't know what
the
the Rock
Sam
is?
literally lives like 10 minutes from me.
Oh, cool.
I know it.
Dude, you don't know what Fernet is? Dude.
I've seen it. I've never tried it.
It's an Italian bitter liqueur with digestivo.
You probably don't know.
Nice. Well, I've moved on to one of my favorite pours.
Which powers is that?
The John's
the
Lane.
John Lane, so good.
Yeah.
I love the John. Wait, you said this is the John Lane or no?
Yeah, John's Lane. Yeah.
Oh,
The John's
absolutely
Lane
one of my
is
favorites
my
too. I love
preferred
that one.
powers. I'm not a big fan of Three Swallows.
Three Swallows is not bad.
No.
The signature was better.
For $30, 3 Swallows is good.
Yeah.
No, Three Swallows. I've actually used it as my mixing Irish, which sounds offensive. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Steve.
As a mixer, Three Swallows is fantastic.
Yeah.
I like it. It's 60. Good.
By the way,
How are
is
you
this
doing,
Steve,
Will?
which
I'm
Steve A
having
is
fun.
this Steve A? I don't know who most of these people are.
That's good.
Okay, so Steve is a donor to both our channel and all of the channels. He is the blue wrench in like every single.
Yeah.
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 No, I'm
Batman.
about 12. I
Admin,
think I counted 12 the
and
last
moderator
time.
in all of our chats.
Yeah.
He controls it all. It's all Steve A.
Yeah, Steve A is the mastermind behind all of us. Really,
Between me and Trev Wilson,
I was going to
think
say
that
Steve A
everybody
and Trev Wilson are always one of them or both of them are always there.
And like I say, almost always at least one, and quite
Jason, I didn't realize this channel was ever PG-13.
Yeah, I want to know, like, how many wrenches do you have, Steve?
Okay, so I think I'm at 12.
Wow.
I have one.
So we got
I think I have
Crusaders, of course, and Whiskey Dick. Here, I need to actually start typing
Steve,
this up.
I can make you my 13.
While you're thinking about that, hang on a second. Let me go ahead and introduce Donald Rance. Donald Rance is
No, I know Donald from Discord.
okay. Fair enough. Writing a book. Well, maybe some people in the chat might not.
I actually don't, Donald. I know your name, but I don't know your story. Tell us.
So Donald is writing a book on Irish whiskey. He is the Irish whiskey Yoda.
Donald, you and I should talk. I have some contacts in Irish whiskey and back overseas.
Yeah.
I do too. So
Look, it's quite good.
So he's amazing people and somebody that we contact quite frequently when we are talking about Irish because he is a wealth of knowledge that we love to turn to.
I'm pretty sure I talk to Donald every day. I'm gonna be real honest. I don't think it's
I usually get a message from you. I think every day or something like that. Yeah.
It's pretty rare if we don't talk that day. I'm pretty confident it's pretty much daily.
Yep.
We also got Brandon in with us as well. Wheels down here. Brandon has been to the Bastards Ball both years that it was there.
No, I was only there last year.
Oh, you weren't there the first year. I thought you were there. So Brandon joined us last year at the Bastards Ball and at La Quinta. Brought really fun whiskeys for us to try and just made a great impression on all of us.
Donations.
I'm the designated drunk driver being on a wheelchair.
Right.
he can get you a lift where you need to go.
Are you wearing your T-shirt tonight, Wheels? Because that T-shirt you have is fucking awesome.
I can go grab it, no problem.
Oh, you gotta go get that T-shirt. That T-shirt is great.
We're going tops off at this point. Wow.
And then,
it took us a while.
Yeah, you got to get T-shirt. He's gonna show you this T-shirt. It's hilarious.
Okay. So we're not taking our shirts off.
Brandon. He's like, man, if I get too drunk, just park me in the corner. I'll be fine.
And then DJ 11 has a channel of his own.
He's like, I'll wake up later. I'll go home. I'm like, it's fine. I'm like, okay.
Sorry, trying to introduce DJ as well. DJ 11 has a whiskey review channel himself that you can like and subscribe to.
Yep.
Under DJ 11?
Cheers, everybody.
DJ understands that Scotch is the fucking shit, so it's
Yeah, Sam, you and I have never talked one-on-one, but we're local, so let's chat.
Let's fix that this week, dude.
Yeah, let's do it.
No, I'm serious.
You should.
I mean, I'm around. Like, you're literally like 10 minutes from me, so.
There you go.
Yep.
That's a great T-shirt.
There we
Don't drink it.
Make Brand. Yeah, there you go.
Awesome.
On the
Dude,
back
that's
of
what's up.
Did you design this, Brandon?
Yeah.
You did.
I made
you
this
sell it?
exact
'Cause, like,
basketball.
oh, wait, no, it would be bad if I wore even though I'm handicapped with you with the one arm thing. I feel like it would look bad if I wore that one.
See, on the back it says I give free rides.
It says what?
I give free ride.
Oh my god. Okay, I agree with that part, but like I
Guys, you can take free mustache rides too while you're at it. You can grow a mustache.
Awesome.
Hey, John, how's it going?
Hey, John.
That's the right height.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show.
I don't think nobody heard that one.
Hey John, I don't know who you are, but
Howdy,
I love
John.
your collection, and please show it off. That's sexy
Another
as hell.
What Clifton said times 2.
Yeah.
The Elijah Craig man is in the house.
Make it on full screen so he can tell us about himself.
Wait, Donald said the Elijah Craig man. Fuck, hell yeah. John, tell me about yourself. I'm
Whoa!
Elijah Craig's great.
He wasn't kidding.
Holy shit, Don. Oh,
Dang.
John, sorry, John.
So, about a little bit about myself. Part of the whiskey tribe, to basically put it, and from Orange County. So, Whiskey Bites. You.
Oh, okay. I'm not far.
From LA. So is Clifton.
Yeah, I'm pretty into the whiskey. I can probably tell.
I'm pretty into the whiskey, as you have every freaking Elijah Craig behind you. Okay, go ahead.
I wish I had every Elijah Craig. I'm missing C920 and everything from 18 down.
C920 is even in California yet. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, we don't have it yet, but I'll get to it. But I've only been collecting for 2 years, surprisingly, and I just built this whole room about 3-4 months ago because when I got bored during quarantine. And I just started a YouTube channel about 6 months ago, 9 months ago, almost a year ago now. I can't remember when I first started it. But it's called Co-op Whiskey, and I got 6 subscribers. So,
holy shit! You said Co-op Whiskey. I'm subscribing to you right now. Wait. What's your name?
Jonathan Dimwitty.
No. What's your YouTube name?
Oh, Co-op. It's COOP Whiskey.
2 words.
Yes.
Can't find you. That's proves how new you are. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
OP Whiskey.
I'm only saying this because I want people and myself to subscribe to you. Okay, so let me try one more time.
You've got 9 subscribers.
Oh, the 9? Yes.
You've got
9. Oh, I found you. Subscribed. You have 10 now. Bam.
No. I was 10.
Oh well, fuck.
Oh, there you go. A little better about myself.
You got 13 now, sir.
Hey, here we go.
Hey, John, we have a local whiskey meetup group that normally in non-COVID times we meet up around Huntington Beach area.
Okay.
You would fit in well, especially with your collection. I'm sorry, I'm not obsessing over your collections, but like, damn.
Okay.
No, John, I'll hit you up because you're one of us.
There we go.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, I was drooling. Go ahead. Y'all go on.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah. Besides the Donald section is kind of small right now. I need a little bit bigger.
But you've got some great stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But not to your level. I need to find some stuff.
Yeah, Matt.
So.
Hey, that Redbreast 27.
I sent Josh the link.
You're about it. You're almost at 20 subscribers, so congrats. Wow. Literally in like 5 minutes, you just gained like 5 times subscribers.
There you go.
And that's at like 1 a.m.
Yeah, or 2:13 a.m. Eastern time. So, yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for subscribing, though. Thank you.
No, like I will literally message you because like you're so close to me.
Yeah, I'm also on Instagram, Co-op Whiskey as well. So
okay, well I'll follow you on Instagram. What's your? Okay.
I just like when you're post because I knew you were in LA actually. So I followed you recently.
Okay, yeah. I'm in like the San Fernando Valley area.
Okay, I'm on the border between OC and LA, so I'm right.
All of y'all are bad for my collection.
You know what?
Knob Creek.
Yep.
Sam, which pick is that?
This was the Goose Island pick from a couple years back.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Cool.
Jared Jankowski's pick. Got it for wholesale, I think.
You know, honestly, if there was one whiskey I could drink every day for the rest of my life, I think it might be this one, the John's Lane. I just love it so much.
It's
I'd
just
have a hard time
good,
disagreeing
man.
with that.
Man, just so rich, so lovely. Just, oh yeah.
Oh, it's delicious. So
Yeah.
wait, so Donald, what's your experience with Redbreast?
I've had the entire range. Plus, I've also had some of the La Maison du Whiskey stuff from Europe.
Oh, LMDW, dude.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep, the 25 and the 19. Yep.
So Donald, I say Redbreast is my favorite Irish, but to be fair, like you said, John's Lane is fantastic. So like I'm trying to like I obviously like the distillery that's producing both of those, but
Yeah,
like
so Middleton. So you
Middleton,
like single pot still style. I would say, I mean, you can't go wrong with any of the Redbreasts. Any of the spot ranges, especially the wine finished ones, are just fantastic.
Oh, I haven't had the what is it? The wine finish one you mentioned.
So there,
Hey, Josh, how's it going?
Hey, Josh. So Clifton, there's the Chateau Montelena and the Chateau Léoville Bart.
Yo, I'm getting reverb here. Anybody else?
Yeah, if you guys don't know, this is Josh. He works for Still Austin, which is an awesome story here in Texas.
Welcome, Josh. Good to
Hi,
see you.
Josh.
Am I the reverb?
Hey, Josh, full screen. Let him talk about Still Austin.
What's up? I'm more than happy to. Yeah, it's still we're trying to make whiskey that gives a damn.
Matt, why did you put him on the spot? That's just rude.
I'm he's been on the show before, you know. I talked to him about his awesome. We really enjoy the hell out of Still Austin. It's one of my favorite Texas distilleries for sure.
Yeah,
I think I have so Josh, how old is the musician exactly?
Ever made, to be honest.
Say it again.
The white dog, some of the different white dogs, probably the only one I'm missing. Some of the new make flavored ones. But as far as whiskeys, I've got all their whiskeys because they're delicious.
I'm still waiting for my Adidas.
What did you say, Adidas?
I can't help you with that.
Yeah.
No, it was from our stream with Josh.
I can one up you on that though. I actually can.
He's got the awesome. Thank you. Was it the musician? The new straight one.
Matt, the people that are in your background are talking way too loud. We hear them more than you.
All right.
And I've seen a bunch of like.
Hold on, I'll put it on mute again.
Well, then you can't talk, goof. So what's everybody drinking now?
I'm still on balcones. It's good.
I'm still sipping on the Emerald Rye.
What is that, Josh?
Make them big so we can see.
It's a company. It's Sean who was on the.
Yeah.
Y'all, I have to say that, like, from my perspective, I feel like, I guess I feel like for years there's been a pressure, there's been a need, there's been a demand for supporting local. It's something that Austin has certainly talked about. It's something that has been, no matter what your community, like we've all talked about, supporting small businesses. Wherever you are. And I just want to kind of throw out there that, like, in the midst of a pandemic, that there isn't a better opportunity to support small businesses in whiskey, because I've got friends who are confused because they're in the liquor industry and are classified as essential workers. In direct contrast to everything that the state has ever said, like all of a sudden they're the ones who need the job. It's great to see that, man, Steve. Yeah. Like, what's more important than supporting each other and supporting small businesses, supporting
So what are your take on the 3-tier system and what.
Jason.
There you go, Jason.
Yeah.
Your local, send him some. He's not wrong. That man needs to drink some good Texas shit. But what, I mean, you're actually in the industry. You work for Still Austin. Would eliminating distributors help you or hurt you? If we just eliminated that.
Great question, Will.
If we just eliminated that tier and just said, fuck it, we don't have distributors anymore.
Frankly, will hurt.
Yeah.
And I think it depends on at what tier, what level you're at. Right? Like we have a dream. The dream is to have our product in every state in the country. We can't do that without a distributor. There's absolutely no way.
Which is what I was saying.
However, on the other hand, you want the distributor to represent your product with the same vigor.
So do you want a distributor, or do you want somebody within your company that's doing the distributor role that's not a completely separate entity? Again, like, do you need a distributor?
The short answer is, well, yeah.
Like, what does the distributor do for you? They take the product and they put it, they move it to a different state and stage it for you so that it can get to retail locations that they pick out. Why can't you just simply set up a conversation with Total Wine and say, this is our product, we want to put it on your shelves, what we want to do with it?
No, it's totally a valid question. I mean, I think if the laws changed, then we could take a different approach. But frankly, with where everything is as it is, this is kind of the avenue that we have to rock.
Yeah.
And frankly, like, we have respect for our distributors. Can you imagine being a distributor?
Oh, I'm not saying it's not
in this world.
It's something that is
like in a pandemic. Yeah,
I mean, I've talked to my distro.
Say what?
No, I was just saying I've talked to some of my distributor friends because I work in the off-premise in addition to doing reviews like the Crusaders and having my book out and shit. I run a bar in Santa Monica. I talk to my southern sales rep frequently. My RDC Young's market rep was a fucking idiot, but that's beside the point. But it's like they aren't even people who used to work in the on-premise out here are now focusing on liquor stores. My rep for Southern, he's stocking shelves at CVS right now instead of coming in and tasting me on 8 different random scotches and me giving him my empty. They're on the front line more than I feel like bartenders are. But at least with bartenders, most of us are behind like a plexiglass. You order at the bar and it's brought out to you by a server. So in terms of essential worker and front line, that's what I've got to say on that.
I would contribute kind of as an add-on to what you said, Sam, that I heard a pretty stellar mic drop from our CEO at Still, Chris Steele, who pointed out that there are 4 major ways that we can communicate with our potential customers. One is operating a tasting room, which in COVID we can't do. Number 2 is throwing a big event, a big party, which is obviously very tricky in the case of COVID. Third is engaging with on-premise accounts and trying to talk to bartenders about upselling and talking about this, which almost all the bars are closed. And fourth is doing liquor tastings at off-premise accounts.
So what if if you could grow your brand and just focus on just selling to the people that you think would want to buy it and just ship it to those people? What kind of shipping cost would you be incurring, and would that be sustainable?
I mean, we have to. We ship stuff all the time.
But you ship in very, very large quantities in order to make it cheaper for the shipping to happen. One of the things that Sam brought up earlier in the stream is that it could be more harmful to a distiller if they had to actually ship up here to Texas to me. If I buy 3 bottles from you, you shipping that up here to me could end up, costing as much as anything else.
Honestly, Will, like I've driven bottles over to you.
Yeah. I know you have. I'm saying
that's how we got a bottle from you.
but the point I'm trying to take is that here we are in a world where we are allowed to ship alcohol to the federal government to get reviewed. We are allowed to ship alcohol to Nancy Fraley. We are allowed to ship alcohol. It's just that we can't ship it to you if you're buying it.
Which is just I just don't understand this.
You're right. It's bullshit. It's completely inappropriate. It's wrong. And
Texas.
There's a confusing level. I like to kind of joke that Texas, like No Child Left Behind, started at the state level before it went to the national level. Like Prohibition was literally invented in Texas.
Yeah.
Before it became a national program. So there are still dry counties in Texas.
Right.
Yeah.
Quite a few of them.
Yeah. The next city over is dry.
Yeah, there are dry cities even within
Oh,
counties.
Lincoln County, Tennessee, or Lincoln County?
Yes. Is
Yeah.
a dry county.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I was questioning myself for a second, wait a second.
They can make Jack Daniels, but they can't sell it.
Wow.
What the hell is this? Really?
We live in a dry city. We live in a dry city. You can't buy anything in Watauga where we live.
Tawakero and Grapevine is a maker in a dry city.
In a dry city. They can't sell their bottle at their distillery.
What?
Yeah.
They cannot sell their bottle on premises. You can buy a really expensive T-shirt and they'll give you a bottle.
Well, with that being almost
good
3.5
old
hours
loophole.
in, I think I'm gonna head out for the night.
Yeah, we're not too far behind you, Cliff.
Yeah.
Hey, Clifton.
Great hanging with you guys.
Night, Cliffy.
Love all your channels.
Yeah.
and,
Clifton, good night.
I'll see you later.
Clifton, great
Yeah.
chatting with you.
Thank you so much. It's good meeting all you new people and friends alike. So,
Clifton.
Cheers, Clifton.
Cheers.
Clifton. Oh, he's gone. God damn it.
He's in Discord.
You can
Follow
catch him
him
on Discord.
You'll get
I
him
was
on
going to
Discord.
collaborate on something.
So.
Because I want to steal some of his audience. Well, borrow.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I am going to pour one of my all-time favorite whiskeys.
Ooh.
And I was so I was
Officer's
so
choice?
pleased.
Antiquity?
I was so pleased earlier in the year when I got this because my friends knew that I'd been looking for a bottle for almost 2 years, and this stuff is just my man.
Eric, it's a great final pour of the evening.
It's just
How does that rate against the Chateau Montelena?
I like it much better personally because the
Dark
Montelena
Waylock.
it's great. I have it in the closet, but this, I mean, you get raspberries and you get even almost a tart gooseberry, and that typical shortbread butter note becomes creme brulee and custard, and on the back end you get all those beautiful Irish pot still spices. The allspice, the clove, the cinnamon, the nutmeg. Just
yum.
Donald, you are gonna voice your own.
I like how Steve goes behind him and pulls out a fresh bottle.
Right?
Oh, he bought one, yeah.
Is that 46 too?
It is 46.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, that Chateau Montelena, I just opened it up last night, and it is amazing. It just probably shot up into like one of my top favorites.
I haven't had that particular bottling, but I know the people behind the Kirkland bottlings, and usually they do a pretty damn good job. I've, smacked them a couple times for being an idiot, but more or less, Willie does a really good job at picking casks.
So I'm going to pour a little bit of an Aaron single cask that I had to rebottle just because the cork broke.
Okay.
2011 bottle.
Donald.
Yeah.
Quick question. When your book comes out, will you please record the audiobook for it?
Yeah.
I just want to listen to it. And more importantly, just put as many Irish descriptors in there as possible, because it just, I don't know, man. You make my mouth water and my heart happy when you describe Irish whiskey.
Oh, it's because to be very truthful with you, when it comes to the single pot still, especially when it's so beautifully executed, I get as giddy as a schoolgirl.
I know your passion comes through,
Yep.
Donald, and it
it makes it
I feel
better.
it. I love it.
It makes it better for us who are hearing it.
Right.
Like it's my favorite style of whiskey. I will always gravitate towards it. I will say though, another whiskey that makes me absolutely giddy whenever I have it is the Port Charlotte 10. That thing, oh man.
Looking at
I'm looking at Matt.
Does that beat it? That Port Charlotte?
It looks like it's time to go. Bye, Galen.
Port Charlotte is peated.
Travis.
Ben, this is the Leaville Barton, one of my favorites.
I've been on the lookout for these wine-flavored green spots for literally over a year, so I was just flat out giddy to finally run into my Chateau Montelena.
Yeah, and doesn't that one smell so much marzipan and berries on the nose?
Oh,
like
marshmallows and grapes.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It just jumps out. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Probably the best wine-finished whiskey I've ever encountered.
Wait
It's
until
amazing.
you try this.
I know. I'm actually glad I got the Montelena first because I've always heard that the Bartone is better. So I think I'm going right instead.
I stumbled into both of them at this random little liquor store in northern Michigan when I was driving through there, and both of them were up on the cabinet. I was like, that funky green spot up there. Oh, and that other one next to it.
Yeah, I'll take both. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just might as well, right?
And you paid like $100 each for them, didn't
They
you?
were like $100 each. It was like, like one of them was 95 and one of them was 105.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
It's like, okay, just yes. I'm taking both of them.
See, I thought I had that experience with this 8-year Highland Park I found. It was a Gordon MacPhail, MacPhail's collection. And, I'm drunk at the liquor store. The bar that I was at is just down the street. It's the best time to go whiskey shopping.
Oops.
Well, actually, it was middle of the day, actually. I went up the street for a candy bar because, I love fucking chocolate bars, which is why I still have all this fucking extra weight on me. And I'm looking at their back, as I do, I look at the back wall behind the registers. You get the fucking glass on it. There's some cool shit back there. And it's like, oh, how much is that Highland Park bottling or whatever? I tried to play it coy and cool, and it's like, yeah, it's $50. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'll be back for it. Came back drunk later and bought the bottle. Opened it 2 weeks ago. Matt, were you there when I opened it on the Zoom?
I don't remember. It's a good question.
Suffice to say, it was the worst fucking scotch I've ever goddamn had.
No.
Oh boy.
Smells like vomit.
That's painful.
That's a bummer.
Oh, my lord.
It doesn't smell like vomit is Chateau Montelena. That's one of the best smelling whiskeys I've ever smelled.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It is a good one.
Amazing. It
You know what
jumps
also doesn't
out.
smell like vomit? Malort. The sweetest Swedish liqueur.
Keep talking about Malort.
Josh, do you like Malort?
I just got gifted a bottle you can have.
You want?
I mean, hi, Travis.
Hi, Travis.
Bravo, Travis.
He's muted. They can't even. He can't even respond to me.
We just want to share the love. That's all.
Yeah.
Pass it
He's
on.
muted on their side too.
Good.
Muted on their side too. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think
kind of
he's responding, but we can't hear him because he's muted and he's double muted.
If I can
Ben Thacker, what red restaurant are you gonna buy?
I would contribute that I feel like
We're discussing war. It's fine.
I very strongly remember the time when we were drinking beer that was getting progressively more and more bitter, where beer was, for a couple of years there, was literally like printing the IBUs on every bottle. And we were like, no, I have to be above 70. Like, what? It's meant to be enjoyed. It's not meant to be
a dick measuring
All right.
competition.
Yeah, pulling it out.
If y'all hate bitter so much, I'm pouring more for that Bronca.
Yeah, man, it should be good, right?
You say that, but there are people that love Malort. There are people that love.
He loves Malort.
Oh, he does. Okay.
There's a bartender I know who buys Malort like 3 bottles at a time, and like 2 weeks later, it's all gone.
Yeah.
I mean, not my cup of tea, but
the question is,
it's yours.
Not a cuppa.
The way I would frame it, honestly, is that the way I was taught about flavor, the way I was taught about experiencing things is different
Frequency.
when I was in kindergarten than it's today. Because I was taught you got sweet, you got sour, you got bitter,
salty,
and savory, which is now called umami.
Right. Like literally, the idea of umami didn't exist. That was off the table. That wasn't something we
That
had
was
figured.
1998, 99 that umami was created.
Yeah.
Thank you for aging me.
Well,
Yeah.
they actually added that onto the list.
But before 1998, we didn't have umami. So we didn't understand the world and we didn't understand flavor. And so it made it harder to talk about mezcal, whiskey, any distilled spirit, because there's a whole like 6
choice one
of flavor that we hadn't figured out. We didn't even was on the table. My belief is that there's still other elements of that to be discovered. I'm deeply entrenched in wine, and if anyone has figured out how to talk about minerality,
yeah,
they're full of shit. Like that. That's not true. Like it's a very hard to pin down sort of thing to talk about, right? You can't talk about minerality. Yeah, I mean you can, but it's like subjective. It's not like.
Well, I mean, I agree and disagree with you on that. There are some wines that you taste that it tastes like water that has run through limestone. It tastes like, I mean, like there are legitimate notes that come across as, you know. So, I mean, I agree and disagree. I agree that it is subjective because you have to train your palate to know what that is, what that note is, and, you know, be able to call it that. But
and you get umami from
umami, UMAMI, not unami, guys.
Yeah, I because I see it here in the chat. You get umami from mushrooms, from the caramelization of meat. Tomatoes are high in umami. Also, things like Worcestershire sauce, HP sauce, any of those sauces that use like fermented or anchovies in there, you're going to get a lot of umami. And it's that really meaty taste.
Dense.
Yeah, dense meat taste.
it's like the difference between steak and dry aged steak, where, you know, it's just denser, more meaty.
Yeah, like
that's the umami characters, that meaty, dense part of it.
Yeah, and the minerality actually, a really good experiment I ran a little while ago was I just got some Italian mineral water and I sipped on it and I held it in my mouth. And that helped me identify some of the minerality in whiskey, because it was like, okay, now I know what to look for, how it should feel, sort of. I mean, minus the fizz, of course, but yeah, it was a really good experiment.
Yeah, I would just contribute to that the deeper you dive into the rabbit hole, the deeper it turns out to be.
Of course.
Yeah.
So
Floydian, I would argue that you definitely do get umami from those meaty flavors in Lager 16.
Totally. Yes, absolutely. I think that's
an Ardbeg.
That's helpful. That's beneficial.
Port
However,
Charlotte. Yeah.
Everybody who's looking at me right now recognizes that the deeper you get into this, the deeper that rabbit hole goes.
Oh God, that rabbit hole just goes
like
on
it's not
and
easy.
on and on and on and on.
Yeah, it's worse than Alice in Wonderland. You just fall down and you're done.
Well, speaking
You're
of
not coming
going
back.
down the rabbit hole and going down a long dark path, it is time for bed, and we're off. Cheers to you all, Matt.
Okay.
I'm gonna unmute you, man. This is going to be on you now. I don't know how you're going to do it, but it's on you for sure.
All right, Will and Sarah. Cheers.
Cheers, Will.
Thank you.
Will, Sarah.
Good night, Will and Sarah.
Good night.
Thank you. Have a
Cheers,
good night.
guys.
Cheers, everybody.
Clear winner.
Well,
By the way.
Cheers.
Huh?
Will.
Cheers.
Will.
We're just
What's up, Sam?
talking about
This shot is for you. This bit of Bronco right here. This shot's for you since you hate my lord.
Thank you, buddy. No.
Delicious. Like mother's milk.
That's a very nice bow that Violet's giving you. You're out, man. All right. See you. Thanks for coming. See you in the morning. Well, Violet's entertaining everyone because they have to dance with her and be crazy. Yes, sir. Yeah, me too.
Good meeting you,
Oh, what's this whiskey tonight?
I got to drive.
What was that? One?
What's the oldest whiskey everybody's drinking tonight?
Oldest for me was my 12-year Knob Creek.
I think Steve actually is going to take the cake. I think he had like a
I could pull out a
48-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There it is.
that's
I
it.
was going to ask which Crusaders what he was or what bottle was earlier for the Glenallachie Ralphie edition.
What is that?
It's really good, especially with water. It opens up really good. Before water, it's really harsh because it's 64 or 60.4 ABV.
Oh wow!
My phone.
But after that, yeah, it really opens up.
Sounds amazing. I've never had a Glenallachie. That sounds awesome.
Glenallachie is okay in my opinion. You know, if no one minds me jumping in here. I just went through a tasting of, most of the range about a month and a half ago. And I found the favorite to be the 10-year cask strength. Out of, including a 22-year-old Glenallachie, the favorite was definitely the 10-year cask strength. Just, was the best for me. I didn't take notes because I didn't feel like it, but I'm trying to pull up a photo of the lineup right now.
It's hard to go wrong with a cask strength. You're just going to get all the full meal deal from the distillery at that point.
I mean, with this,
That's why I love cask strength, unfiltered, unadulterated. It's what I drink most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, with it being the cast strength, but at 13 years, it's really good for what it is. The 10-year cast strength, one of my local stores just got in, but it was $75, and this one was 90. So $15 more for 3 years.
Can't go wrong there.
No.
No, that's not a bad offset.
No, and they had the 18 for 145 before tax.
Wow.
So I don't really see how that makes sense either.
A lot of
Wait a
that.
minute, you're looking for cents in pricing of liquors? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so this is the
And, you
store.
know,
Most of you
price-
guys,
No, go
most of
ahead.
you
I'll
guys
shut up.
have seen my stores in my area that they have a lot of older stock, but the one that I go to every now and then.
Yeah, the unicorn store.
It's the one with the signatory bottles.
Okay.
It's been hit by the tariffs, or at least that's what it looks like.
Fucking these tariffs are fucking so much shit up, man. I mean, when I first heard about it, I was worried for the industry, and it hasn't affected it as badly as I was worried about yet. But like, it's getting kind of close to
it's a
25-year-old single malt Scotch was already pricey, like a fucking Glenfarclas, which is still one of the best deals in whiskey in my opinion. But like, now it's getting worse.
Now you guys are paying almost Canadian prices for your Scotch.
Yeah.
Whoa, let's not go there.
Oh, here in Washington, we're already there. We have you beaten some of them. It's ridiculous. Like our Macallan 15 triple just went from $114 to $149. Like that's just astronomical, and that's before tax.
Okay,
so you're at freaking $180, $190 out the door.
Side note, semi-related, tangentially related. God, I want to say almost 2 years ago now. I went to the local bar down the street, like this little divey shithole. The grand opening, like the grand reopening. The guy who owns it also owns this really high-end liquor store, about 2 miles from me. The prices are, yeah. Let's just leave it at that. I went once, and I Ubered home, and then I went again and met up with some friends. Decided to walk back and stopped at my local little corner market. And I'm talking to the clerk because he knows me, and we're just shooting the shit. These two guys come in, and they drive up in like a fucking fancy sports car. They're like, "Yeah, we're here for the McLaren Scotch."
The McLaren Scotch. So that should tell you everything you need to know.
I mean, I just looked at the guy and he's like, "You mean Macallan?" They're like, "Yeah. We want the McLaren. We want the Macallan 18 year." And I'm like,
"Did they have an upper class English accent?"
No, they didn't. They were American.
Okay. So we can't blame it on inbreeding then.
We were just idiots. I mean, it is California, so
yeah, California isn't that bad on that front.
No,
we can blame it on marketing. Bullshit.
Good
People thinking
choice.
Macallan. Ooh.
Still prefer the Hakushu, but it's still a good choice.
Well, that's next. You got to climb.
What we can blame it on is that people think Macallan is quality just because it's really expensive and rare.
Hey, if I could ask, there's a topic that was talked about in the.
Absolutely not. No, I'm kidding.
No, it was earlier. It was that round table when
I wasn't here for it.
When Daniel had like the several distillers. I fully intended on being there, but COVID is a bitch.
Yes, it is.
I have to ask. There's something that Jared said that has had me thinking for a while, and it's the idea of: do we make whiskey for geeks? You fabulous human beings who I love. Or do we respond to market forces? And I'm just curious because it turned into a very cute argument, but I'm just now realizing figuring out how to do this. Like, there's some comments in the chat about things like Malort. And what is the answer to whiskey?
I think it depends on the type of distillery, what the market is what they're trying to reach. If they're trying to reach a large market, it's different than if they're trying to be a craft market. If they're a craft, they should go for what they want to make, how they want to make it. If they're trying to go for the large majority and create something they can put on the shelf everywhere, they're going to be making something different than what they're going to be selling to the craft kind of people. That's what I feel.
You know, John, you bring up a really good point. If they're going for broad market, they'll make something more akin to, you know, a wheat bourbon like Buffalo Trace or a Larceny, or, you know, a rye like Redemption or Sazerac, or, you know, they'll go with, you know, the standard 95.5 mash bill like at MGP. But if you're appealing to, you know, the crowd who watches any of our channels, you're trying to appeal to the more nerdy, more, you know, educated, more informed drinker. That's not to say, you know, the people who watch these channels cannot enjoy average everyday pours. Look, I love a good bottle of Buffalo Trace. I prefer store picks because they're just so unique, but I really enjoy Buffalo Trace. You know, it's a great neat, but one dude, the color difference is jarring that I stopped what I was saying. And that takes a lot to get me to shut up. Donald, you've been in Discord with me, you know.
Oh, man. No, but I think,
you know, it depends on what you're going for. You know, that's not to say that they're, you know, mutually exclusive. Yeah, a distillery can make something, you know, he disappeared, but, you know, the distillery could absolutely make something more for whiskey nerds, but also make something for the average general population.
Yep.
And, you know, I actually really respect a distillery that does such a thing. One of my favorite examples of a whiskey and spirits nerd distillery is Lost Spirits out here in downtown LA.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything they do is just far from normal. Yes, they're a tourist attraction now because, you know, the crazy distillery tours, you know, if you guys haven't been, it's worth checking out even though it's a tourist attraction. Just, you know, book your tickets like 2 months in advance. The whiskey and the brandy and the rum they're making is just really delicious.
Okay.
But here's another thing you can think about. So when you think about like making something for the masses, and now you can look at Islay and kind of think like it's a market that likes peated whiskey. Like, yes, they got the big cults and everything, but it's a certain people that like Islay and peated Scotch. It's kind of definitely thing. So
there's like, you know, in the pie chart, there's a very, you know,
that little.
I would wager like, you know, let's say 25%. Let's be a little generous.
Yeah.
25% of the pie chart like Isla Scotch whiskeys.
Yep.
Or even, you know, the botanist, the Isla gin. It may not be the only Isla gin, but it's the most well-known Isla gin. You know, Josh, I don't know if you heard any of what we were saying, but we're basically all agreeing that, you know, distillery can do both. Make something for the nerds. I think he's frozen.
I do agree
No,
on
he's
that
not.
as well.
They make something for the nerds, but also make something for the general population.
Yep.
But
yeah, it's a little hard sometimes, but in general.
But if they're a small distillery, they can still take their section of that pie chart, like you said, and kind of focus on that section and make their own brand, which is a key thing.
Absolutely.
Is have their own profile, have their own brand, have their own style.
Look,
so when people go
I'm
straight,
a fucking huge whiskey nerd. I wrote a fucking book on whiskey, and I love musician. It's, I mean, literally, Josh, I'm sure you know the name Aaron Brost, who runs Robo PR.
I do.
Sent me this bottle. It was completely full when I got it, like not even 2 weeks ago. And it's down to here now. Because it's just that damn good.
Yeah, I do agree on that as well. You know, I sent Whiskey Crusader, or not Whiskey Crusaders, but I sent him, or Matt as well, but I sent Whiskey Vault 6 different whiskeys from Far North Spirits that were 1 acre plots of single variety rye. Just like
they're doing some
Waterford-
interesting stuff up there.
What's that?
I said they're doing some interesting stuff up there.
Yeah.
I still got your bottle.
Yeah, but I mean, I
need to figure out something to do with that thing. And I just need to mail the damn thing to you at this point.
As soon as I get another vehicle, because I'm out of a vehicle right now.
I know.
I know.
I'll get up there.
Yeah.
But I sent them 6 different whiskeys that they had mentioned Waterford from Ireland. That were doing the exact same thing, but with barley.
Yep.
I mean, Brandon, we've talked about rye varietal.
Can we highlight Frequency's comment for a second here, Matt? Or someone who knows how to do that?
Matt's only halfway there right now, I think.
I did talk to Josh about,
Mr. Zitrick, paging Matt, paging Whiskey Crusaders Matt.
What's up? No, we're just talking, and we figure you guys want to hear our conversation.
Highlight that comment from
highlight
Frequency Dead.
Comment, please.
Highlight which one?
Frequency Dead, most recent comment.
Frequency Dead. This one?
Yeah, thank
Go
you.
on.
Frequency. That is an amazingly good point. Something I was talking about earlier with, secondary prices in, primary, stores of, you've got liquor stores and, bars even. My bar is guilty of this too. I've tried to talk my owner out of it. Speaking just from personal experience, I looked on the BSM even, and I'm like, dude, boss man, this bottle of Blood Oath is only worth 200. He's like, well, we're selling it for 600. I'm like, dude, it's not worth that much. He's like, you're wrong. And I'm like, no, I'm not wrong. This is the current market value for this bottle. If you must, charge higher than retail. I am of the opinion that, welcome back, Eric. I am of the opinion that, secondary market pricing is garbage. Yeah. I hate buying secondary. I do not ever plan to flip. Anything I buy, anything in my cabinet, you guys can't really see it right now, but I'll, grab my camera and just flip it around for a second. Anything in that cabinet that you see right there, if it's not already open, it will be opened in the next, I want to say year. I don't like to open too many bottles at once. I'm one of those people who's like, I have too many things open right now. But yeah, go ahead.
I would say that's where I agree. This Amra rye that Matt, he's never seen before, and knowing his collection and, just what he knows, a bottle of 1,000 of a distillery that is vastly known, I'm willing to share with him, kind of thing.
And that's one more thing that I love is fucking sharing, man. I've got friends here who, man, like Clifton, he lives literally like 10, 15 minutes from me. If I have something open he wants, yeah, dude, you want a sample? Abso-fucking-lutely. Sometimes I want to trade, but most times it's like, dude, just have the sample. I don't care enough to, try and trade, Speaking of Emerald Rye, I found it in 2 places for $200 each.
Not what I got it for.
All right, guys. I said that Layville Barton was going to be my last pour, but I think I'm going to go get my last pour. And it's
good man. One more never hurt anybody.
Exactly. I'll be back.
Sam, as long as you say that, you're good.
This one's batch 1 in 2016. So there was only 1,000 bottles of it at that time.
I believe it. Dude, Brennan, I'm not questioning you. I'm just saying,
yeah.
My search found 2 bottles at least in 2 different stores on opposite ends of the country. And with my luck, it's very possible that it is still batch one, because in one of these stores, I found a turkey Oloroso for retail.
If I could jump in for a moment,
Of course.
Yeah.
I'd like to throw out there that
Donner Pass, that was a fucking amazing bottle. I wish I had one.
I'd like
Sorry,
to
Josh.
acknowledge that like whiskey's fucking cool.
Yeah,
Like, we
dude.
agree on that, right? Like whiskey's like done some dope shit. It's opened our eyes to things. It's made us think about things like place. It's made us think about things like who made it. It's whiskey isn't the answer. Whiskey is like an avenue for having a conversation. And
I mean, whiskey is literally a solution. If you think in terms of like chemistry and shit.
You're right. You're right. It's also like a spirit.
Yeah.
And it's like it's both of those things. And I really feel strongly that the people who are most interested in whiskey are interested in whiskey because of a connection to a community. Like, we're not doing this alone. We're doing this together. Like, whether we're talking about the Whiskey Tribe or whether we're talking about everybody who's literally doing these things, it's about community, and it's about creating connection.
I would not be where I was without the whiskey community. 100%.
It's totally it's about recognizing, acknowledging, and supporting members of the community who have made whiskey what it is. Because frankly,
Wait, who do we lose?
When I started bartending, Shiner Bock, we called it an import.
What?
Oh yeah, no, a lot of bars at the time had domestic stuff and imports, and there wasn't like premium domestic. That wasn't a category yet.
You're right, Steve. We didn't.
Where's Shiner Bock from?
We didn't have the word local beer. Like, can you imagine? Like, I'm not especially old here. I'm not trying to grandfather you guys, right? Like, but the idea that we didn't have local beer was commonplace conversation even 10 years ago. Is just like an idea of like recentering. I'm not trying to like convince you of anything. I'm just trying to remind you that, like, oh yeah, you didn't know what a Kolsch was 10 years ago either. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, maybe you did. I'm just trying to bring us all back to the center. So I imagine that, and then I take it into a whiskey context. And I mean, how many of you were like dabbling with 4 grains, 10 years ago? Like, that wasn't even a thing you were even thinking.
I'm gonna age myself in the opposite direction here. 10 years ago, I couldn't even drink.
Exactly.
Well, not legally.
Yep.
Actually, on that note, I didn't drink until I was legal. I waited until I was 21. I just didn't want to.
And I just not a Malort. So, I mean, who the fuck? What do we know?
A bareback.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Souter? I'll be back in 1 second, man.
But see, on top of that, though, living in the Carolinas, we have craft breweries all over the dang place. And actually, one of them out of South Carolina here partnered with a distillery in North Carolina called the Great Wagon Road Distillery that produces Rua, which the owner of it is from Ireland, actually. And he's produced, I mean, shoot, some of the darkest stuff I've seen. This is a 26-month-old cherry cask, single malt, and they did a stout in it that's absolutely amazing for one of the local stores here.
Okay.
I'm waiting to get one of their the whiskeys from it. It's 126 proof.
Nice.
If I could, I'd like to throw out massive support. Brandon, you're the dude. Well, love you. But one of the things that came up, I think, in the conversation today about the Bastard's Ball was this idea of like, where is whiskey going? And I guess that's what I'm kind of thinking about is I believe that everybody on this call is interested in more cask strength anything.
Yeah,
right? In general, like, is that a safe?
Yeah, I know. I think Whiskey Crusaders has one of the same bottles I do. And this one's 56% alcohol. So it's pretty high up there compared to their regular 46. But to add a sherry, or they have a port that I sent with a buddy of ours that's 61%. That's absolutely amazing.
Oh my God.
So going back onto your thing about where whiskey's going, Josh, I really think, like, after talking to like some people that are high up, like in the distributors and stuff, what I've been told is they think cognac's gonna be the next big thing. They're gearing up, like in California, they're gearing up for cognac to be the next.
Nah.
I would say cognac down here is pretty darn big, and I'm able to get a bunch of this older Scotch or even bourbon that nobody else picks off the shelf.
Brandon,
So,
where are you at again?
I'm right next to Charlotte over in South Carolina.
Okay.
Like, I could throw a rock and be in North Carolina, so. But
I'd like to pull a direct statistic from Iron Root. They're not still. I'm not coming at this from the angle of like I'm trying to sell still. I'm trying to sell.
You're good, dude.
I'm trying to sell like honesty. I'm trying to sell like.
Man, we get it.
Like how this shit works. So here's a number. From Robert Licorice of Iron Root, there are 6,000 distilleries in the Cognac region. And there are 158 brands. So that is something that was just said on this live stream.
Yep.
And it makes you think. And I'm not sure if all of you necessarily recognize the context of what that means. But to me, what that is talking about is the history of single malt Scotch versus lowland Scotch. What I hear when I hear that is like, sure, there's like tons of people making Scotch in the Highlands. But when it comes down to the lowlands, we're making blended Scotch. And that's where we execute high quality. Today, we don't see blended Scotch as the echelon of quality. We actually look to the single malt producers.
Mm-hmm.
That's new. That's not something that is like ingrained in the history of like appreciating Scotch.
I'm going to jump in here because I used to be part of Team Single Malt is better than blends. until I really started to understand whiskey, and I really believed and understood, and I still believe and understand now that the only reason people say single malt is better than blend, the only reason they believe that is because of marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Americans, especially,
and so many of the blends that they had to drink at the time they were coming up with that decision were Johnny Walker Red and regular Dewar's and the low end blended scotches that if you're drinking them to drink the scotch just isn't good. If you're mixing it with something, then sure. As opposed to the single malt, basically all of those were drinkable.
Yeah, but also the age and quality of the distillate going into those blends at that time was far better than it is now.
Well, that's certainly true.
So
in terms
we
of
also have to
blends,
take that into account. I mean, a Johnny Walker Black from 1970.
Oh no! Please notice I specified red, not black.
Yeah,
but
even the
on
red
that note,
is going to be
even the
better.
red used to be decent. Red nowadays is vitriolic garbage.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll notice that I changed back into a regular T-shirt. Doesn't it's a little small. My boss took the extra large, and I took the large because he was the boss. I was wearing a Johnny Walker Blue Label, zip, Nike like track thing. People see Blue Label as like the epitome of like, like amazing Scotch whiskey. When in reality, don't get me wrong, Blue Label's tasty, but they're much better. Is that Matt's daughter?
That's Violet.
Yes. Hi, Violet.
Hi, Violet.
She's like, I'm out.
Hello, child.
I'm out. Nope. Go in. Not causing trouble, but
it's all about marketing too, especially Blue Label. It's all marketing and brand recognition.
You're right, John. Especially in Blue Label, it's all about marketing. And I've had regular Blue Label, and then I've had Ghost and Rare. And the Ghost and Rare Blue Label I had was definitely different and much better than the standard offering. Because they had that extra, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever percent. The primary, distillate in the blend was, in this case, I think it was like a Pittivac or a Klein Leash.
Yeah.
Wild is being very naughty. She decided to try and jump on our stream like a naughty little girl.
That's a very big comparison between.
Wait, Matt, did you just you?
Put it down now.
I think
the other Glen Karen down.
Got Glen Karen's. Oh shit.
Hey, Steve A.
Naughty,
I did another one of those single grains. Yeah, single grains.
I just put Val to bed, so you guys can keep talking, but I gotta put Val to bed. She's going crazy.
All right.
All right. Matt. We'll see you in a bit.
I appreciate that. If I could throw a thought out there, the thought would be that 10 years ago, we didn't know what craft was, what local was, we didn't care. 10 years ago, we didn't know what quinoa was.
Yeah.
Me and Sam, I don't think can talk about that because I know I'm under that 21 years.
Brandon, how old are you?
25.
I'm asking about the youngest person here. Feels kind of good.
Yeah.
I'm November 92. I'm 27. I'm 28.
January 4th of 95.
Oh, I'm January 10th of 97.
So, oh, wow. Wait, who said that?
That's me. 23.
Wait, John, you're younger than both me and Brandon.
Yep.
With a better collection.
Yeah, I got a shopping problem.
May I just say, with all due respect,
Okay.
fuck you.
Steve A and Donald Rance knows I would have a hell of a collection if I would have the money for it. Because they've they've seen the store.
I've seen the stuff that he can find at his store.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
But
Look, if money was no object, I would have every bottle I want. But money is an object, so you know.
Okay. No.
I
mean,
bought more bottles during COVID because I'm not going out to the bar than I have in the past 3 years.
But I mean, this is, I could buy 3 or 4 of the different stuff that I've brought out today, such as the Glenlivet Nadura. I have 2 bottles plus the Oloroso that are pre-2017 that you can't find anywhere. The Macallan Classic Cut 2017. I had 4 bottles of a.
I've got an 04 Glenmoe when it was still imported by Brown Foreman.
But then, no, I had 4 bottles of a Aaron single cask that was distilled in 98.
Okay.
They opened in 95.
Not bad.
Nice.
So, I mean, that's what I had to.
Ben, how old are you?
25.
No, Ben.
Oh.
Mr. Ben Zachary out in the chat.
Well, I'm certainly older than.
Well, look, I'm
Except
older
for
than
Steve.
all of y'all, but if I could suggest something that is kind of like a, for me, it's a position of
dude, we're all friends here, I think, right?
I'm
Suggest the way, man.
No, it's not about age, right? It's about kind of getting your brain in the right spot. For me, it's that whiskey is not supposed to be gendered. This.
Oh
isn't
hell no, it's not.
This is not supposed to be a dude's thing. This is meant to be for everyone. However, I bartended for over 15 years. And it was wild how many times over those years I watched as men said I wouldn't drink anything that was pink. And women said I wouldn't drink anything that was named after men. And it made you think.
Yeah.
It made you look at whiskey
I probably never had a look at the Yeah.
Shoot,
those kinds of attitudes and perspectives definitely existed back then. In my limited time behind the bar, I've definitely seen a shift in women drinking more and more whiskey, not caring. I've got some fantastic friends who are women actually who drink whiskey. But the important thing is that there are women who drink whiskey is that they drink whiskey. They happen to be women. A great example is Jenna at Whiskey A Go Girl. She's been on this journey longer than I have, and I met her when I was first starting out. And, I'm really grateful for her friendship. Another, great whiskey personality who happens to be a female is Lindo. I'm trying to remember her new, 4 Shots to Saints.
Okay.
I mean, if I can be frank,
of course,
if I can, trying to double check this is being recorded. I think it is, but I don't give a fuck.
It is.
My wife is a certified sommelier and a
cool
CSW, and that does not exist in whiskey.
I disagree.
Agreed.
So it's a challenging sort of thing to talk about. because she had to study cigars and she had to study beer and every spirit at depth to get that certification. And frankly, before anyone even submits any arguments, that is how that certification works. She had to be a master of the whole goddamn world of what alcohol is to be a certified sommelier.
Josh, I didn't realize CSW had you studying beer.
Yeah, so beer's crazy, right? Because beer's changing. And so I'm really into the idea of what Cicerone means. However, I feel that curtails and asks for the idea of is there going to be some experimentation? Is there going to be some innovation, ideas? You're not going to get a Cicerone license making fucking Keystone Light or Lone Star. I've got a fucking case of Lone Star in my fridge right now. But I don't imagine that people are pretending that Lone Star is revolutionizing beer in the same way that here we are talking about revolutionizing whiskey. There should be some kind of dialogue, some kind of conversation.
Look, in terms of certifications, I'm going to jump in here because I've gone through several different whiskey certification programs. I went through Wizard Academy in Texas. I went through the, Court of Master Sommelier. I've gone through Stave and Thief. And I've gone through WSET, which doesn't specifically focus on whiskey, but focuses on spirits. I feel like WSET is definitely the most comprehensive of them all. It talks a little bit about beer and, about the idea of, whiskey and other spirits being, a beer first before being distilled. Whiskey marketing school and, sommelier program. Daniel and the team are doing a great job. I really like the program. I think it's fun. For me, it's basically a whiskey vacation. I've gone to levels 1 and 2 so far, and I've learned, 1 or 2 new things. So for me, I pay and I go on a whiskey vacation for 2.5, 3 days. Court of Master Sommelier, they literally just send you a book. You study that book, and then you take the exam. I don't feel like what they're doing is going to be sustainable in the long run. Or rather, it'll be sustainable, yes, but it won't be, universally recognized. What the guy who created it was trying to do was to take the CMS, but bring it over to whiskey. And, great.
If I
bring the Court of Master Sommelier to whiskey. Go ahead, Josh.
I'd like to throw out there that Sam, I think everything you're doing is amazing. And I think that everything we as a community are doing is important and amazing because I believe that whiskey has typicity. I think that whiskey has regionality. I think this is undiscovered territory.
Sure, but this isn't about me. It's about,
I know
the category as a whole. And it's about, the educational aspect. Absolutely, I'm sure all of us here, and I'm going to shut up in a second because I've been talking quite a bit. I'm not trying to, bash on your wife who's a certified sommelier in terms of wine and a certified specialist of wine through the, Certified Specialist of Spirits program, the Council of Wine Educators or whatever. I'm just saying that in terms of whiskey, while there isn't anything quite like it yet, there are things that are getting close to it.
I'm really struggling on how to say this the best way, the first way. But Sam, frankly, you were the inspiration that led me to pursue like kind of a what the fuck is going on? Because you put on you called it a whiskey somm pen, and I love everything that the whiskey sommelier community is doing, but I recognize as well that it's a medallion more so than like a pen. And so my wife, who's got several pens, I was like, well, what is this? And I found out about I think it's colloquially called the Council of Whiskey Masters. And so it's I don't necessarily want to focus on that. That's not necessarily like why I'm.
Do you guys want to hear my 2 cents though about it?
Please.
Sure.
Shut me up. Please, God, John, shut me up.
So the whole sommelier thing, I get wine sommeliers. They study their craft, they learn everything, and they can probably tell me exactly which breed, what season or whatever they can pick it from. And that's a great thing. But then you put a wine sommelier that's gone through the whiskey stuff. Like, I don't know I never met anyone that's actually done like the whiskey certification after all the wine stuff. I've only met like regular wine sommeliers. They couldn't tell me.
He's done both.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him personally, but most of them, they couldn't even tell me the difference between a bourbon and an American whiskey. Like that, like it's 2 different things, and I feel like there should be 2 different. Like there should be a wine section, and it has branches off. Yes.
I did a blind taste test with. Sorry to cut anybody off, but I did a blind taste test with Will and Sarah, and Will being a wine sommelier as well, like a certified somm. He was able to pick out what it was, except for a couple different ones that were like far left field.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus, that's so good.
So what about you, Josh? What were you going to say?
I'm wondering if this is like the kind of conversation like that we feel good about cultivating, because from the perspective, from literally a beverage professional sort of perspective,
that's kind of what somm really means.
That there has to be some kind of a line.
Yeah, like there's water sommeliers out there.
Like, what is a somm? And I'm like aggressively not interested in having an argument.
Oh, this is this is a constructive discussion is what we're having, because I'm not trying to have an argument. I'm just trying to build an argument, not an argument, but build a conversation to be able to talk about this, because I feel like there should be wine people and there should be whiskey people, cognac people, and like gin people. Like, yes, there could be people that be broad.
Yes.
But there's people that should be specialized in just whiskey. There should be no reason to go to wine first.
Each category.
Then whiskey.
You are crushing it. However, that world is not existing necessarily. We literally are the people who are creating that world.
Yeah.
So what does that world look like?
Especially with the whiskey boom that we're in right now, it's evolving over the past. I've only been in this for about a year and like 9 months, but over the past like 5 years, right, Donald? Like the whiskey community has changed, like the whole market and everything that's going on.
I would, if I can be like super PC about it, in talking to my wife about what she had to do to be a certified somm, she had to learn cigars.
Yeah.
Did any of you know that somms had to learn cigars?
I did not.
They also have to learn stuff like service and all that stuff too, right?
Oh, all the service.
I didn't know basic
Somm is a job title. It's not an educational thing.
Jason, I see what you're saying. Josh, you're absolutely right. The term sommelier is, and I disagree with you actually. I don't think sommelier should be limited to a job title. Or at least not one chain to restaurants.
But when you hear the word somm, what do you think? Wine.
I think of a wine expert.
Oh
Yeah. That's the problem that we have right now with sommeliers. It's wine. And then you try to make whiskey somm or sommelier, then it's like you're crashing the word somm, because when you say sommelier or however you want to say it, you're basically creating an argument between the people that are specialized in wine and all the other things they have to study. And then you got to I'm not trying to bash whiskey somms.
No, you're not. You got a really good point here.
If I could jump in, I try to codify it in a way. I don't think there's nothing that I or we are describing that is meant to disrupt or break this community. The idea is
we're trying to build
that we should support each other collectively with more knowledge and with more communication. And
Matt had to put Violet to bed.
I think we lost Steve as well.
He might be back.
Discord is pinging.
So,
but we're not doing any of this. I'm not speaking about this because I have some mission to disrupt fucking brilliant members of the Texas whiskey community. That's not why we're doing it. What we're trying to do is support honesty.
You want to hear my position? Where I'm I want to become I want to go to the Whiskey Academy. I want to go through 1, 2, 3, all the way up to the whole level. And I'm doing pretty well financially in my life right now, where maybe in my future, I want to become a wine sommelier, go through the whole program, get my certification for fun and to have that experience, to be able to understand wine. And I want to be able to understand all these things. I want to be able to have conversations about it. That's why I'm about whiskey. I want to be able to have these conversations. Honestly, I don't have that many people that are friends, personal friends that are really into whiskey. All my people are all from the whiskey tribe or the local groups that I made friends with.
I couldn't agree with you more, because the whole time my wife was studying for it, I was the guy who was sent to the store to go pick out iconic wines. And I didn't know what the fuck that meant.
See, and that's where in my local area, I want to pick out some wines that are whiskey finished that, you know what whiskey they are, and pick out the whiskey as well to compare them and see what you get from each.
Brandon, bring it back.
Okay, so there's
Brandon, 1 sec. If you can, I want you to imagine that my wife had to take a test where she had to taste a wine from a place and had to identify what that place was. And that we, in whiskey, we're not there yet.
We'll see, there's one by, I think, Cooper and Thief. That's by High West. So,
sure. Again, what I'm trying to bring it back down to, though, is that we in whiskey haven't figured out what is sense of place. What is the difference between West Coast versus East Coast versus Texas?
Well, see, and that's the thing. With the South that I had talked. Sorry if I'm cutting.
Go.
But that South that I talked about earlier, from local here, it's from a Rua barrel. which is the 126 proof. You know, you're able to grab the whiskey locally and compare it to the stout to see what you can get out of each.
So this is where kind of like where wine and kind of whiskey can like this is where I kind of separate them. It's like wine you can taste the grape, you can understand the grape, where it came from, what season it was grown in, where it was grown at. Whiskey, there's so many factors in that will change the whiskey. The water you use, the yeast that was ended up in the fermentation, and the way it was distilled, like what part of the heads and tails were pulled in. And then most specifically, what it was aged in and where, and the season and how long. Like, what you can really gauge this on, like, the main thing is, I want to say the main thing, but is the aging is up front. Like, but from the very beginning, it's kind of hard to pick, like, oh, this grain was grown in North Dakota. You can't really do that like you can do with a grape in wine, because you can get your grain from different places, and there's blends of grains as well. It's not like you're picking from one grape and it's not like you have a cab or Cabernet Sauvignon Blanc. It's like it's very.
See, that's the thing. I'm actually from South Dakota, about 3 hours from Fargo.
Okay.
So I know that kind of climate area. Mm-hmm. It can vary year to year dramatically.
So I can figure Texas whiskey out pretty well, because that's a distinct, like it's like the regions of Scotch. You can tell the difference because of the region.
John, there's nobody who makes Highland Scotch who decides to not make it as Highland Scotch because like there was weird weather one year.
Yeah.
So
style though.
Like you're still Highland Scotch, right? Like, and Texas whiskey is still going to be Texas whiskey, because it is what it is. And from my perspective, I would argue that integrity, honesty matters so much more than literally any other information anyone could present.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of like engaging with like, fuck man, ask me my angel share in the first year. I'll drop you a number, but like it doesn't matter truly, but like it's more about honesty instead of the tradition that is Scotch, which fuck off. I love Scotch. It's just that there's sometimes a lot of like misleading.
What I'm trying to say is like it's like you can hand me a whiskey and I can tell if it's a Irish, it's from America, if it's a rye, if it's a single malt, not really, like more like a blended single malt, like that region, like that area. Like you can tell these differences, and you can tell the finish on it, and like all these different factors. I'm not trying to like single out like a region of Scotland and everything, but yes, like it's hard to.
I'll be back in a moment, guys. I'm just gonna go get more water.
It's like picking
water or water of life.
Water.
Donald.
If anyone can message Matt, if anyone can message Matt to add Eric to our stream, that'd be great.
So it's like back to the wine about the grape. You can find the grape where it came from, the style of grape, and all that. Like it's kind of hard to do that with whiskey. Like you can get a bottle that's from a source company, and you can understand that.
Erickson, fantastic.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Hey, here we go.
There we go.
Got more knowledge for us, but like you can.
I'm sober. The most
Please.
important thing is I'm sober.
As the only one here who's gone through both programs, please talk to us about the differences and similarities and your feedback and your thoughts.
The quartermaster. Okay, we're gonna be here for the next 5 hours.
That's
cool. It's only 12. Eric, it's only 12:40 for us. I'm good.
If I can contribute, Eric.
Yes, sir.
I know you well. I love you, and you're a fantastic human.
And I'm damn sexy.
Yeah, you're good.
Eric, that one's still up for debate.
You're a good looking dude. I have to ask if I can focus to them what we're talking about.
Oh, I've been following. I've been listening.
Oh shit, you just been a lurker.
Well, I woke up to take a pee, started listening to this conversation. I'm like, oh crap, now I can't go back to bed.
Okay, so you've done like there's literally like in wine like there's 2 to 3 wine certification tracks.
Yeah, so just to add some clarity, several different things. So why did these different organizations start? Who started them? What was the context, and so on and so forth? Because that kind of helps you understand where they're going, their purpose, and so on and so forth. So the Court of Master Sommelier has been around since 1969. It came out of the Sommelier Guild. So you had the Institute of Masters of Wine, which is the academic body for the wine world. And it only covers wine and wine only. I was on the route to become a master of wine when I got introduced to whiskey. There's the guild, which is basically, you get your Mason guild, you got your, any kind of guild you can think of. So you got different kinds of guilds. The guild goes, okay, we need a better education for our people working in the industry. So they go to the Institute of Masters of Wine and say, hey, we need to start something. So they start the Court of Master Sommeliers. Court of Master Sommeliers officially started in 1969, came here to the United States in the 1980s. All right. So the point of this is it's industry led, run by people working in the industry to work. It wasn't about pens or medals or titles, which it has become. I'll admit. Okay. Now, 90% of what Court of Master Sommelier covers is wine, give or take one more, whereas the Institute of Masters of Wine is wine and wine only. That other 10% of the Court of Master Sommelier has to do anything that goes on in a restaurant, including cocktails and spirits, and not here in the United States, but over in the UK, to pass the master level, you had to learn, you mentioned earlier, cigars. So David Glancy, Master Sommelier David Glancy in San Francisco, runs the San Francisco wine school. He did it in the UK, so he did cigars. In Kabul and others here, say in the United States, did not do cigars because they did it here in the United States. Fred Dame brought the Court of Master Sommeliers. He passed the master exam in the UK in 1983. He brought it over here about a year later and started the Court of Master Sommeliers North America. All right. The WSET is an academic organization. It's not a certification per se. It's an academic organization. It's purely educational. And the track for the WSET, while you can go a bunch of different directions, I have a diploma from the Wine Spirit Educational Trust, which is basically a 2-year program, covers 6 units. One of the units is spirits, which is how I got introduced to whiskey, which is how I went the whiskey route. And they've changed.
Side note. Question out of curiosity. Do you have planned to pursue WSET, the pure spirits track?
No.
For you, I would assume you just jump right to spirits 3.
Yeah, I could. I looked at it. I'm at this point. I'm not. I'm one of the difficult is learning is one thing. Remembering it and recalling it years later, as your memory starts to fade. My name is written on my underwear, so in case I forget, I can look. Oh, Eric, wait, yeah, that's who I am. So
good answer.
And then there's the stress of exams, the stacks and stacks of cards. I mean, stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and memo cards, and all that. There comes a point you go, you know what? I'm tired of taking exams. Anyway, so I looked at it, considered it. I want to do a video sort of like this, in which I compare various types of programs. So the Wine and Spirit Educational Trust, like the Institute of Master Wine, comes out of the UK, originally comes out of the UK. And by the way, every one of these training programs has pros and cons. They all have their pros and cons. The WSET coming out of the UK is recognized in the industry, number one, and the diploma program, which I went through, is one of the ways in which you can get into the Institute of Masters of Wine program, which is why I went through it. And then when I got into spirits, I decided I wasn't going to, and I was doing some work for the IMW as well. So the WSET has restructured itself. They're I don't know, Sam, when you did your WSET stuff, but now they've removed the spirits portion from the diploma program.
Correct. I did my spirits after they separated it.
Right, and they created separate tracks.
Rob McCackey, the business development manager for USA.
Right. So the thing I think I could be wrong because I haven't been keeping my fingers on the pulse of the WSET. I think the tracks you were talking about might be what was started when they separated those tracks from wine, and then they created those tracks.
Absolutely correct. Yeah.
So if I did that, it would just be a redundancy.
Wine and spirits.
Right. So
and now there's just a pure spirits track. But Eric, they've also expanded further upon that, especially with a brand new level 3 written by Nick King, who writes most of their textbooks. I went to take level 3, and even I found it very difficult. Even people who are career longer than I've been in this industry, you know, they've got 20 years in this business, but I've been alive for barely the same time they've been in this business. Found it very difficult for spirits level 3.
So the one thing about the WSET is, if you say WSET, or some people say WSET, which drives me crazy. If you say WSET in the UK, people immediately know what you're talking about. Here in the United States, not so much. People don't. Really, so people, I think it'll become more and more well known. So I like the books, I like the material, I like the way it's presented, I like the instructors. I kind of didn't like the examination process. It takes you freaking 3 or 4 months to get results. I kind of disagree. I had to disagree. So I started with Master Sommeliers, and then I did so with WSET. And I thought I learned more about how to blind taste and write better notes and structure and all that stuff from Master Sommeliers.
Dude,
which I disagree with WSET.
I had such a hard time with WSET's tasting methodology. It was so obtuse and vague and just unrefined. And, you know, I'm not an amazing taster. You know, I'm decent at best, probably.
I'm an amazing
WSET. We're both amazing drinkers. We really do need to share a dram one of these days eventually after, you know, the fighters are over. The way that WSET structures their examinations for their, you know, quality chart, when I took to WSET 3, we had a blended Scotch whiskey as one of the, you know, blind tastes. And I rated it down because it was sharp and spiky. According to their chart, that should be an accurate, you know, descriptor. But I failed that portion because apparently Dewar's 18 does not qualify as sharp and spiky, even though it had flavor.
Yeah. So do you know who Doug Frost is?
I do not.
Okay, Doug Frost. There's only 4 masters of wines who are also master sommeliers. So you're talking uber nerds. So Doug Frost, who's an acquaintance of mine, lives in Kansas City. He said, learn how to write from the Institute of Masters of Wine, WSET. Learn how to blind taste from the Court of Master Sommeliers. The strength in WSET and Institute of Masters of Wine is the academic part in terms of writing and writing anything like that. So all your textbooks come from that side, but blind tasting comes more from the Court of Master Sommeliers side. Yeah, Josh, what?
If I could just throw out there that, you know, as somebody who is actively participating in the beer scene, as it seemed like everybody was trying to like pound more IBUs into every beer. I don't think that's necessarily like what's happening today. I don't think that we are an exclusive elite community of people who are trying to like reimagine whiskey like as a whole. I think honestly, it's that everybody at every level understands the fact that supporting local and supporting members of your community is better than supporting fucking Walmart. Like, I don't think I'm like stretching. I don't think this is a huge like leap of confidence. I think this is something that.
Well, hey guys, my wife's gonna have to go to bed, so I have to cut the thing. But you guys can talk after I cut it off. You guys can talk until whenever.
But who can turn this thing off?
I can.
Who just spoke?
I can end the broadcast, but you guys can stay and talk whenever you guys want.
Okay. I mean, I would challenge. I'm curious. I just want.
All right.
This isn't a challenge. We're not doing a kung fu brawl or anything like that.
Hey, thanks for putting this on, Matt. I think it'll end in after 8 hours anyway. I think it'll cut itself off.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have to go to bed, so I will talk to you guys later.
So, Matt, before you end it,
so then cheers. We'll end
just a big thank you to Whiskey Crusaders. Guys, come on. You know, thanks to Will, Matt, and Sarah for hosting all of us, for putting up with my bullshit, for, all
of ours.
Coming on, guys.
I didn't want to assume,
right. Thanks, man.
We can't be together in person this year, but here's to hopefully being together in 2021,
Hey, we'll see you Monday night.
At the AA meeting.
The thought.
Eric, I prefer the WA meeting, Whiskey Holic Anonymous. Alcoholic just too much is too. You drink vodka. I don't know. I didn't have a good joke.
We need
Cheers.
a community about our recovery groups.
And cheers to everybody else in the chat too.
Yeah, cheers to everybody in the chat.
Yes.